Welcome to the North American DPC in the First Division continues for the final day of week number 2 out of the full 3 weeks of the schedule. This is basically the halfway mark of the remaining games here at the North American DPC. My name is C-Panda, of course, joined by my trusty buddy Fear. We're going to be taking you for a interesting start because, you know, 3 series day up upon us. A lot of Dota to be watched, and of course, might as well just jump straight into the recap we had from the last day, from yesterday, because, Fear, we got the upset of the entire season.
Yeah, maybe across all regions as well. This is something that a lot of people probably hasn't expected. We knew it was a possibility. We knew it could happen. But deep down, I don't think anyone thought it would actually happen. And it finally did happen. Nouns ended up taking the series against TSM. And who would have guessed after this game number 1? I think the ending score is like 22 or 24-1 when it came down to the very end of the game. It's like, this is going to be another season where TSM Rebellion dominate the scene. But going into, I guess, game number 2, I won't spoil it too much. This is game number 1. There's not a lot to see here. It's probably going to be a GG thrown expiring at 22-1.
I can mention one quick thing about game 1. In the winner interview, Yamson mentioned that he was the only one to get a kill on the team, so it was down to the team to fail him in game number 1.
Okay, there you go. I'm sure he felt that way only because at the end, he did win the series. And this is the beginning of the comeback into the series. They got stomped in game number 1. Game number 2, a little bit of stomping right back at them here. Maybe TSM trying a bit something new with the Wind Ranger. The hero that honestly has been so good in pubs, but if you look across the board in the regions, that it has not been winning in professional play. It's one of the biggest debate picks that it seems to be currently that I've seen in a very long time. Normally, if a hero is completely ownage in pubs, it typically translates over into pro play as well, but Wind Ranger having a big time struggle here on the big stage as far as competitive Dota goes. And this game number 3 was a roller coaster of a ride.
It was. I mean, it started off with TSM having a good start for the game, playing the Medusa lineup. You got the Void and the Batrider having a pretty good start. One of the Roshan fights going their way. But from that point, it felt like Moo was doing a lot of heavy lifting with this Spirit Breaker and the Coddle combination, just having that Chakra Magic, removing the cooldown off of the charge, more and more poke, more and more bulldoze, just became a bit of an issue every time TSM would show up somewhere around the map. There's a Spirit Breaker on top of you, there's a Coddle going to be around. They've got high mobility, and they were able to control the map really well. And of course, really going down to some of these team fights where Yamson, he would take the form of Tomato's Medusa, and it's like, which is the stronger Medusa out of the 2? And looks like Yamson wasn't necessarily looking like the strongest out of the 2, but just strong enough because he's not losing HP, just his mana getting burnt out. And in the end, Nouns would just find themselves in the driver's seat out of that series. And Nouns taking the victory, of course, you could say historical win. They did it last year in the 3rd tour. I believe it was against Rebellion. But the tiebreakers didn't go in their favor in the end, and they lost that major slot to the Arlington Major. So now they have a very good shot at it with a clean 3-0 slate. But heading over to the 2nd series, we had DogChamp going up against Alpha. And Alpha, they were a bit disarmed in game number 1.
Yeah, they tried the best to make their draft work in the first game here, but the Terrorblade had a great laning stage. Everything was going according to plan there, but you just couldn't get online with the Steel Puck. He wasn't able to find his footing into this game. He ended up trying on Satoshi to do this unique Timber build, all aggression, no points in armor, maxing all the nukes and trying to like burst heroes, but they just couldn't find the connection with the aggression they needed with how they itemized and how they picked these heroes. And slow and steady, the Turtle won the race here for DogChamp. The Doom got his farm, the Mag got his farm, and of course we did see this Magnus Void Spirit come into play. Very strong combination, but game number 2 was a completely different story.
Yeah, this game was just something else. I mean, Alpha got themselves a fantastic start for Blessed Kid, beating everybody's expectations out of the early game and just rocking the board. Then, you know, they TP to Roshan as Roshan would go from the bottom half of the map to the top half of the map.
We're gonna
take
get that
the
clip?
portal, and they got obliterated by it. I'm not sure, was it before this or after? Oh, we're just gonna skip through that. But it was like, wait a minute, Alpha, you have this lead, you're giving it away. But not even to talk about that, the tempo, Alpha, they really went on like 7 gears but they had 8th. They tried to push it in. They were just like, let's go high ground at 15 minutes.
And for the most part, it did work. It didn't work the first time. Well, they get good damage on it, but if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. And that's exactly what they did throughout this game and just powered their way, juggernauted through this game number 2 here with a very impressive performance. But going to game number 3 here, they decided, hey, Void Spirit Magnus, it's not that broken. Let's give it to them again. And wrong. It's pretty broken. They didn't quite have the tools to figure this one out. Going back for that Timber Saw, trying to make things happen with these 2 beefy type of heroes. I do like how Moose went for the Phoenix in this game. Had that magical damage burst to be able to kill this Underlord and Timbersaw in the mid game here. They don't have the absolute best egg hitters, and this one was a pretty hard outdraft, I think, for DogChamp. Getting their, I won't say it's their patented strategy of the Magnus plus Void Spirit. A lot of teams are doing this, and they're just kind of showing like why these 2 heroes together, 2 universal heroes with Empower that build all stat items, incredibly strong synergy there, and of course speed, running that Doom 3 games in a row with virtually the same exact item build in all 3 games. He decided that was not the problem in game number 2, and he would have been right as well, just taking that series 2-1 in the end.
Points starting to build up like this as Rebellion and Nouns, the only 2 teams yet to face a defeat in the course of this third tour and heading over to the major. Their chances at least are looking very high for the time being. They had yet to face against each other's, and that is going to be a big series in terms of that. But that series is not today, as we have 3 completely different opponents going up against these teams. We have our starter for the evening, going to be Felt versus Nouns, and because Nouns already highlighted a multitude of times, I'm going to keep repeating that broken record. This is where every other team sees blood in the water. They want to put their everything against Nouns because it feels like for them, any team going up against TSM Rebellion in the last 2 tours were not up to the task, but Nouns would occasionally drop a map, maybe even drop a series against somebody they probably shouldn't have, and everybody sees that opportunity. The same thing for Nouns. Now that they realize the major possibility is there, they're going to put their teeth, their claw onto it. Sankin Gomez and DogChamp and Bait versus Alpha going to be the 2 series later on today. Before we talk about this series more, I know how much there is to discuss about Nouns and Felt. What is your take on the 2 other series today?
The 2 other series today, well, I believe for the most part, we're going to have to see a lot coming out from DogChamp to take on Sankin Gomez. They had some inconsistencies. Maybe Alpha was a surprise in that particular series, right? Maybe they did better than a lot of us imagined, but DogChamp, they did struggle against them. And arguably, Sankin Gomez is a team that should be stronger than Alpha. And if you get pushed to 3 games against Alpha, you got yourself a real challenge going against Sankin Gomez here. And Bait versus Alpha. Bait has been Bait. I'm expecting them to win this series. Alpha, they really need to dig deep, do some soul searching if they want to even take in 1 series, I feel like, in this Division 1. It's pretty clear that they're at the bottom end here. Looking into relegation, I think most likely, unless they can pull some type of tricks out of their hat here.
Exactly. I mean, Bait heading as the favorites to that Alpha series. We talked about it yesterday that Bates basically fought the worst opponents already. So now they're going to start racking up those points on the board and ensure that they will stay in Division 1 throughout this entire DPC year and start the next year as well in the first division. Sankin Gomez, DogChamp, going to be a bit of a thriller in my eyes as well, because is SKG up to the task? And can DogChamp keep that good flow from that yesterday's series versus Alpha? But Felt versus Nouns. Let's discuss Felt first, because this is a team that is yet to also find their first series victory under their belts. They took one singular map victory off of DogChamp before. There was a 1-2 series, but they've only played 2 series so far. They had a full week rest before they played TSM, and now the real marathon, actually, or you could even say a sprint, starts, because they're playing pretty much every day.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned before, playing DogChamp, taking that one to 3 games, losing to TSM, nothing to be too shamed about. I don't think Felt had any aspirations of going to the major. I think their goals are just to compete with some of the best, like the Bates, maybe try and take a game off of Nouns here. Sure, a win would be great, but I don't know if that's within a realistic expectation, but we'll have to see what they can pull out here.
Of course, not only just drafting, but individual skill. Hittenmune, he was one of the players from last tour that the meta really struck well. He would get some good performances on those Nature's Prophets plays. He would be a very key highlight player for the team at the time. How did Kits and Solji kind of find their unison together? Solji being the ex-mid laner and Kits taking his place. Well, now I think things have maybe solidified and Felt has a better understanding of the game. And of course, we can't help but mention Fade. No matter what the matchup is, he's comfortable with the heroes that he plays. Is he going to experiment something different today, or are we just going to see the good old pattern from Fade? Possibly.
We will have to see, and I think that's a good point you made about Hittenmune, because tour number 1, I felt like he was struggling to find his footing, didn't have the best performances, kind of relied on some comfort picks that weren't really in the meta, didn't work so well. But in tour number 2, he's like, you know what, I'm just going to pick the meta heroes, seemed to expand his hero pool and really just put his team on a back on multiple games here. We'll see in tour number 3, he's only had 2 series now. Both of them have been pretty hard, but hopefully he can get back to that form and just try and carry the team. I think the rest of the team has a lot of star players as well. Fade is definitely someone you should be looking at. He's always had a very narrow hero pool, and it's either it works or it doesn't with him. And that's just gonna how it's gonna be with him. It's either gonna work or it's not gonna work. And hopefully for him, he's found the recipe, because he will always early pick his hero. He'll always have confidence. I just hope for his sake he has the right idea, because he seems like one of those players that he's live or die by his ideas.
Yeah, for sure. And today, the opponent is going to be very difficult. Word is on the street about Nouns after that victory against TSM. Do they still ride that high? Do they have that momentum going their way after beating TSM? They really can't give any edge to any of their opponents to ensure that they're going into the major, because if they drop, say, a series to Rebellion, which could be expected after this TSM series, I don't think anything can be expected anymore. The performances have been looking better on the NA stage. Internationally, Nouns has still struggled a bit, but this is their key. This is their opportunity to really show what they're made of throughout not just the NA DPC, going into the major. That's what's directly on their sights right now. Win every single game.
Yeah, and I think they want to beat Rebellion later on, but they really want to just to have that cushion, right? Just, they don't have to need to win that. If they win against everyone else, they could just punch their ticket to the major here. And I think you make a good point about a lot of teams eyeballing Nouns and wanting to beat them, because I feel like right now, Nouns did what seemed like potentially the impossible. Beating a TSM or beating a Rebellion. And a lot of teams see that as like, wow, Nouns have powered up now, and we need to step our game up too. So if we can beat Nouns, we can prove that we're becoming better teams. The region is evolving. We're just not one of those regions where the same 2 teams are going to go to the major for the entirety of the year. There's a lot to prove here.
And of course, 2 important players to comparison in this series, as well as we're looking at the team comparison stats here between Nouns and Felt. I'd like to put my sights towards the mid lane. Once again, I think this is what we also had the last time Nouns played against Felt in the last tour. Kits and Gunnar, the 2 players to really look out for, the way that they can perform in the lane with individual skill. How much help are they going to get from their teammates? What do Lelis and Husky, Solji and Albino Zebra want to achieve around the map? What are the most important lanes for them? And do they have to, once again, you know, against TSM, it was shut down Bryle so we can play the game. Do they have to look on the side of Felt, shut down Gunnar to be able to play this game? Or do they have any other option? Do they have any other route?
There's always many different ways you can take the game, but I think these comparisons are a little interesting. Nouns undefeated. Kits they're not able to take a win quite yet here, but the stats aren't so bad. You have more last hits on kills, but you have less average kills, but you're still doing pretty decent in that department. EXP is down a bit as well, but you have to consider this is a team that is 0-2. He's still holding his own. I think Kit's having good performances, and your mid laner in general has to have a good performance. If your mid has a really tough time, it's very difficult to make plays around the map, and if you can't make plays around the map, you're forced and you're just relegated to farm. That kind of shows you why Kits has more CS than Gunnar, because I feel like they're losing the game, so they're just kind of split pushing and trying to get on the map while Gunner's out there getting kills. And a lot of that will have to do with those early rotations. Can you get these supports to get the runes for Kits or take them away from Gunnar? That's going to be pretty important in this one, as they both like to play more traditional type mid laners. They both can punish if you need to in certain instances. I know Gunnar every once in a while will bring out like something like a lone druid or a centaur mid and really surprise you, but he will still play all of your spirit type heroes and kits. If you pick a spirit hero early, maybe he'll pick that Shadow Fiend and hard counter you. So a lot of versatility between the two mid players.
Also a bit of a glimpse on the heroes that both sides have been playing. They're very different in terms of what they've been looking for in these drafts. Of course, the Doom is a very heavily meta-favored offlaner. Of course, you have always the options for these Underlords if he's in the game. The Timbersaw is also a pretty solid one. But outside of Doom and Techies, I feel like Felt is still kind of, taking different routes for now. But it's not a lot of games that they have under their belts. They've only played 2 series so far, so things could change. And you mentioned the Wind Ranger before, who is in the entirety of DPC. I think Wind Ranger's win rate is 37.5, and in North America, it's 50. So let's see if Wind Ranger does still pose a threat in the North American region. However, we have a draft ready, so let's dive straight in and see what Nouns and Felt decide to take this game. Doom and Techies banned out from Felt, so research has been done for sure, and the Beastmaster Pugna taken away by Nouns. Start up with the call.
Looking at Nouns here, there's a couple of heroes that they really like to play. Doom, it did get banned. Techies, of course. But going with this Caudle, they can look at the Medusa. They like playing the Timbersaw. They enjoy Bounty Hunter quite a bit. These are all heroes that are banned against them. So out of those heroes I did mention, expect one of them to be picked here.
And we talked about Moose Spirit Breaker. There's a bit of a block pick coming out from Felt as well. The hero is still super good, even if it's not paired with the Caudle. And there's the Wind Ranger. So, Felt is seeing the strengths of this hero. Let's see if it's enough against Nouns. And of course, what position will we see this in? It does strike, to me at least, that Hidden Immune could be that pause 1 Wind Ranger player.
It's possible. You never know for certain. You can put it in pause 1. You can put it mid. Those are generally, you kind of want to put it in a position with farm this patch. Not saying it can't play support, where we often see the Wind Ranger, but it being a universal hero and giving it items does it a lot of favors here. So interesting pick nonetheless. And then we see the Morphling right away. Not something that does super well with the Caudle, but I think this is just a preferred matchup, I believe, for the Morphling against not only the Wind Ranger, but becoming the Spear Breaker. Gives you that status resistance, that global charge. It is one of the better heroes you can turn into as a Morphling here.
That is true. That is true. Allows the Morphling to also participate in fights. You've got the recall potential from the Tormentor Shard. Caudle doesn't have to buy it himself, so he can also move around heroes from place to place.
And I think the big thing is going to be the Aghanims on Morphling will take 40% of Wind Ranger stats. So if it does go mid, and you take away 40% of a universal hero stats, your damage is going to go down by 40%, right? So that's going to be pretty big, and you're also going to lose 40% of your health, your attack speed. It's going to be very difficult to play against, and plus you get that Aghanims buff as the Wind Ranger, so you get to start attacking while being invisible. So a lot of cool things you can do here with Morphling in this game, and this is kind of why they prioritized it so early on in the draft.
Wind Ranger still, you mentioned that Aghanims. It is beneficial at least against the Morphling, since the Morphling right clicks. Even if he balls an MKB, does get mitigated a bit by that Wind Run being active, the 50% physical damage reduction.
That's the big one.
But Morph will also steal it as well, so it does make Morph really good this game in terms of this Wind Ranger potentially being a core. And Albino Zebra hasn't really struck me with these unreliable stun heroes, so I believe he's probably going to be the Spirit Breaker by the looks of it, as he has played it before for Felt. But this Wind Ranger now, do you just demote it to 4? Maybe Solji's found a new hero?
It wouldn't be a bad idea. This hero already has an abysmal win rate, and it typically, it just doesn't look like a good Wind Ranger game right now into the Morphling.
Not at all.
It's a little bit scary. At least it's not going to scale. Of course, any game of Dota, if you execute, you snowball, you make certain things happen on the map, you get a gold lead, these things don't really matter. If Morph can't get to that Aghanims, he's struggling, have a hard laning stage, all that is still relevant. So you can still play it with the mid Wind Ranger, but you just know if you go into this Wind Ranger later on in the game, it's going to be difficult. And if you want to be that position 4 Wind Ranger, that just wants to get like 1 point in win run or something, just so when the morph does turn into it and tries to steal it, it's not very potent. You could go that route, but then you're going to be playing with just a gimped hero on your team for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, you're going to be hindered a little bit by it. They're going to bring out the Pango. This has been a Kit's fan favorite throughout this DPC year, no matter what the patch. Even if the Pango looks a little bit stronger now than it does in the previous patch, Kit's he's a reliable Pango player, so I believe he could take it. Fade, we've also seen his off-lane Pango from time to time. What do you think about the matchup in the lane for Pango versus Morph if Pango decided to go 3? Does he get any benefit out of it?
No, not really. Not for the laning stage. You do get the... I think that's most likely, as you said, going to be the mid matchup here. It's a really bad matchup on the side lanes. You don't have enough burst damage to really control the Morphling, and I don't just see it working out very well. But if you do get that early diffusal blade timing, you can burn his mana, which is very annoying for the Morphling. I think that route is much better, and it's easier to achieve that if you do happen to put that in the mid lane.
Of course, talking about the mid matchup, the Void Spirit is going to be brought up for Nouns, so we do see our mids. And now Nouns still has a support left to be picked, so they could just leave it open for now. Moo does like his last pick. Even if it isn't the final pick of the draft, it's going to be 23rd for Nouns. They could just pick a support here.
Yeah, I believe right now they should just pick Laylis as hero or Husky, depending on what they want to do. So they're going the route of massive heals, 0 stuns, a lot of team fight supports.
Sounds like Nouns from last tour.
Pretty much.
Going with these 3-4 sustainers.
Yeah, all of them are going to buy utility items. They're going to buy the auras for the team. They already have natural built-in heals with the Call to Illuminate, with the ultimate on. Undying, same story. You've got that Tombstone to bunker in, as well as the frontlining capability with more heals on top of it. Add on top auras on top of it. We're going to see Pavises. We're going to see Glimmer Capes. We're going to see everything in the world to keep this Morphling alive here. Gunnar going on the Void Spirit. He's not going to play self-sacrificial. He's going to play like that extra carry there. And now, I think to round out this type of style, they ideally want something with a little bit of control from Moose and to buy even more auras, because I think in this particular situation with the anti-mage band, they're going to have Morphling who can just hard carry this game. There's not a lot of stuff they need to be worried about.
Now that you mention it, Undying Tombstone Shard is actually pretty damn good versus the Pango, because you can just keep sending heroes in and out from the bunker. So, say Void Spirit, very cooldown dependent hero, needs to dodge Rolling Thunder. He's just going to go into the bunker, he's going to roll past, he comes straight out, uses an ability. You got Swashbuckle coming in if he doesn't have a Basher, hide again. You see Shield Crash animation if you're next to the Tombstone, just hide again. You know, just bunker strat the whole time. I'd love to see it being utilized properly, because it is a very hard ability, the Tombstone, to be used that efficiently, because you always want to put it on the high ground, keep it safe, give it vision. You really utilize the zombies for that extra vision and the slow, but you could use it offensively to buy some time for cooldown dependent heroes like the Void Spirit would be.
Potentially. That would go on Reddit. It's like a symphony of bunker plays, just one in, one out, everyone just dodging the Rolling Thunder because of the bunker. Pango losing his mind. I think that takes a lot of coordination. It's very difficult, but I'd love to see it if they can get it there.
That would be pretty cool if they can get there. And of course, following up on the draft is going to be the Fade Enigma. And looking at it right now, the lane together potentially with the Wind Ranger, unless they decide to bring out something else here. They're kind of missing a carry here on the side of Felt, because we talked about the Wind Ranger versus Morphling matchup not looking too hot. So Wind and Enigma, they can poke the Morphling, but I don't think they're really capable of actually killing the Morphling unless Enigma has a level advantage the whole time in the lane, and that is very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, as of the past, I'm not sure how the new matchup will work with the Enigma, with all the nerfs he has received. This has been a very good matchup for the Enigma, because you do have that Midnight Pulse, which as you go higher HP with your shift, it's percentage-based damage, so it's going to continuously scale against the Morph even as he's shifting. And of course, in the laning stage, you have the Eidolons to give you that bonus attack damage to make sure that you can match the Morphling as he shifts all the way to agility in the denies. So you should be able to out CS him there. And Undying is a hero that traditionally doesn't do a lot to the Eidolons. It's gotten a little better now that Decay does more damage to creeps. so we can just man up and try to right click them. But I think I do want to see the Spirit Breaker most likely pair up with Enigma. That way he can be that body to kind of just protect the Eidolons with the charge, with the Greater Bash, and maybe even punish this lane. I see the opportunity that Felt's lane and the bot lane could win here, and I think it desperately needs to. And I think we are going to see that support Wind Ranger, and I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it go for a Diffusal Blade in this game. Just stick on top of this Morphling. They have double Diffusal Blade, burn through his mana. Of course, you do have the Coddle to mitigate that a little bit, but still, overall, a good strategy, especially if the Coddle ends up dying pretty early on to some charge or Rolling Thunder. You can just isolate the Morphling.
It's a good idea. Go for the Diffusal Blade, follow it up with the Solar Crest later on for the Wind Ranger. I'd like that itemization idea. But Moo, he's going to bring out the Primal Beast. And I like Felt banning out that Magnus.
Yeah, that's that big stunner that builds auras, right?
Yeah.
However, there's two ways to play Primal. You can just go the BKB route, which can be nice. Or I think more likely he's going to do is he's just going to be your big guy that buys Crimson Guard to help mitigate the damage from not only Pango, but this Wind Ranger too, maybe into a pipe, and just frontline everything and just protect your Morphling through that mid game, get him to his item timings. And the time is now for Felt. What are you doing with this Wind Ranger? Is it going to be your carry? Or are you going to pick something new here? I'm eyeballing Ursa pretty hard here. Pretty good versus the Morphling.
I like Ursa.
A lot of damage for the burst. Can you get away at the laning stage, though? It's just really going to be the question for Ursa in most cases.
What about
Slark is good too.
Terrorblade into Morphling, I don't like it too much.
I wouldn't want TB. TB's okay, it's fine, but against the Primal and lane, very difficult. You don't have a way of escaping, right? If he does trample on top of you. So Slark and Ursa for me are the best.
Yeah. I'm just trying to add up, like, if they have the Wind as a 5, they'll be able to zone out the Primal Beast, but then again, I see Albino Zebra being the Spirit Breaker player.
Would they be able to? I don't know. I feel like TB is just going to feed in this lane, and then now you got a big host of issues to deal with there. Because they don't have the best lockdown to pick a hero like TB to control this Primal. You got to make sure this Primal doesn't have a good one.
Ursa, Troll, CK are the heroes that come to mind when it's hit immune. So if he doesn't play the Wind, it's a Solji Mirana.
Looks like we're going to get the carry Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's a Solji Mirana. So yeah, carry Wind Ranger in the end. We've already pointed out that we're not big fans of it versus this Morphling in the carry matchup. In the lane, it's still pretty good. Like the hero is good in the lane, but it's gonna get worse as time progresses forward.
Oh, for sure. You do have the Wind Run, which can help you get away from trample in the laning stage. So you're gonna just get a lot of right clicks off in the lane, maybe keep Moo down. At least that's the goal. But you are playing with a Coddle and a Primal lane. If they want, they can just shove the lane out over and over again. You're gonna get to that Vanguard timing on Moo. You're gonna build a Crimson Guard for sure now that it is a carry Wind Ranger. And I see Felt in this early mid game, or around the time where Moo finishes Crimson Guard, having very little to no damage, which is slightly concerning. If you're going to be building 2 Pavises on Husky and Laylis with the Crimson Guard, hit immune kits, they're not going to come online anytime soon with their damage output. So we're going to have to see if they can isolate targets. Fade, the big X factor here. Will he get these big black holes? They don't have a currently reliable cancel, so a lot's going to come down to this Enigma pick for sure. But playing into all these auras, heals with the damage they have, a bit concerning.
Yeah, the Enigma and the Spirit Breaker have to be big playmakers this game for sure. It's not just down to getting a black hole to connect onto, say, the Morphling, the Void Spirit. It's also about Albino Zebra, his presence in the fights. How far does he extend? Because we know he's not, like, overly aggressive, right? He likes to play it safe. He likes to be with the team. More of a zoner hero instead of a chaser hero. So maybe that's where the Wind Ranger and the Pango really get active. Plus, Solji is the aggressive Mirana player, so Albino Zebra can just initiate, let the rest of them follow up and go ahead of him, and then he can just chill with the team. So they've got a game plan that actually suits their heroes and their player play styles. But now it's, of course, coming into the favorites of this series. What do you think are, like, the the big weak points that either team should look to strike? Because we've highlighted a lot about like how the meta works with the wisdom runes, the 7 and the 14-minute ones especially. How much map control are you able to establish? Is there anything else that you can come up with here with this particular matchup for either team to exploit?
I think it really just for Felt, you got one singular thing that you can exploit, and that might be the Morphling laning stage. With this Fade Enigma, perhaps that's exactly what you need to be able to give yourself a bit of an edge here. But if you allow Nouns to have a good early game and build up these ores, and hit immune. Oh, what a Remnant.
Caught by the Remnant too. That's a first blood right there. Hit immune, nowhere to go.
And Gunnar got it. So that early game I was talking about.
That's down the trash, right?
It's not great.
It's not a great start. For Nouns, it is. Good idea going for that straight smoke up. I guess a lot of teams have been suspecting these big wraparounds from multiple directions, just going around, like, say, between the tier 1s and the tier 2s, just waltzing about, maybe getting some vision. Nouns is like, nuh-uh, we're just going to go head on.
And it worked out for them, for sure. And Gunnar now getting that early advantage, and he picked this Void Spirit into Kits' Pango, thinking this is the matchup that is going to favor him, and now he starts with a Bracer. Big advantage here. That Bracer giving, it might not seem like much, but your Universal Hero gives you the HP, gives you regen, and gives you that 3 extra damage now, thanks to the C patch, buffed up a little bit. These little things in the mid lane can mean the difference between a mid laner getting destroyed if you are perfect with your timing, 66 damage, +3, just to Kits is 60 damage. And capable hands like Gunnar, that extra bonus base damage he has could mean the world here.
I mean, it's all about min-maxing in the mid lane anyway, right? So
absolutely,
all the small margins are going to be very beneficial from one side or the other. And of course, with that early beginning for Gunnar, Felt we're going to have to work double time to make this laning stage work in their favor. Not the favorites for the series, but we have seen Felt in near impossible situations to turn things back around, and they're capable of making the games very competitive. So maybe if they can find that tempo, game 1 is the place to do it, because a lot of these teams, when they do good in game 1, they don't fare as well in game number 2. There's something that just breaks the morale.
Yeah, that's how it can be sometimes with some of the teams here that don't have a lot of experience, especially that international experience.
Ooh. Almost a kill onto Yamsen in the bot lane. Starstorm not quite enough damage to follow up and kill the Morphling though, but it's a valiant effort for Solji.
Just Morphling things.
He's gonna try and kill Mirana, actually. Yeah. Wants this one, and the zombies are gonna do it. Husky's got it.
Gonna shove the lane in quite a lot for this, but I don't think it matters, especially if you can get a pull off from Husky. He's like, yeah, I know I'm tombstoned, I shoved the lane in, but let's get it back to you as Laylis will go down here.
Why Zebra should be fine too as Moo turns around with the trample.
How does that even happen? I didn't see it. Just Spearbreaker's level 1. Lucky bash or what? Maybe a shackle shot into a bash, but either way, enough to get that kill there.
Yeah, Caudle was very deep in the lane, so they managed to get a lot of poke on the Lelis, and Hit Immune does do a decent amount of right-click damage with this Wind Ranger, even without the power shot.
We talked about that.
Use the charge, they're just going to go straight at him, and they will get themselves a secondary kill. And probably this is one of the reasons why they wanted this Wind Ranger to go into the carry role and last pick Solji's Morana, because they realized that the laning stage is actually better with the wind than any of the carries that we were maybe mentioning there. The Ursa was a good idea for sure, but they had a different idea on the side of Felt.
I have no doubt that the lanes will be strong for me here. I'm a little worried about the mid game. And I'm also super worried about my boy Kits here. We talked about the mid-maxing, Gunnar getting the first blood. This mid lane, it's not going well. 16-6 for Gunnar here with only 9-0 to Kits. Not able to get a single deny here and constantly getting bullied.
These shield crashes aren't connecting to last hits either, so just mana being burnt. Bit of poke, but that's not sufficient enough. You gotta get that CS. Yamsen also not having the greatest time at the moment, despite those getting the assist on the first blood and then the kill onto Morana. Also got to participate in that. He's only got 7 last hits so far, so Fate doing a good job here.
This is the lane that
That's
they
OG.
need to go well.
Interesting interaction there in the top lane. Moo onslaughts through the charge of darkness, so Albino Zebra ends up being stopped.
Yeah, this matchup is pretty good for Moo. And what we're going to see a lot of here is he's going to be able to get the Pulverize off. And because it mini stuns, Spear Breaker's charge will get stopped if he tries to help anyone that's getting pulverized. So that'll be something for later on in the game to keep an eye on for sure.
Also, the interaction. Onslaught is better than charge.
I mean,
Because the onslaught continues going, but the charge gets stopped.
yeah, well, that is true. I don't know if it's a better skill, just flat out, but it can definitely cancel it.
Comparing the two, just the two, you know?
I would take Charge of Darkness any day on my team, though.
Okay.
Because it's not very easy to cancel Charge with Onslaught, but Onslaught must just have a bigger AoE than the Charge. Just canceling it slightly before it can happen.
If you get killed by the trample after, I will go with Onslaught.
But what we're getting at is Primal Beast good versus Spear Breaker.
Yes.
Because I also think Pulverize, it should completely ignore status resistance. Like the whole duration of the Pulverize will still go through on the Spear Breaker. But maybe the mini stuns will get...
I think
we'll
it
see
would
it
be the
eventually.
same even if they went with the Ursa and he enrages and gets caught by Pulverize. I think it has something of a similar effect.
It's exactly the same, yeah. Pulverize does not care about status resistance.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Immune's going to get hit by a big boom there from Lelis, but Lelis been able to force him out. Meanwhile, in mid, Gunner... All right, nothing going with Gunner. Rather look at the...
Oh, there
lane
will be
action for the
soon.
time being.
One more creep, and there might be a lot going on with Gunner in the mid lane here, as he's
True,
about
he's
to
gonna
hit
hit
level
level
6. He's thinking about it. He's like, not going to force it, as Kits is way too high HP, but he's got an advantage of being level 6 with Kits only level 5. Maybe he'll push it. Maybe he'll just use it to bully a bit more, because as you can see, 35 and 11 to 25 and 1. He's sitting quite happy as the 6-minute runes are coming out.
Yeah.
Kid's
Husky
only
is
level
just
5.
charging towards bottom. He wants it, but Gunner is going to be the one to take it first. There's the tombstone placed down on the ground. Husky low on HP, but the help from Solji, and the charge is going to follow through onto the
haste on
Undying
Gunner,
instead
though.
of Gunner. Gunner with the haste rune. He's going to hump down the Pango. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Radiant's middle tower.
Success happens there. Solji wasn't quite in range to finish off that Undying. And the charge probably might have connected onto the Void Spirit and bought some time for the Pango, but no.
Speaking of Solji here, he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Just a little bit. Okay, dodges the Remnant. Gunner.
Okay, he
One
got
more
the
hit to
dodge.
go through, but no.
Ended up using all 3 leaps to barely escape there. If that Remnant would have connected, probably resulted in kill. But unfortunately for Gunner, it does not hit its target. And Kits, he ended up dying on top of having that bad laning stage. So overall, I think you're pretty happy if you're Husky with that trade there.
Definitely is. Kit's not really having a great time, but he's caught up in CS despite Gunner having that 2-kill lead. Void Spirit
It's
also
a
taking...
1,000 net worth of lead,
It's a
though.
1,000 gold difference, yeah. Like, even if the CS is somewhat tied, but those denies are really playing the big role, the big difference.
You could look at it this way. The 1,000 gold advantage that Nouns has right now is literally just Gunner and Kit's net worth difference.
Yeah, straight through it. It's baiting out there, but the Rolling Thunder. I'm faking a little bit there. Hitting Mune. Not much to do about Moo at the moment. I think he's got a Javelin on the Courier. Yes, sir. So that Focus Fire. Good surprise Moo here. Albino Zebra's also in position, and there we go. Trample used up, Focus Fire used, and Moo, he is about to drop here, but that Onslaught, he will get the safety, but hitting Mune, he's got a Wind Run, he will not go for the dive.
I noticed at the very beginning of the patch, all these core Wing Rangers went for the Atos first. We're seeing a resurgence of the Mithro Hammer, or I guess the Maelstrom is what I'm coming back.
Yeah, yeah.
Not the Mithro Hammer. And it is something that doesn't really benefit a universal hero, but it does benefit Focus Fire nature. And maybe that's kind of the issue with Wind Ranger. If you can't build an Atos and just own, maybe it just isn't good as we thought it might have been.
Setting up and
Going back
bottom
to
for a
old tactics.
Morphling kill, and they will get
Right.
it. Surprising
That's big.
Jansen here with that
Wants one more,
preliminary
too.
stun connecting. Just making sure the rest of them will follow up, and Lelis to drop as well. Kits gets a bit of a recovery for himself. We also got a move teleporting straight down bottom. Jade has Black Hole. Move's going to be charging in. It's the Malefice stun. No Midnight Pulse and not too much damage either, so they're not just going to burn the Black Hole in an attempt. They would rather make sure that he does actually die.
Yeah, with that Vanguard and a Lotus, not the easiest kill to go for Moo, but they did force Moo to just completely leave that top lane. And as you're going to see, he's going to roam around. He doesn't know where to go. I guess he wants to make something happen in the mid lane, but if you're patient on Felt and don't allow Moo to make a connection here, you've just successfully wasted a ton of his time. As you can see in the top lane, he's losing creeps under the tower as well. Moo is not a happy dinosaur whatsoever.
When have dinosaurs ever been happy?
How would you know that they haven't
How
been?
would we know?
Maybe they were happy.
Yeah.
I
Gunnar
would be
says
happy if I was
living
a
things
dinosaur.
die.
Well, that is true, just like the dinosaurs.
Just like the dinosaurs. This being a bit of a nuisance here. Charge coming out onto Albino Zebra and another focus fire attempt. Can they get this one to happen? Doesn't look like it will. The Uproar Slow is also pretty big. Trample damage. Grenade thrown in as well from Lelis. Secure the kill. Kits. Rolling Thunder just out.
They got
Actually
taunted
taunted
through it,
at
okay.
the same time. Very interesting interaction there, but
Just the
mind
debuff
about it.
immunity. You can still cast it on a target that has debuff immunity. It'll still put the spell on him, right?
A great way
Just
to burn
new
out
patch
the
things.
Remnant.
If you can time it.
If you can time it, yeah. Or just run straight at it.
It's kind of, yeah, you could do that actually. It's similar if the Rolling
Somebody
Thunder...
can't cross, you just... I mean, that's one of the good things about Pango, right? Like contesting Roshan, usually it's blocked by an Aether Remnant. So you can just send him in first, he'll soak it up, and the rest can follow.
Yep.
They're pinging Moo. Gang Squad is on its way. They've tried this 2 times now. Will the 3rd time do the trick? It's going to pulverize him under the tower. Lelis already dead.
And
Onslaught
Moo's got a
into safety is
TP.
Moo. And a charge
Charge is
also
hitting.
on him.
He might
go.
be dead here.
Bash the low ground. That's the way to escape. He's still running. Space is being created. But Kits will still get that kill nevertheless.
Kid's
And the
dominating.
mid tower still up.
That's big after the laning stage and how rough of a time he had, getting 4 kills. Definitely good news for him, as he has recovered quite well into this game. Still pretty far behind of the Void Spirit, but
to
not
catch
behind
up.
in the overall game.
Fade might be in trouble in bottom or not. They're loading up for a black hole here, Yamson.
No
Another
blinding
solar
light
bind.
available.
We'll keep Albino Zebra at bay. Soldiers here, and here comes Husky and Gunner. Gang Squad's arriving, and the cavalry's here. They will look for Albino Zebra, and they will get him first. And Soldier forced away from the lane. Meanwhile, Fade also all the way to the tier 2 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And maybe have to forfeit this tower to Yamson and the Voice.
Dire structures
Could be a possibility for sure. With that
Trying to keep the
tombstone being
catapult
down
alive.
and the catapult, but they're gonna lose a lot of health to make sure that they get this tower. It looks like they will, but what will the trade-off be? Maybe a mega kill for Kits?
Looks like it. Husky just TP'd into mid to keep that tower up just a bit longer. There goes your tower in bottom. Gunner's going to be able to take that one out of the way. Big creep wave under the tower. Yamson's going to TP to farm it out. Keep that farming pace going for the Morphling.
What a recovery
Alright.
from Kits here.
He's been doing great, you know.
He's got his diffusal blade now.
After dying once, now picked up 5 kills. Diffusal blade ready with the OOC. Good timing for it too. Sub 13 minutes.
Yeah, this is a really good timing. He didn't upgrade his boots at all, which is fine. Got that fast diffusal blade. Now this Morphling. I think Fade's job this game is, sure, he sacrificed his own net worth as this Enigma, but he's also brought down Yamsun with him. And we're going to see that diffusal blade reveal here. Net them into yet another kill.
Was that intentional?
That Coddle doesn't stand a chance. Too much damage. 3-point star storm. Swashbuckle with the Fusel OOC. That hurts a lot, and that's gonna potentially translate into a tower push. They lost the bottom tier 1. They want to equalize the situation, but at the
Yeah,
same time, Moo's been farming for a while now.
They did 959 damage to a 800 HP Coddle.
Solid.
Very nice.
Moose just finished Drums of Endurance.
Oh, Moo has drums. Okay.
Yeah, Moo has drums.
There's a Maelstrom here on Hit Immune.
Plenty amount of damage too. Felt rotating. Won't be able to save the tower, but bit of vengeance going their way. Hit Immune getting himself another kill. Up 2,000 gold. What does he want to buy? Does he want to finish off the Gleipnir right away? Gonna see a blink potentially. Maybe the works of a BKB.
For who again? Sorry.
For the carry Wind Ranger.
Oh, the Wind Ranger. Yeah. I want him to continuously just go for items that'll help him survive and do damage. So I think the going into
Another
Atos
hammer.
would be nice. I don't know if
Got
BKB?
another Mithril hammer.
Yeah, so
BKB looks like it, yeah.
it's gonna be the BKB. However, in this patch,
Oh, Fade. He might have the
Pulverize
black
goes
hole
through
here. That's the classic. I want to save my life. Oh, he goes the other way with the arrow. Solji doesn't know which is counterclockwise and which is clockwise.
charge is coming if they can force it to assimilate, which they did. So the charge is
Okay,
still gonna
Gunner's
be
in
here.
trouble. He's in big trouble. And like that, he just soaks up the remnant, keeps on going. Gunner down. So Fade's sacrifice will pay off in the end. And Felt holding off to a pretty good start to this game. 50 minutes in, 11 kills. Net worth is tied between the two teams.
Yeah, this game is dead even right now. That's the current point in time. Of course, we're gonna have to look later on into this game on this Morphling. We talked about how many problems he can bring in this game later this game goes, but Fade has done a great job of slowing him down, but at the cost of his own progress as well. He does have a pipe available, but the net worth on the Enigma, not super high here. He's going to probably have to farm a lot in this downtime with no black hole. But in the top
Pipe's
lane,
not the greatest farming item either.
definitely not. But it will help quite a bit here against the damage types that you do have available.
Yeah. I would have said this is a reasonable game to go Midas on the Enigma right away.
Good.
Laning stage wasn't fantastic for the Enigma. He lost his tower. He was forced back. He's been bottom of the net worth out of all the cores throughout this entire game. So I think maybe the Midas could help him get that extra bit of a punch. He wasn't shut down, but he was definitely behind the usual timings he'd like to hit on the Enigma.
Yeah. We saw a lot of attention was put his way. But regardless of all that, it's Roshan time. And I would like to see Moo still essentially go back for that Crimson Guard. He did go for drums, which makes a lot of sense. You just a must-have item, I think, every single game on your team. However, the Crimson versus the Wind Ranger, quite useful against the Pango, against all their heroes, really. The Eidolons.
Yep.
It could have a lot of value here, but he looks like he's going to value the BKB over it. And what they really want here is Solji.
And there's only a few abilities here in this game as well that's going to be breaking through Lincolns, hence why Yamson is going for it, followed up by the Aghanims. Basically just a Spirit Breaker charge, Malefice, Nether Strike, Shackle Shot, and of course the Focus Fire. So Yamson could live a bit longer and not be Public Enemy #1 versus Focus Fire. Would be very handy to have that Lincolns. Also good stats in general. Morphling does tend to like these items that also buff his right-click damage and give that extra tankiness, even in full Agi mode.
Definitely going to be a must-have when you play against Spearbreaker. Just having that peace of mind that when you're farming a lane, you're not getting charged and 10 people are TPing on you. As Husky, looks like he will go down to the Focus Fire used. BKB is available for the Wind Ranger, so full battle mode. I think if you're Felt, you got to turn up the heat here before this Morphling ends up getting to this Aghanims. And he realizes he needs this item. So right after the Lincolns, he's going straight into it.
You gotta look to punish if you're on the side of Felt. They want to keep up that tempo that they've now, it's in the works, right? They want to start setting up. The foundation is now there with the items. Their heroes are at a good pace. Now they just need to execute and just start taking away that map away. They already, like, this kind of goes along with the idea of having the pipe up on the Enigma, going for these Greaves items. This hero's not going to be farming the jungle. This guy wants to be around his team, help them out the brawl. You've got the BKBs on the wind. Like, everything is ready. Blink is ready up on Kits as well. Just stack up and go.
Chainmail's online for the Enigma. Ready to fight.
That's the item they were waiting for.
Yeah. Every great warrior waits until they can get their chainmail before battle.
Radiant's top tower.
That is also
Otherwise,
true.
it's too dangerous.
Some people prefer a studded leather armor. Chainmail isn't too heavy.
Precious bone.
We got Vessel online for Solji. And Solji is building the same item as Laylis, but Laylis is just a little bit behind in the timings. But Vessel is going to be, in theory, more impactful for Felt against the Morphling. Morphling's gonna have no way to take a Vessel off with the itemization he's going. And that's definitely scary. And if you're looking at these timings, the Morphling, sure, it's a great hero this game, but it feels like it needs probably 3 items. And we're gonna see the interaction. Oh, he gets the charge off right in time. He's going back in.
Taking the portal towards the top half of the map as well inside of Nouns. Nobody here, though.
Shadow.
Possibly setting up for somebody to show up in the lane that they could have potentially ganked, but no one's around. Of course, the Moonlight Shadow has been used by Felt, but they're kind of spread around the map right now. They're going to be running into a potential trap here with Fade and Kits. They've got the numbers advantage on the side of Nouns, even if the DD has just expired.
Got the
Charge
Aegis
connected
as
up to
well.
Gunner. It's a 3 versus 3 fight if they take it.
They shouldn't, right? This guy has an Aegis.
Albino Zebra just go cop with the Remnant. Okay. Straight on top of the boards, too. Pango right next to them, too. Oh, he's going to find Husky, but Kit's going to be in for a bit of a null surprise. There's more heroes that he signed up for in the first place. Black Hole used up. It's just catching an Undying, but at least the Undying is out of the way, so some kind of worth coming out there. Hitting Mute, going straight towards the Primal Beast. Moo's going to be taking a heck of a lot of damage, but Kit's coming in from the other direction. Can they get the Primal Beast out of the way? Yes, they can. There's going to be 2 for Felt. Still surviving. Albino Zebra going to be dropping Hit Mute. BKBs and runs away, but that will run out too, and Yamson will take down the carry out of Felt. And maybe even more than that. Fade going to be the next target. Gunner, Yamson surrounding him. Triple kill for the Morphling. And what looked like an okay start for Nouns. Looked like a good start for Felt was a better turnaround for Nouns.
Yeah, we saw the Black Hole, and Gunner had the choice. Do I want to return from the Dissimulate on top of the Black Hole or somewhere else? So he chose to go somewhere else there. In the end, the Black Hole is just for the Undying. Yamson showed up for that fight, turned into the Pango, got that little bit of extra reach that he needed to be able to bring down that Wind Ranger. And we're talking about the lineup of Felt. In a lot of ways, it's still pretty all in. If you make a couple mistakes here and there, Morphling gets up to that 3 to 4 item timing, realizing he needs the Manta first, it's fine. But even without that items, still doing a lot of work here. We see the Lincoln's queued up for Hit Immune. He definitely needs to be able to get that Lincoln's online to potentially block the Morphling Aghanim's. However, this is a different patch. If you BKB and have a Lincoln Sphere, it doesn't necessarily make it safe, right? Because you can still Soul Rip through BKB, pop the Lincolns, and then now, all of a sudden, he's going to get Morphling Ags on top of you, so yeah.
It's one of the most anti-synergy items you can have on a singular hero. Rather have the Lincolns on somebody else so that they can cast it on you as the BKB is either running out or has run out. But if you have the both on the same hero, you're not getting the old value out of it.
For sure. And not to nitpick his item build too much here, but I would have rather seen something more lines like buying the Lincolns and an Aghanim's, and you're just like invisible, right? Hard to target. In case you do get targeted, you have that Lincoln's protection instead of the BKB. But we'll see what he can make work with it. It is still an okay item build. It is fine. It's safe. It's stable. But losing 40% of your stats, the name of the game here is do not let Yamson not only get to this Aghanim's, which I think will be inevitable, but when he does get to it, find a way so he can't click it on you.
Now they're up again in net worth. been a while since they've had themselves a lead. It wasn't even that much of a lead. Just 1,000 gold in the early minutes. Now almost doubling it up. Time being, and we can also see the good old bunker being showed here by our lovely observer. Catching people inside the tombstone, juking stuff while waiting for cooldowns to come back up. As long as that tombstone is up, it's not like the Pudge eating you and you're getting heals out of it. You're literally just safe inside a bunker. That's it. That's just it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you're sort of safe until the tombstone dies, but
you're stuck for 3 seconds.
You can be ejected
cannot re-enter
still.
for another 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So that actually kind of scratches out my entire theory about going in and out the whole time and just dodging abilities.
But it was like a
3-second
good
period is kinda
movie
rough.
scene idea.
Yeah.
Got the script ready.
Or maybe it should be buffed, you know? Just remove that 3-second penalty time. Just keep dodging.
Just dodge everything. Just right click them once,
just
go back in, right
yeah,
click
exactly.
them again.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, like poke, hide, poke, hide. Might as well hit the tombstone then.
That sounds like a good quality of life thing to Dota. It doesn't sound annoying at all.
Not at all. But 3 seconds, people aren't really using it to bunker people. So I feel like right now it's a bit unused. So technically useless. In theory, you could say it's good, but saving people to get their
I
blink
think
daggers
it's
back
fine
up.
if Undying is in an okay place. You know, we just recently, in the last major or 2 majors, had Undying every single game first pick. So it's okay if Undying's just, you know, good now, not overpowered.
Roshan is also coming up in 2 minutes. Husky's going to have to spend some quality time next to that Roshan pin. Albino Zebra sells his soul to the Devil Gunner.
Well, that's harsh.
Made a deal. Made a
Sold
deal
his
with
soul to
Void.
the devil, huh?
Made a
Oh,
deal with
Void's
Gunner
heard a
and it
devil?
didn't work out. I mean,
So Gunner's the devil. All right.
maybe Gunner is, you know? It's not always the hero. Sometimes it's the player.
There we go. Really building storylines here now.
Also,
I mean,
Mirana
DD
has-
Void Spirit, you love to see it, man. I
Yeah.
mean, I hate to see it because I think conceptually
You,
this is
you
so
love to see
stupid.
it. I hate to see it.
If you're a Void Spirit player, you love to see it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're going to be very happy with that massive damage. Plus the Echo Saber that you have, you know, quick slice for, you know, if on a 0 armor target, that's like 1,000 damage.
Dire's top tower
Very
is
pog.
under attack.
Yeah, you Remnant in, or not Remnants, Astral Step in. That does bonus damage. I'll save my story for later, because there might be some... It's a cool story, bro, situation, you know?
Yep, Solji just leaping around. Been all over the place here. They will get the catch on Lelis. Moo gonna interrupt the Pango and hammer down the ball down the ground. But at the same time, Undying has already been sniped away. Albino Zebra low on HP. Kits is already gone though. Yamson, he's turned exactly
Yamson.
into that Spirit
charge.
Breaker. And he will charge straight into Fade and maybe even a couple of right clicks to do the job. I was thinking maybe he stays in Spirit Breaker form and just bashes him a couple times to prevent that black hole from going off. But it's a Morphling. They will clean out 4 heroes from Felt. And now it's there in the driver's seat.
Most definitely, especially if they get this Roshan. Oh, surprise! Roshan just spawned
Hey.
after that team fight. Perfect timing, as they will just walk into an absolute free Roshan here. This one will have the cheese. And that interaction of Moo pulverizing Rosh was quite interesting to see. But if the fights were hard before, they're going to get harder now.
I'm just looking at the damage that Felt dealt that last fight. Enigma did less than 200. Spirit
Yeah.
Breaker barely did 500 damage. And Wind, he's not even doing... He's doing about 50%, 40% or something like that compared to the Morphling.
40%.
I mean,
That sounds
my
like how many
math is a
stats
bit
he's
off
about
here,
to
but
lose
it's
here.
NA. But
No, I was just thinking about the 40% he's going to lose from this Aghanim's that you just picked up now from the Morphling.
and that too.
So another 40% off of that 40%.
Yeah. And the 50% physical damage reduction too, so as well if you wind runs. But at the same time, Primal Beast taking the full attention of Hit Immune, and he enjoys his attention. Built up for a kill.
Okay, what is even Kit's doing here? He's just playing with Husky in the back. gets the roll off. No TP. And Gunner, he smells blood. They have a ward here. He's got the haste.
Full speed ahead. Straight towards the Pango. He's been located.
What a remnant.
Connect.
There it is.
Just a work of art.
He's
There
an
goes your
artisan.
Pango. He's an artist. He's a devil. He's a lover.
He's a cook.
He's a cook.
It's everything. What can this man not do?
That is a question that will probably remain unanswered for a while. Yamson finds an Enigma the high ground. Very cheeky play, but he's got that Aegis, so he doesn't really feel too scared about this. He's just probably...
What is he? Oh, he's Enigma right
smiling
now.
around that, okay, guys, I found the enemy here. Moo, you want to help me out this time? I helped you last time. Aegis going to get burnt out. They've caught the Wind Ranger inside the Pulverize. Now they're spreading targets here. Gunner wants to go on the high ground side, snipe Albino Zebra, as he will. But the Wind Ranger has already got out. Gunner is still hunting for a second. Remnant doesn't connect onto Solchi.
Gunner's like, I got cheese, 3,000 HP. I don't mind diving. So you think a hero's like Primal Beast. That's probably the manliest, tankiest strengther you can think of, probably. That dude's got 2.7k HP with full stat items as well. Got your boy Gunner over here. He's sitting at 3.1k HP.
I mean, honestly, I will throw a counteract to that, and that is one of the good old guides I had. One of the first guides I ever downloaded on Dota. I don't remember who the author was, but Legion Commander, the manliest hero without balls. So LC is still my number one, number one on that list. Absolute unit.
How do you know LC doesn't have balls?
Yeah, that's just what the guide said. So.
Oh, okay.
Those are not my words.
I wouldn't assume anything.
Sometimes it's best not to. Smoke coming out from Felt, though, stacking up as 5, heading over to Noun's side on the map, and Yamson chilling and farming in the front. No more Aegis this time, but Gunner, as mentioned, he still has that cheese. And, of course, an invulnerability rune as well, that extra 1,600 on top of 32. Now, with the Power Tride switch, that's a 5k HP Void Spirit. Would you look at that?
5k HP. Yeah, basically hitting for 300 damage a hit right now. With, by the way, incredibly good attack speed. I can't get over
cheese,
this, man.
So 7.5k. Let's put it roughly around that area because there's no... Okay, there's a Vessel on the Marana, but...
Void Spirit will be in the carry position on these games, trust me. We see the Wind Ranger, we see the Magnus. Haven't seen a lot of Void Spirit, but his day will come. People are going to pick him as a boss one.
The day will surely come during the pass, at least in the future of this patch. But right now, Felt, they need to find answers. They need a way to get a 5-man black hole.
I mean, look at Morphling. He's like, hey guys, I got full agility, sitting here with 250 agility, but I still have less base damage than Gunner.
Yep. That's just the way it is. Even with he's got the nullifier, adding up some of that extra damage on top of what he has. Funny thing is, I can actually see Morphling's extra damage, but you can't see Wind Ranger's bonus damage.
Yeah.
I'm still really triggered about the stats UI not working properly as a spectator. Observer, I feel you. I feel you. Moo, he's found Solji. Bit of an honest 1v1 there. Not over yet. Arrow hits a creep. Not worthy of a fight. And even a Moonlight Shadow burnt as well, so have to back away. Gunner, though, he's got a hunch. He's got an idea.
Oh, they got the gem.
They got the gem, so if okay, there we go. They
got him.
Spot him out. They'll even see hit immune at the same time, so might be even a 2-for-1 trade-off deal here. Solji already down, hit immune, trying to TP out. No, sir. You are not escaping. Breaking through the Lincolns, just throwing out everything they have. Break that TP, nullifier on top.
Yeah, and you see Wind Ranger had an Aghanims queued up, but with this nullifier on Yamsun. Your next timing, by the way, for this Wind Ranger is going to be level 25, where Wind Run cannot be dispelled. And given the state of the game here, not quite sure if you're going to make that timing. as we do have Yamsun just walking up to your high ground. And now your tier 3 is gone. Fade has a
Fade's
blink
just,
dagger.
He's just hoping for them to stack up, right?
There it is. Oh!
Okay, and Void Spirit's too fast. Gunner is just simply way too fast, and there's no damage follow-up to the black hole. And of course, they're going to catch the Pango as well. Moo just BKB pulverizes the Pango while he's rolling Thunder, and that is also cancelled out. And on to the next one, and we'll finish off Kits. You want standard chance. Gunner is just having his own fun time here in front of the fountain. 1v3. This guy's schooling him. Still has that cheese.
He does.
Gets to use it though.
Chain stun.
Okay. You know, optimism sometimes doesn't quite pay off, and he'll pay with his life, but the team has finished off the racks, so it's a trade. It's a trade.
2 for 1.
I wonder how much damage Gunnar did in that fight. He got so many right clicks off there. We'll get a recap soon.
Well, I mean, that's a very red bar.
Took a lot of EXP. It did all the damage pretty much himself in that team fight. His allies were just assisting him by absorbing some damage and taking buildings. But imagine that whole fight, huge team fight, most all heroes die, and Gunnar's doing basically all your damage.
Pretty much,
That's
yeah,
Void
like,
Spirit with items.
Void doing 66%, and Morphling's just hitting buildings. Amson did 0 damage that fight to heroes. Just did like 5,000-6,000 damage to
He
buildings.
tanked the black hole though. You know, he couldn't really hit anything.
Yeah. It's a bit of a, you know, moment of disappointment for Felt as well. They're like, well, nothing is working, guys.
They did draft themselves in this situation, though, to be fair. They wanted to go for a type of lineup that doesn't outscale by any means, but has a very big power spike. And we saw that power spike for a while, where Felt was bullying Nouns in that early game, and even into the beginning parts of the mid game. But once you have one bad fight, you've got a lineup like Felt's, it's going to be difficult to play the game.
And a 245 Roshan spawn. It's not favoring Felt at all. They were already here, setting themselves up for it. But Roche is nowhere to be seen for a couple more minutes. Even if Nouns, they take a fight now and they win it, even they won't get the benefit of it, so they'll have to stick around the area for a bit longer. Felt, however, disengaging for the time being. Albino Zebra right next to Moo and Gunner. They will see him if he shows. Oh, they're so close to spotting each other the whole time, but Nouns are walking away.
But this is buying time for Black Hole. I think with you being down 17,000 gold in this situation, having the worst lineup here at this stage of the game, you kind of need a legendary Black Hole here. It's got to be more than these one hero Black Holes. We haven't seen a Black Hole hit more than one hero in this game. And it's not an easy task, but this is just a card's fate has been dealt if they want to win this game. They got to get a couple heroes in this Black Hole. Maybe even a few.
Still 140 for Roshan to spawn. Neither team has moved away from their positioning, and it also forces the Spirit Breaker to leave the top lane. They have to defend the base. Charging to cut down the bottom wave. Does Nouns find an opening? They have good information. There we go. Gunner's Lincoln's going to be popped. The jump comes out. Stun is there as well. Hitting me, trying to do the best that he can. But there is not enough damage to take him out. Black Hole coming out as well. Onto 4. Maybe this is the fight they wanted. Husky Lelis both down. Husky coming in with a buyback. That tombstone, that bought some time for them. Moo turning it around. Salty on the run, but he's going to get caught back. And that's a harpoon by the Void Spirit. Gunner's not going to let you slide. Charge coming out from the Spirit Breaker. They do get some buybacks out, but they need to help out the Pango. Kids, no way he's going to live through that. Getting hit by a big-ass rock. I mean, nobody should survive that, but then getting also mauled by a Primal Beast. Albino Zebra charging on the Husky. Dieback comes out from that Undying. But still Felt they're running out of firepower. Wind is down, Pango's down, and so is the Spirit Breaker now as well. This fight, it ends up going for Nouns.
Just saw how little damage this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Moo has eyes in his inventory, his double gem. But this Enigma's not going anywhere.
I hope Moo has some eyes.
Another pair of
if he
them.
didn't. An extra pair. He's a forehead now.
It's a forehead.
Or 4 eyes, that's the word.
Yeah, that's the one they were looking for. Bottom lane already cleared out. Top lane is going to be a second lane of Rax and Roshan. He's back home. So they have everything in the arms of Nouns right now. Do they want to take a mega creep setup here? Looks like they will. Don't even have to worry about Roshan because Felt, you're going to tap out. They missed their time in this game and set their sights towards game 2.
And honestly, they didn't do so bad. This game felt they held their own, and I do believe it just wasn't a situation where one wrong thing happens and your draft just kind of falls off the face of the universe here. As Nouns, they had the superior late game draft. Maybe this early pick Windrunner was something that they couldn't recover from. Not confident putting it in a position where it can be a support. Got to put it as carry, but then you're playing it into this Morphling, and inevitably this Morph will have this Aghanim's, will have the Nullifier, and then you feel like you just can't do anything on this hero. So, little unfortunate game here for Felt, because I bet they probably felt moments of hope here. Like, we're doing it, guys. Like, I'm getting back in this game as kids. I'm making the rotations. We're winning here, and then one bad fight, and then can never find that recovery.
Yeah, there was not a lot of tools available this game for Felt. It was all do or die from the early phases, and coming down to these 15 to 20 minute fights, this one in particular, if that black hole did connect onto two heroes, if Gunnar wasn't able to slip away, it could have been a whole different situation. Maybe then Nouns would have been feeling a bit fearful. Yamson wouldn't have been picking up a triple kill for himself in this fight. And just, perfect positioning from Nouns. And such an easy fight when you look at it here from the replay perspective. They don't have to do too much heavy lifting because Felt basically set the fight up for them to win.
Yep, this is the fight that broke, or the straw that broke the camel's back, as they said. Since then, you didn't really get to see a lot of great things come from Felt.
Yeah, just too many items. Morphling slowly getting away in net worth. These fights, they more and more are they're just more Nouns favored. That's just what I wanted to say. Like this, There's just one team dictating the pace from now on. And Felt, no matter how many items they have, Nouns has answered them with their heroes, with their itemization at every stage of the game, and it just becomes pretty much an impossible task to come back through. So Nouns rightfully taking that game 1 victory, but Felt. Do they make major adjustments, or do you feel like maybe they should just keep doing what they did in game number 1 and maybe the execution lands out a bit better?
It's a hard thing to really analyze here on what they should do, because they put themselves in a situation where they can win the early game. And that's kind of like a step 1 type of thing when you're playing a team that's better than you. That's where you're going to learn the most, but it's not necessarily going to win you the game. So do they want to potentially go for something a bit more late game focused, but then you put yourself in a situation where you lose that early game and now you're getting stomped because you didn't have a good laning stage. So do you want to continue to play this style, hope you can win off a snowball versus a team that arguably is better than you, or do you want to try to beat them at their own game, but that's going to make you very vulnerable in the early game and potentially more prone to getting stomped? I think you keep doing what you're doing here. Try to play off the snowball. Make sure your lanes are as good as you can. Pick these strong heroes, and hopefully things just go a little bit better for you. Because if they try to out late game Nouns here, I think they're going to be in a situation where they might just get ran over. The carry doesn't have good laning stage. Everything just falls apart really quickly. Now you have some 20-minute GG.
Of course, the MVP for Nouns, you could say it's kind of easy to give it to a universal hero that has so much impact, but we're going to give it to Gunnar, not only because of that. His performances on all the spirits that we've watched him play, the Lishraks we've seen before, multiple times, just the MVP for the team. We will rightfully get it here as well. Like, he's not making silly mistakes when he's ahead, except for that one fountain dive, but that was also creating space for the team to take the racks, but also probably having a bit of fun there. But outside of everything, Gunnar's performances, the damage that he racked up this game, the 34,000 hero damage, it outshines anybody else on the server. That is just how absurd the damage output is on this universal hero and in the arms of Gunnar.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there's anyone else that had a better performance than Gunnar in this particular game. He did what he needed to do, and he had a great laning stage. He kind of earned his damage in this game just by winning mid, getting the runes, making the rotations, maybe getting that first blood really propelled him to have a over-exaggerated game. We'll see if he can match this in the next game. And more importantly, I'm very curious on what Felt can do to give us something new. Because maybe don't give away the Void Spirit. Try a different approach. I like how they banned the Magnus, but don't pick the Wind Ranger. I think that's going to be the big thing going into game number 2 here. This did not really work out the way that they wanted it to work out, and they clearly have an answer for Wind Ranger on Nouns with this Morphling. It looks great.
Yeah, for sure, they do. Maybe if they pick the Wind Ranger, they just get rid of the Morphling. But that is a story for the Game 2 draft, which is after the break. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. And welcome back, ladies and gents, once again to the North American DPC as we head over to the second game of Nouns versus Felt in our 3-series day, and our Game 2 draft is ready. So let's dive straight into the action and see what kind of adjustments are we seeing from either side. Nouns, they basically had Felt cornered at every phase of the draft pretty much, and we didn't see too much coming out of a 24-pick Morana as well on the side of Felt. How do they adjust? We'll see that in a matter of moments. However, Nouns, they go with the first pick once again. They feel like they have a bit of an advantage with that first phase pick because Felt revealed a very big card in the Wind Ranger in the last game's first phase, and they just found an instant Morphling response to it.
I don't know if it's going to be an advantage. I think Nouns, no matter what side they're on, they have a bit of advantage just by being a slightly better team. I won't even say slightly better team. They're definitely a tier above Felt, for sure. And they're a team that puts lots of time. I know all these guys, they theory craft like crazy. Like nobody's business here. They look at all the international teams, all these, not all of the players. Actually, yeah, I think all these players at this point has played on an international stage throughout their career. They have a lot of experience. They know what it takes to be amongst the best. Maybe there's a couple pieces here and there missing, trying to figure it out. Whereas Felt, they're a team that really is up and coming. Most of these players have not played on an international stage. They probably don't have the best idea, but they decided Wind Ranger was not the problem last game. And they're going to do the same exact opening. And hey, Yamasun's probably smiling right now. Do you want to run it again? Mu is smiling. They're like, how are they just doing this again? Do we want to try something new here? Do we want to be a bit cocky, or are we just going to go with we know what works? And I'm glad they're taking this seriously. Not really trying a new approach here. And we're having ourselves a run back.
Again, comes down to, like, I was talking at the last game, like, do they make any adjustments or just draft the same idea? Because it could come down to, like, the execution side of things. Maybe the off lane changes a bit here for Felt. I believe that was the one they were struggling a bit. The Enigma didn't really achieve what it was probably meant to in the draft. Maybe it also took a bit of Fate's confidence away with, the Black Hole didn't have impact in this game either. So the Enigma felt a bit like a mispick, or a missed potential pick, at least in terms of execution. So perhaps some adjustments will come to that offlane duo. But Wind Ranger Spiritbreaker, I do like these two heroes. I mean, I don't think there was anything wrong with it. It's just the scaling doesn't go in their favor. That's the only downside I see as that Morphling is brought up again.
Yeah, for sure. And the Enigma will get banned, but I don't think Fade is the type of dude to lose confidence. We've done quite a few. He is not that type of dude. He has no confidence issues, and he's a very, I like Fade a lot, doing interviews with him. He's a very logical guy. He's like, this didn't work because this happened. If I do this better, things can go better. It doesn't seem like he gets very tilted or is very emotional about things. And I mentioned before in the last panel that he's the type of player that has his heroes, and he's just going to pick them, do or die. And I don't think you can break this man's resolve in the heroes that he has faith in. But he will have to pick a new one this game, as the last one is banned, as Nouns did find that to be a bit of a threat. And I will say, Faye didn't have the best game himself, but he kind of drugged Yamsum down with him, right? They both didn't have great early game starts.
True.
And I think Nouns is like, okay, I want to have a better start on this Morphling by banning out this Enigma, and we'll see if that is actually the case.
Out of the heroes that he could still pick here, the Underlord is available, and the Axe as well for Fade, which he has played before. It might just rotate to something completely different. It is against a Morphling matchup, and at least the old
Underlord's
Morphling
good.
Shard used to be a good answer to the Axe call, because you can still start building up your strength even if you're taunted. But the Underlord is a solid approach here, which they could even potentially just pick it right away at 15. But we'll see.
Yeah, I like the Underlord quite a lot if he wants to go that route, because you do out CS Morph, and it comes down to that. That's why they picked the Enigma in the game 1. Like, if you play some hero like Pango in the offlane against the Morphling, once he gets to level 3, once he gets up to Treads, Morph is getting like 100% of all denies and CS, and you feel like you can do nothing. So you need to be able to challenge that at some point of the game, and Underlord can do that. We talked about Zoo heroes being able to do that, but with the heavy nerfs Nature's Prophet has received to his treants in the early stages, he might not be able to do it with that hero. Enigma's out. Beastmaster is a mixed kind of hero that has a hybrid of being able to do both. I don't think it's a bad pick, but the Boars I don't think do enough damage to really harass them out, and the Axe spam might be okay. I'm still okay with it if they want to go Beast, but I think Underlord will be their best pick.
They could
But
just
they left
opt to
Undying.
picking the support here too. They did leave Solji's pick for last time, and we're gonna see a
Batrider.
Batrider coming out pretty early on. Okay, what do you think about this one?
Initially, I think it's a POS 4. This is a hero that has been gaining a lot of traction in pro pub games. By pro pub games, I guess Dota 2 Pro Tracker is a website I use a lot
10
because
seconds
all these
remaining.
guys play in these type of pub environments. Right? I don't really care about your Herald pubs and
5
stuff in
seconds
Twitch chat, but
remaining.
these higher level pubs, Bat POS 4, he's been popping off a bit, but he can still be played as a core. But if you pick it in that position, I think you are willing to flex it.
Don't forget that Twitch chat does also include some of the greatest geniuses of our time. They're usually never wrong.
Can you name them?
PPD.
PPD's a Twitch chat. Are you just gonna disrespect PPD like that?
I
Just a
did not.
Twitch
I
chatter?
just told them greatest minds of our time, and you're calling how's that a diss?
I was asking which Twitch chatters are the greatest minds of all time. Hungry
Well, I mean,
Badger 007.
I see him from time to time. I see Saberlight from time to time. That's another one as well.
Oh, so they're officially Twitch chatters. Okay, understood.
They're ones willing to use it. Nevertheless, a Batrider could be support, like you say. Option for core. I don't think I've seen kids play Batrider like almost ever. I could be completely wrong with it, but at least the games that I've cast or paneled, I haven't seen kids take the mid Batrider into his hands. So I see Fade could do it. Maybe Solji's experimenting.
Nouns,
I
turn
always say that, and then he goes back to Marana Rubik. So
Dire
that just might be the 18th pick for Felt. But we're going to bring out Omni Knight to purge out the lasso. It's a good idea. And also, then you have the Glimpse. You have a good silence tool versus the Wind Ranger. Keep her in place, or at least try to keep her in place. The Kinetic Field is very handy too. So they've got
Omni
now this
Knight,
again.
huh?
You're just answering
10
counters with
seconds remaining.
somewhat counters.
Yeah, I mean the traditional approach,
5
having a
seconds
dispel, a hard dispel versus Batrider makes them more difficult to play. But you had the options of if you really wanted to go that route of Legion Commander, Abaddon, and you go with Omni Knight, a hero that doesn't see a lot of play, and for some reason, I mean, not even for some reason, this is just a Moo hero, right? You have a Coddle already. I guess Coddle could go mid, but I haven't seen a core Coddle in a while with the changes that has been made to Coddle. Seems like it does favor that support position. And Moo's doing it again, coming out with something a bit unconventional here. Love to see it. I just want to see what it's going to do. Is he going to go like that Echo Saber build and just play on right clicks, or is he just going to go a pure utility type of build here? Probably the utility route, and just be able to group up against the Batrider. And now Felt, they're going to take that Void Spirit. But can Kits get off to the type of start that Gunner was also able to get on top of there in game
10
number 1?
seconds remaining.
We'll have to see as Gunner does potentially get to
5
his counter pick,
seconds remaining.
unless he wants to run that Omni in the mid lane.
And now it's just banned Marana. Do they ban the Rubik next?
Banning
No Coddle,
Rubik first.
No bounty. Wait, bounty's in the pool actually. Is this a bounty game at all for Felt?
Oh, I don't think so.
10 seconds remaining.
Then it has to be something new for Solji, unless it's the Rubik. LC also getting removed. Another nuisance probably for Felt. Maybe
You don't want to play any more single target. Bat single target, Spear Breaker single target, Wind Ranger single target, and you're playing versus an Omni Knight, right? So I think you want to
10
definitely
seconds.
get a bit more team fight in
Back.
there. So when Nouns does decide to group up like they did last game, you need a response to that.
also banned out the PL because looking at the Nouns draft, PL is kind of unanswered for. It's a smart ban, even if there is a support looming in the air, at least in terms of game number
10
1.
seconds
You
remaining.
can still flex this Wind Ranger. You can also flex the Spirit Breaker in 4 and
5
3,
seconds remaining.
Batrider 4 and 3 too. Then you have the Void
Turn
Spirit as
to
well.
pick.
Doesn't probably go anywhere else than mid by the looks of it. I mean, it was last year's DPC. You might see in a casual offlane Void Spirit, like wow. And it was actually these
Wow.
NA teams that were playing a lot of offlane Void Spirit back in like 2020 to
Not for
2022.
Smorfling.
10
Not
I
versus
really don't
Smorfling,
think
no.
so. I mean, you
So
do
now-
have more
5
base
seconds
damage,
remaining.
but it's not enough. Like, this Void Spirit doesn't have OP base damage in the early stages. Well, it kind of does, but it gets exponentially better as you start to get more levels, as you get more items, and then you become a beast. You need to deal with this Morphling in the early phases, and it might just be the Batrider is the response here, that they think it's going to work. I don't think it's necessarily true, but most of the Batriders nowadays, they're skipping the sticky napalm. They're going into the flame break with the changes that were made, into the Firefly, having that casual 1 point to sticky. I don't know if Morphling cares too much about that.
Dire team pick.
And we got ourselves an Ogre, so
Core Ogre?
yeah, Omni and Ogre are both core, most likely. So are we going to get the Omni mid or the Ogre mid? Which one do you want to see?
I would like to see, if you said Moo plays Omni Knight, let's go Gunner Ogre
10
mid, you know?
seconds remaining.
Ogre mid. I think it's more likely
it's not
Omni
the first
Ogre
time
mid,
I'd see
but yeah.
Ogre mid in this
5
patch,
seconds
to be
remaining.
honest.
Oh, I forgot. Gunner plays Morph too. It could be Morph mid, Omni carry,
You may now select
and
your
Ogre
heroes.
off.
Hit immune for the Naga Siren, so Solji is going to be playing either Bat or the Wind Ranger. Move for the Ogre, Yamsa with the Morphling, so Gunner Omni Knight.
Mid Omni. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Is it
Going
good?
out.
We'll see.
Going
It
out
was
with
cool.
style, at least for game 2.
Going in with style. We'll see how he comes
Yeah,
out of this game.
Yes, going in style. Thank you for the correction there.
Yeah.
Omni Knight and Ogre and Morphling as your cores. How high would you rate this, you know, in terms of what we're seeing right now before we see the execution come out?
This is on from 1 to 10 on the WTF scale. I'm not sure
So the dark
what to
Foot
expect
strat.
from this.
10
It's new
seconds
tech.
remaining.
But that's fun, for sure.
New
I mean,
tech, yeah.
Are we going to see the Omni
5
mid?
seconds remaining.
I think this hero is an obnoxiously good laner. At least it should be. However, this Naga game looks pretty free. It looks
In a
like
way
a
it does,
pretty
yeah.
good Naga game. You're playing versus an Ogre, Omni, and Morph cores. You do not care. So this last pick Naga gives me a lot more faith that if this game goes later, you got some good answers into how to take this late game here. Much better draft from Felt if you're looking at the grand scheme of things. I don't know if their early game is going to be the same as it was before. I think this Batrider is much worse than the Enigma in the laning stage. But we'll have to see. I think it's a very exciting draft nonetheless, and I like to, at the end of the day, see the drafts completed and be like, oh, I can see the route to victory for both teams. And unfortunately, last game, the route to victory for Felt that I saw was such a narrow path and hard to execute that it just didn't seem viable.
Also, what I really like about this is the drafts are very different to what we're used to seeing, and that always, at least in my perspective, it's a breath of fresh air. Finally got that saying correct. It's literally something different than just a constant meta spam. And, you know, the patch is new. It doesn't feel like it's super new anymore at this point. The honeymoon phase is kind of over, but teams are still willing to experiment, and I'm happy about that.
I mean, I'll just echo that sentiment. I agree. I love
Yeah.
to see new things. We're still seeing some old things too, but having sprinkled a little bit of a new and fun is always great to see. How long will it last?
Even for a person coming out of Finland, we like bland stuff. A little spice doesn't hurt.
Like some spice on your potatoes.
Oh yes, sour cream.
Yeah.
Oven potato and sour cream. That's a hit. Can't miss out on that. Kits. Oh, it was hitting me and it was caught last time. Also realized that is just a Naga illusion scouting out. So Felt this time won't fall for the bait of the first blood attempt. Nouns did exactly the same thing as game 1.
Very interesting, right? They just didn't even switch it up. They're like, this will work again.
This will work. I mean, they got an ogre in the lineup. He's like,
30 seconds to
plan work.
Is that how you can do charades for Ogre again?
Okay.
Now you have 0 intelligence, always.
0 intelligence indeed. This hero is quite the something. I've actually yet to cast a single professional game with an ogre in it. So something new for me at least.
Really?
Really.
Thought we had one, but maybe we
battle
didn't.
begins.
I've seen it in pub games. I've seen people play it on streams. But I've yet to cast a game with a dumb ogre in it. So let's see how smart Moo can be. Can he be smart? Is it even possible in an ogre to be smart?
You're saying so many contradictory things right now.
Yep, it's all about the philosophy.
Casting
right?
a dumb ogre. Let's see how smart he can be. But he can't be because he has 0 intelligence always. Oh, look at that
But,
gunner already
if
getting
you're
outplayed in the mid lane.
if you're super fast, considering you have agility and you're very strong, do you need to be smart? You know, you just ram through.
No, you
work,
don't, but that
hero,
doesn't
die.
make you smart.
Okay, it just doesn't make you smart, even if you win.
You can win through other means other than intelligence. You can win with brute force.
Brute force,
Or agility. Anyway, moving on from that.
There's no escaping.
What's going on in mid lane? This is looking a little wild for me.
Omni Knight versus the Void Spirit.
Look
Hammer
how many
of Purity.
waves you have on Kits. He got like double waved real hard here.
Yep.
Generally not a good thing.
And as well, Kits, he is, of course, the only universal hero out of the mid lane matchup here. Omni Knight still standing his ground pretty well. Now right-click damage will go in the favor of the Void Spirit in a matter of time, but, you know, you're still going up against pure damage. You know, the good old, some sort of a chaos damage type here for the Omni Knight, at least
Chaos
right-click-wise.
Yeah, the Hammer of Purity, who would have guessed, is pure damage, which means it pierces right through the Resonant Pulse, which gives him a slight edge in this matchup here. Maybe even more than a slight edge. We'll have to see how much this hammer spam is going to be able to achieve, as I don't personally play a lot of games where people pick Omni Knight mid, nor do we cast many games where this is a thing. This is more for like the ancient bracket, I think. You see this type of stuff. So maybe Twitch chatters are more experts than me here on this one.
Potentially, yeah. Also, another interesting factor coming into this game is the Sulji Wind Ranger. I've seen this guy play like 3 to 4 heroes for 3 tours now, except when he played in mid, he would have maybe a bit of a larger variety. But when he was put into the pause for role, Rubik Marana, occasional hero, Rubik Marana. So how does he pull out the support Wind Ranger? Probably something that a lot of support players need confidence to play it out, because Shackle Shot, if you don't land them, my theory has always been that this hero is pretty useless if you don't land your stuns.
But he was a mid player, right? And
so he should have the expertise on it.
yeah, he's gold on it, which means I imagine most of the games he has played are probably not from the support role, but he at least is comfortable on the hero, which is very important. And I do want to see him go for only 1 point in one run this game. It sounds pretty silly, but just use it to escape dire situations. Your support later on in the game. Don't give Morphling that Ags with a level 4 win run. It's way too powerful. Really just slow him down a bit.
In the top lane, at least, the thing's going pretty fine for Felt, at least for the time being. Looking for the kill opportunity here at the same time and Moo, but he does get the Fire Blast off just before the Spirit Breaker finishes off his charge. Moo is also racking up a nice amount of CS. Lelis, maybe a minute ago, he was down to like less than 100 HP, being poked by the Naga Siren. So still no first blood in this game, but looking at the CS department, it's green colors on the top.
That would be the Sentinel taking the lead here.
Both water runes also taken away from Gunner. Will not have a bottle refill available for this Omni Knight. Opting to farm instead and pulling off a bit of a lead here.
This is costly.
Compared to Hits, yeah.
Like what Albino Zebra is doing here is so costly for his Naga. And Husky, oh, there he goes.
Not much Fate can do about it, yeah. No sticky napalm picked up at all. Just 1 point flame break, 2 points Firefly. And Husky, maybe with a little bit of assistance from Yamson, will get the kill on this Wind Ranger. He's coming in middle. Is going to be just in time for the bottle refill for Kits, even if the TP wasn't straight on point. The lingering effect's still there. Gunner.
Blood Grenade hits.
Stunned and slowed and power shot, and then Gunner gets a big heal at least, but still body blocked by Kits, and beautiful movement from the Void Spirit, and that will do it. Body blocks are enough.
New patch. Void Spirit now has an extra 100 attack range, apparently. Gets that last click there.
is under attack.
to finish it off. And this Omni Knight, after a couple of rotations now, not really blowing the lane. I was wondering if he's going to max the Hammer of Purity, but goes in for the Purification. But even with that, still not enough to keep him alive there due to the rotation of Solji, making it happen in this game number 2.
They're diving Yamsen under the tower as well. Fade looking for the kill here, but the glimpse comes out, and Yamsen 6 napalm stacks on him right now. Solji, another grenade is available, but with that Batrider so far away and the Firefly running out, the stacks have also run out from Yamsen. He's going to be fine. Looking for a courier kill as well. I'm interested there for a second as Solji's courier walks past.
And we're seeing this Batrider idea against the Morphling. Not really having the same effect as the Enigma, is slowing down this Morphling. Is Morphling completely free farming. That Batrider struggling a little bit here, deciding to go stack. He'll use that later on in the game, but that stack farming has been nerfed just a little bit, but should still be able to clear it once he has that Vanguard available with Max Firefly. But only level 4 for the time being here. And I think Morphling is now past the part of being dangerous.
Okay, I missed my opportunity. I was just about to say how beautiful it looked, how all the 3 Radiant cores on the top of the list had all 10 denies, but Morphling's up to 12 now. Fade chasing Husky, looking for the kill here. Kinetic Field will keep him at bay, but Solji is going to be relentless with the chase, and a Spirit Breaker is also on his way. But that's 17 sticks and a Healing Lotus. Waving his arm, they're hoping to connect a high 5 while Albino Zebra was coming of the charge. Not going to get the connection, though.
And he's going to aggro the wave there. And so they've decided to completely leave Hit Immune alone, and he's not having the best game. I feel like this is very costly from Albino Zebra. He went to mid lane to secure that 4-minute rune, and since then, he's kind of just let Hit Immune all by himself, and now it's got to the point where you're not contesting this Ogre anymore, and Ogre, he's going to do what he does best. He's going to make him Midas. And when he has that Midas, he's going to get gold. Lots of gold.
Lots of gold indeed. Yeah, that's what he is aiming for right now.
He's almost got it. He's getting close.
Increasing his multicast chance by 1% for every 20 strength. The Ogre has felt his stride 3 times in the bottom lane to kill Yamsen, and this time they're successful in hunting the Morphling. Husky also getting targeted here by Kits and Albino Zebra. Disruptor getting a big heal from Gunner. Turnaround potential. A lot of damage provided by Nouns, and will take down 1. Can't get the second though, but that 8-minute rune, Kits might just have to give it away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unless he can get to top lane somehow. But no, it spawns bottom. But they did bring 3 heroes for that on the side of Nouns. Got a nice little kill out of it. At least the level department's pretty good here for Solji. Sitting at level 5.5. But I guess all the supports are 5.5 from Nouns. Take a quick look at Albino Zebra, just slightly behind there.
So from the times that I've played Omni Knight as either a 3 or a carry, and I went for the right-click build, Echo Saber and Sanjin Yasha were the stuff I'd look for. And he's going for the Echo Saber at least. What else do you think he really wants to pick up? Is this again, like, even if it's not a universal hero, maybe consider, I don't know, Harpoon Omni Knight?
Oh, he'll get Harpoon at some point. Even though he's not universal, it's just good stats, drags you into him, good repositioning skill.
He's got that Arcane rune, so Kits has to keep a bit of distance with the Remnant. Otherwise, that Hammer of Purity would have really started to hurt. Husky's TP getting cancelled out by Albino Zebra in the mid lane. But it's just a quick reminder that he's also around in the area. Solji's getting blown up by Gunner, though. Gunner's probably gonna wave goodbye. Probably not gonna wave goodbye.
I was wondering if he'd want to do something a bit more greedy on Gunner and go for like a Radiance type build, because their heroes still aren't the best against Naga. They need some type of answer.
Radiance,
maybe just closing out the map is good enough, but he has no dissimulate. Just doesn't have
There's
a
another
skill.
Astral Step available coming out of cooldown right now. 2 separate fights breaking loose. Kits is running away, and they're focusing Lelis here. Big power shot from Solji. Just not enough to catch this Coddle. Too fast. 3 fast, 5 me.
Furious.
Albino Zebra. No rune for him to pick up here, so his life is in danger. And glimpsed back to his death. I'm in danger.
Indeed he was. As Midas online for Moo. He's gonna hit some creeps. Maybe Moo goes to Radiance.
I think he just wants strength, you know? Just max strength.
Maybe he goes Dagon. You get that
Overwhelming
multi.
Blink Dagon.
Well, the thing with Dagon is, it sounds like a meme, but you can multi-cast it and it one-shots illusions, so could be good. Get the infinite scaling versus Naga.
True. Actually, a good idea when you think about it. Like,
Only level 1 Dagon, of course. So don't
yeah, of course. Only level 1. You don't want to get anything extra on top of it. Albino Zebra going all the way with that charge. Very optimistic. Might lose his life for it. Blood Grenade does not connect, but the Glimpse will connect, and he's brought back. No charge available. Disruptor ulti on the Wind Ranger. 1-for-1 traded off, and the blast from Lelis not even needed. Gunnar finishes off the kill before he's already done it. A double kill going his way. Gunnar's just taunting him there under the tower. One step used, another one still available. Gunnar is not done yet.
Yeah, he's being super annoying. This is the new tech here. You get the double hammer of purity. You can, with the coddle, it's got some synergy here. They've definitely thought of this. I told you, these guys are nerds. They theory craft a lot. This Omni isn't random. There is literally logic behind this.
There definitely is. Logic and ideas and plans. Making of a good strategist. That is, by the way, one of the hardest words for me to pronounce. I don't know why. When I say strategy, I somehow turn it into tragedy, where it's like strategy, you know?
Strategy.
Because strategy and strategy are so close to each other, and I don't know when I'm saying it wrong. And my friends always laugh at me for it. You may laugh as well. The viewers may also laugh, but it's a word I just can never get correct. However, maybe Kids is gonna come up with some kind of strat to get away from Lelis and Gunnar.
Some type of tragedy.
Well, this might be a tragedy now. Dissimulate comes out just in time to dodge the glimpse, though. Averted.
Indeed. But will they be able to hold this tier 1 tower in the top lane?
Pushing power isn't exactly the greatest, but, you know, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Like my old military commander used to tell me.
Alright. And neutral creep, hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Could be worse. Oh, wait,
Could
no.
be. Yup.
Getting shamed by his own teammates.
Yep. 1,800 damage taken from Ancients, being the demise of this Batrider.
Even though Envy has retired from the pro scene, Fade living in his memory, dying to neutral creeps while farming.
Yep. Some things just don't disappear from the Dota universe.
Carrying the torch for him.
Yeah. Oh, I miss universe.
Don't we all? Such a likable guy.
Oh, he definitely
I
is.
don't know if that guy has a single hater in the world.
If there is, I will find you. That's not a threat. That is a guarantee. Solji, punished by Gunnar, Husky, Lelis, and Moo. The whole squad's here. Gamson not required.
Squad goals.
Courier down
Here
to the
we go.
tower.
Yeah, this Hammer of Purity, he's just gonna double chuck him at you. Is he gonna go for the Agnums? Omni Knight is not Agnums, Agnum Shard, I'm sorry. You are healed for 30% of the damage dealt every 6 seconds.
And then you have Coddle, who allows you to do it again.
Exactly.
So this is yeah, it's a solid plan.
Yeah, the shard is queued up here. So I'm going to read through it one more time.
Let's go.
Because I don't really know. Heals for 30% of the damage dealt by Hammer of Purity. Every 6 seconds, his attack will fire a Hammer of Purity. So it's like triple hammer.
Yeah. Triple
You
hammer,
just
and then
hit him,
you
throw
have
it
more
once,
hammers
hit him,
from your
and
Echo
then refresh
Saber.
it and go again.
Yep, and then you have the Echo Saber, so you have quadruple hammer into a pentahammer.
Yeah, they should have made Omni Knight a universal hero. That would have been
They
so
should
cool.
have, yeah.
Bonus base damage is what the hammer is based off of. Imagine if he was universal. Ooh. That would get nerfed so fast.
Plus 50 universal damage.
Alright, so
Imagine if you had just global damage. You know, you hit someone, everybody takes that damage around the map.
goodbye, Fade. Nice to know
Fade
you.
indeed. Roshan trying to help him out. Oh, doesn't quite get those batches out as Roche is already got to his destination at that twin gate. Wasn't able to help out. They even used the lasso. Maybe he get some benefit out of the AI. You know, he was killed by the ancients, but now Roshan also says no.
Made.
Computers against
Don't even think about contesting nouns at this point. Worry about the creeps. Gotta win that battle first.
You gotta win that mental battle, yeah.
Yeah, but all things considered, this is a really good Naga game. Naga's top net worth. But the Void Spirit not having... This is a bad segue because Void Spirit just got a kill. As I was about to say, he's not having quite as good of a game as we saw in game number 1 here. Even with that kill, still 1,000 gold behind Gunner. Seems to be the trend of this series so far. Kids being 1,000 gold behind Gunner.
He has a better than slightly worse game with that kill.
Yeah, and Fade not having the best game either at this current point in time. These heroes can still pick up at some point. You are playing versus the Omni Knight that was a Bat Rider. And we saw in the last fight, tried to lasso Husky, but instant repel there.
That's a good jump onto Kits here with that instant static storm, and with the help of Gunner, they've got the damage to take him down. Husky gets the final tick to connect for the kill, and punishing that Void Spirit for the first time this game. So now he's going from slightly better to slightly worse. And Nouns, you know, Gunner, he has that Radiance lined up, so you're getting what you're asking for.
Makes sense. I just hope I get my dag in as well.
See, Lotus Orb is lined up first, but Move's going to be surrounded by Fade and Solji. Where's your damage coming from?
Gunner's
how much
coming.
Damage is doing. Look at how much damage Solji's doing to Move. Absolutely insane. Not really.
I mean, it is a support Wind Ranger who went Veil versus a Crimson Guard Ogre, so not really expecting too much. And yeah, you hate to say it, but this Naga is pretty much your only saving grace. But it's only 17 minutes into the game here. Perhaps, maybe with this Orchid that is timed onto... It must be the Omni Knight. It has to hit the Omni Knight for sure. But this game is starting to snowball in a direction that Felt doesn't want it to snowball into.
Nope, not at all. I guess Hitmu's mind is going right now, basically. Guys, I got this game in the bag. Just don't die. Just don't die.
I don't know if he really feels that way. He's probably just hoping that... Yeah, first of all, you're right on just stop dying. But, like, what can we possibly do here so this net worth
How do we
advantage
stop the bleeding?
stops going? Yeah, pretty much. And he might not even be able to do that at this point. Maybe play around Hitmune as much as you possibly can. But the Void Spirit's damage, unfortunately, just isn't there. He has this lonely Echo Saber in his inventory. Dreams of potentially getting another item, and the items are just racking up for Mu. Gunner also racking up the items here, but I guess he will be a moment of vulnerability as he is saving up for that expensive Radiance. It's going to be a big power spike for Gunner, but until he gets it, it's kind of just going to be sitting on the Echo Saber for now.
Well, the top lane locating Solji. Nouns will get themselves another kill, and Hitman decides to participate for the first time with that Orchid, but he can't get through Lelis, and that is an issue because Fade, even though the lasso is there, it's going to be purged away, and now Hitman also controlled by that static storm charge coming in from Albano Zebra. Boo about to drop, but still surviving. Naga's song is gonna let him live.
Oh no!
And he gets to pop a Lotus too, stuns the Spirit Breaker before he's finished roaring.
That is so sad. That is so sad. Like, the dissimulate, it's like, I'm gonna come out of the simulate, I'm finally going to kill Mu, it's gonna happen, we're gonna get on the board, and Naga just sleeps, saves his life, TP's out, and Mu is like, thanks, bro. Yeah,
artists, they do tend to be that kind of divas from time to time. They want all the attention, so Mu gets to live. The whole Nouns team pretty much gets to live from that engagement, finding 3 kills plus Roshan. Aegis going in the way of Gunner. And he's, again, with that fight and the money picked up from killing Roshan, a step closer to finishing off the Radiance.
It feels like every corner right now that Felt has, there's an answer by Nouns. You want to do damage on Naga and Wind Ranger? Sorry, Mu is here with the Crimson Guard, making both those heroes do absolute 0 damage at the moment. All right, let's plan B here. Let's do some damage with our Bat Rider, but Omni Knight's available as look at Solji. It ain't gonna work.
That's some damage, right? I mean,
Vassal's
Gunner,
available.
this guy's doing insane. This is not a universal hero, but it feels like it. Might be dropping his Aegis though as he's surrounded. Doesn't really have the AoE capability to fight against this many heroes. That's your Aegis gone. Immune. Trying to make a run for it, but nowhere to run really when you're just being
Solar Bind again.
He
might be able to get out.
To dissimulate Gunner.
He dodged it.
Doesn't get the oh, he didn't actually get that
Yep.
second hit in. He was able to get out just in time.
Well, Hit Immune dodged Glimpse with Mirror Image.
And
So
that
he was
too.
able to save his life there. That was a big one. And that's why Husky giving him a good mannered tip. Like, well played, my friend. You timed it correctly. And this Naga continuing to have a good game, getting closer to that heart. I still do believe this
So I
Naga
see a
has the
pattern.
potential to carry this game. It has the potential.
I see a pattern building here. The higher
Okay.
Naga's net worth is growing, the higher the win rate for Nouns is growing.
Well, that's just because the rest of his team isn't farming and Nouns is farming.
I know. I'm just seeing a pattern here. I can't deny it.
That definitely is a pattern. Right now, Fade not farming too fast. Kids
Sports are bullying
also
Spirit
not
Breaker.
farming too fast.
Comes Yamson. It's a piece of that action. A deny is not going to take place for Albino Zebra. Yamson will get himself another kill. That's the second for him this game. Gunner trying to TP away, hitting me right next to him.
Gunner? Oh,
But
no.
now Moo's alone. This
They
is an
can kill
opportunity
him.
for Felt. This is a pretty good kill for them. Getting that core ogre, but just need to make sure that they get it first. And bye-bye.
So Ogre is a hero right now. Has a lot of strength. So he gets a lot of block from this Crimson. We're seeing you're going into hard on Naga. They don't have an answer right now. They need a nullifier. A lot can change with a nullifier in this game. And speak of the devil, your boy Solji, he's up to the task on the Windrunner. He's like, yeah, we need this pretty badly. We're playing against Omni Knight. We're playing against this Crimson Guard.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's got dreams of a nullifier. But luckily for him, he's up to 2,000 gold, which is not bad. Maybe we'll have this nullifier by 30 minutes, unless they can... I mean, unlikely they're going to win a team fight until the nullifier is available.
Yeah.
But play some Rat Dota. Get some farm up. Stop the bleeding.
Radiant's bottom
And Fade in the top lane. Might just get Layla's here, and moments of vulnerability here.
Cauterize those wounds for sure. Lelis is dead. And at the same time, Solji found under the tower. Now Kits is the next target on the list for Nouns. Morphling turning
He's
into
looking
Wind
quite
Ranger to
dead
get
here.
that power shot as well. So Kits is not going anywhere. And there's the stun connection. Gunner will get the kill, even if Yamson wanted to steal with the adaptive strike. But now Omni Knight, Radiance online.
That's pretty big. He was already doing a lot of damage. Now he's doing a lot more damage on top of it. The counterpart of Void Spirit, you know, you just picked up Radiance. What do you have to show for Void Spirit at this point? You just still sit on the Echo Saber. 2,000 gold. Really big discrepancy. As Caudle has now passed the Void Spirit in net worth. Your Pos 4 is now more farmed than the enemy Pos mid. Spare.
For him. Grim storyline for sure. And now Gunner also lining up the harpoon. Omni Knight's going to be grabbing people, trying to run away from him.
Dire's middle tower is under
And
attack.
of course, he's got a shield rune. Of course. No, effectively 3,000 HP Omni Knight and all the life steal. Well, technically you could say heal maybe at this point that he has. A lot of tools in his arsenal. Hit Immune has been spotted. Pops the song, TP's away.
No disruptor? Oh, so close. With Max Glimpse, you can actually stop that, but Hit Immune did a good job of staying in the trees there to make sure they didn't have the slightest vision for that TP. And it's just going to be Rat Dota. You got no chance in hell 5v5ing right now. I really think you need to just get a nullifier for one, if you want a 5v5. But if you don't want a 5v5, just play the map. And by play the map, I mean try to just split push, and if Nouns decide to not group up, make a mistake, get that pickoff potential by being in position with the Batrider into the lasso, into perhaps the Orchid. You might be able to kill every single hero in the game if you do that properly.
this smoke, Felt is kind of relying on finding a pickoff with it, protecting the Naga, pushing very deep into that mid lane. Nouns knows exactly what's up, so they're just sticking to their plan. They're ignoring that Naga for the time being and doing their own push towards the top lane. They've already got the creeps on the high ground. They're going to have to force Felt back. Felt can't stay around for much longer. Yamsen's already doing work. Glyph used.
And this is the answer to teams that don't want to fight you and want to just split push. Force them back.
Bring them
And
to
they're
you.
ready. Omni, Shield Rune available. Guardian Angel ready. Heavenly Grace ready. Ogre, Bloodlust ready. Crimson ready. Lotus ready. They're just ready.
Yeah, Gunner's just standing in Heavenly Grace cast range right now. Just chilling there. Making sure he's there to help out the Morphling whenever it's required.
Orca down.
Easy dodge there with the Manta. Linken's is up once again for Yamsen. He turns into a Naga, and the Linken, there's
Got the
actually a
Omni.
lasso into the backline from the Batrider. They're all getting pushed around back and forth. They might look for the Omni Knight, kill Gunner. He's low, but he's not low enough, and Hidden Mute's down. And now
Is it over?
will secure a victory from this team fight. And by the looks of it, the game is in the bag for them as well.
You got 4 buybacks, but you got to use them here. But that's a demoralizing team fight. You used everything. Even if you buy back here, what can you do?
What can you do indeed? I mean, the morale's broken. And Nouns, they continue their undefeated streak. Unless Felt can pull off a miracle here.
There we go. 4
Letting up the
buybacks.
disruptor.
This has
That's
to
going to be
work.
the start of the fight. He's got a Yule, so we'll send him into the air. Move right next to him. And the disruptor finally falls, Kits and Hidden Mute secure the kill. And Omni Knight found all by himself inside the enemy base. Gunner, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Trying to fight against Hidden Mute here with that Radiance and those hits, but it's not enough. And it does come at the cost of 3 buybacks and a lane of racks to take down the Omni Knight, but he was also left very alone. And a lasso to the Morphling. Silenced
yeah,
up
he's,
as well.
he's
and
dead.
coming out.
Okay.
Okay. That's something.
That's something for sure. I feel like if you group up a bit more on Nouns and don't be afraid of that fight, maybe stay further back on Disruptor and not let that song hit you, you got a chance to close out the game there. But this is a game for sure that Felt is going to win. It's going to be based off of mistakes here, and we're going to see in this replay. They try to make things happen. They get the lasso on the Omni, but once you get this GA off, once you get the Heavenly Grace off, you just don't have damage to take these fights. But with the buybacks, with the spells being down and the sleep happening and isolating the Disruptor, I feel like you didn't get on the same page as now. So it's time to go back, and they lost more heroes than they should have in that disengage. Mainly the Morphling being the big one.
Yeah. And Fear, you're getting everything this game. Moo has a Dagon lined up. So the multicast Illusion Destroyer will make his appearance this game.
What can I say? I just know how they think.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Felt backing away. Now I'm still going for the chase. Moo is actually the only hero this game who's yet to die. Clean game on the Ogre. Maybe that's just dumb luck, but
But I think the Dagon's a smart choice, so I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore.
being spotted. Lelis puts down vision. Caught a glimpse of him, and they know exactly where he is. Yamsen going in as a Naga to catch the Naga. And here goes the song. Fade was just about to go last, so he cancels it out. Oh, the timing is off. He canceled it because he thought the lasso was going to come into play. But
Well,
still,
that was a bit of panic.
picnic.
Okay. Picnic. I mean, Nouns is having a picnic, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's going to cost you Roshan as well. Naga down. Spirit Breaker out of play. Aegis and Cheese both going for Nouns now.
Does someone let Gunner know that he's not a universal hero? He's building into Manta next with the harpoon. Don't think he got the memo, but regardless of that, this build is still working. Imagine if this was a universal hero with this build. Now that would be cool.
That would be definitely very, very intriguing. At least to a lot of people saying, is this balanced or not? Probably could have taken the big stage away from like heroes like the Magnus and the Void Spirit potentially. And they're like, how is this Omni Knight so strong?
Yeah.
But But he's made it work. He also was, I wouldn't say he's given the space to farm the stuff he needed. Honestly, it was just him running around with an Echo Saber. But that in itself already speaks volumes.
The Coddle being behind him at all times really made this look a lot better.
Yeah. Big difference maker.
Now he's got a cheese close to that Manta. They know Bat is dead for 30 seconds. Let Gunner farm his Manta. Come on. Sell your bottle if you have to. Maybe just wait. I think waiting is smarter, but his teammates don't care. Nullifier is online for the Naga, but maybe a little too late here.
Bringing back the Naga as well with the Glimpse, and the multicast stun's going to be there while Yamsen slowly making his way through that tier 3 tower. Reset on the low ground.
Manta will help Omni get out of the Orchid, out of the Snare. Dodge a potential Shackle shot as well. Of course, more split pushing capability. So the Shard doesn't work on illusions. If that worked, I would have been... Yeah, I don't know. This would be busted if that worked on illusions.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's only one more lane to open up. The mid lane is now... it is vulnerable without that tier 3 tower. So now they're finished with every objective outside the base. The Tormentor, of course, could be an idea. But the only ones missing out on it are the Ogre and the Disruptor.
Dire are
They
scared.
don't even have to take it, but if they want to make a favor for Husky or Moo, could save them 1,400 gold.
The Fire Shield or... The thing is, the Shards are good. Let's not get that twisted, right?
They're not bad.
But what's not good is running back to your side of the base to kill it when you have complete map control. So I don't think there's any world in which they want to go back and give map control back for these Shards, because they don't need these to win the fights. That's
Yeah,
very
they don't
clear.
really... Yeah, it's like it's not high on their priority list. They can do it, but they probably have other things on their mind right now instead of just
They take the
focusing on
enemy
Tormentor.
Tormentor. How about that one? That one's pretty
I mean,
easy
that's
to
the
take.
one that I'm looking at. Like, they're not even deciding to take it yet when they were already around the area to take it. They could have done it. Deciding no. They're more focused on keeping mid and bottom pushed in, farming the enemy triangle, allowing them to just play that top lane.
Yamsen with the Aghanim. This is going to take a lot of stats and attack speed away from hit immune. And it's Barracks time.
You've got these extra illusions working in your way, so just creating more copies of yourself. So many Yamsens on this team. Albano Zebra charging in, just poking Moo a little bit. Glimpse coming out as well to Solji, and the song set up. Hitmoon's
they
here.
want Disruptor.
Fade is also ready for it with the blink. Goes in for the lasso, but he can't fight Gunner. It takes some time, but it's going to be broken too. And that's pretty much solidifying this team fight too in the favor of Nouns if they've already finished off two. Solji low enough. Hitmoon's team
they got
canceled in the
Hitmoon.
back line, so the Naga
If he
will drop
dies,
two.
it's over. There's
and
no
that
buy.
is game. It's our first 2-0 in a Wild Fear, but Nouns, they make the second game look a little bit too easy.
The mid Omni worked out brilliantly. Omni Coddle coming to pubs near you, potentially. Refreshing the Hammer of Purity as well as his other two spells, not to be underestimated. Having that double heal burst is pretty impressive as well. And I really like how they played the strategy out. The Morph was cool. It did what it had to do. It kind of just farmed, but it wasn't the core of the idea of the strategy. Getting this Coddle into the game, picking an unconventional, not just your Pango every single game, your Ember, but finding something new to pair with this Coddle hero was quite refreshing. And I think the offlane Ogre with this Crimson Guard did so much work here. But overall, Nouns just playing fluid, and they're not afraid to go and try new ideas here. And they're not faltering at the fact that maybe if they lose another series, they can fumble their chance to going to a major here.
And of course, they want to keep up that win streak going their way. Nouns yet to drop a series in the DPC for this tour, and things are going their way. Just a dominating performance in general. I mean, there's not too much to say. It felt they were already in a difficult position in terms of the level and the experience that Nouns has been able to accumulate throughout these last few years as individuals and, of course, as a unit at the start of this DPC. But felt you know, there's always a bit of promise for this team. This series just wasn't the place to make it happen, I believe. Like, the Nouns was just too far ahead in every aspect.
Yeah, they definitely were, and dropping to 0-3 isn't the greatest look for this team in particular. However, they haven't played any of the opponents in which we feel like were good matchups for them, which will come a little bit later here. But they do need to get some wins eventually. I don't think anyone thought that Felt was just going to beat Nouns here or beat some TSM, some opponents that they've already had to play. I think DogChamp went to 3 games with them. That was a series that maybe they could have won and might haunt them later on that they didn't win it. However, for now, it is what it is. Nouns continuing their dominant streak, and Felt, they got to go back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board, indeed. Going to be the case for them. But it's not the end of the story for Felt. They've only played now 3 series in total, so 4 more to go. Still plenty of Dota up ahead. We have 1 series against Rebellion. Going to be playing Bait later on during the course of the season. Of course, Sand King Gomez and Alpha. So they have their sides.
In that situation, right? Like, only maybe Rebellion's almost a for sure loss, but the rest of their matches are manageable.
Manageable and doable, for sure.
Yeah.
There's stuff you definitely look at. Oh my god. I mean, I'm just looking at these endgame stats as well, still coming back into this game. Gunner, 40,000 hero damage at the end of this game. So yeah, this Omni Knight, is he our MVP or the unkilled ogre? It is Gunner.
It's Omni.
It is the Omni Knight.
We need to get a new graphic. It's like, not even match MVP, just series MVP. Definitely have to be Gunner here. Like, got double MVP here. Really was the difference maker in this one. Kind of just like schooling kids both games in a row, not only in game impact, but laning stage as well. I think this mid Omni super cool. It worked out here. Will this work out at, let's say, against the Rebellion or something in the future? I'd love to see it happen, but until we get to that stage, who knows if Gunner's just trying some things that can work. Does it have to be a perfect game for it? Do you have to have the Coddle? Does it have to be versus the Void Spirit? There might be very specific situations where this is good. And this does remind me a lot where Gunner would pull out like the Centaur versus Pango mid. Just very specific matchups. This man plays a lot of mid lane, and he has some really cool tricks every once in a while to bust out that are very specific to the scenario. And that's what makes him such a good mid laner.
It's always nice to see that players have the confidence to bring out a different type of draft and make it work. We saw some of that fun TSM brought in the last tour, but they were like shifting around the roles as well. Like, hey, Whitemon, you play Viper, breaks the KDA record as well for all the cores in the tour. So you know, wild stuff can happen, but at the same time, Nouns, I feel like they have that integrity. They're the team that has the promise, and the people rooting and just hoping that Nouns is going to be popping off. Like, it just seems like it's mounting up, it's building up, and I hope that also translates to the players themselves as well, because they understand the situation they're in right now, and they have a very big, very big goal set up for them at the end of this DPC tour.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll have to see how that really pans out for them. I'd like to see him go to the Major here and just kind of make it happen, but got a couple more series to play.
Well, talking about our victors, we're going to be heading over to the winner interview, and this time we don't have Gunner, we don't have Yamson, it's Astini. My friend, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? It's great to see you after such a long time.
Good to see you guys also, especially after a win. It's a pleasure to be here.
You guys are mounting up a real win streak right now. Undefeated in the DPC this tour, only dropping 1 map versus TSM. And that was also a pretty rough game that you had. You only 1 kill in that one, but reverse sweep. Do you feel like the players today are riding on a momentum high, considering that last series meant so much that now things feel a bit easier?
Yeah, especially because we lost to TSM the other 2 tours, and the players have been... also, before, as now, they've been losing to TSM, so it feels like we went through this phase that we always lose to the same team. We don't go to the Major. So it feels like all the pressure is gone. So we don't really need to beat Shopify, and playing them without needing the win to go to the Major is probably going to make us play way better because we don't have this pressure anymore. And I feel like finally we can make a really good match against them.
Looking at this series and their drafts in particular, you in game one, you had a lot of counter answers to Felt. They had the Wind Ranger first phase. You go Morphling. It seems like a very good Morphling game, especially if Wind decides to go core. But thinking maybe they'll just put it into support role instead. They 24 the Mirana, but it didn't really seem like it's going to be a big of a threat against you guys. Was game one just basically counterpick on counterpick and just try to block out their execution? What was the thought process in the draft if game one?
We know Morphling is a way better win condition than Wind because the Agony is just way too good against Universal Heroes. So basically, if they kept the Wind Ranger as carry, they would lose. That's what happened. They could also less pick a carry that would have a good matchup against the Morphling, but we just banned Anti-Mage and PL. And also, that's the same thing we did at Game 2, because at Game 2, I felt like it's not possible that they're going to try this Wind Ranger again. It was really bad at Game 1, so probably they want to let's pick a carry now. So then we banned Mirana because the biggest comfort of their position 4, but we also went for the PL ban. And I think if they picked PL, it would have been trouble for us. But I believe Morphling interacts well against Naga. We had the answers to the hero. It doesn't really fight in the game. It's just farms to lose with items, so I don't care, Naga.
And also from that second game, who was the biggest influencer for the Omni Knight? Was it you? Was it Gunnar? Was it somebody else?
It's definitely Gunnar because he played the hero at ranks, so he knows the hero super good.
Okay.
So when we see Batrider, of course, we all think on Omni now because he's too good with Omni. We've seen his rankeds. So it's kind of obvious to us when we see some heroes that Omni is going to have a great game. So it's good against the Batrider in the game. Also has a good laning stage against any melee heroes that they can pick in the mid lane. And I guess we saw Void Spirit when we picked that. But honestly, even if it wasn't a Void Spirit, there are also much more good interactions for the Omni. Also, as you guys mentioned in the cast, the Kodo really makes the hero way better, refreshing the spells. If you have your spells twice, you just do so much pure damage that no hero can actually deal with it.
Yeah, the fun thing with me and Fear, we've just been talking about these universal heroes, how they scale so well in damage, and it feels like Omni Knight is, again, one of those universal heroes, but it worked, and it looked pretty damn scary. Fear?
Oh, is it my turn? Sure, I didn't know they were tossing it over.
No, it's all right.
Congratulations on the win, by the way. So my question is going to be, is Windrunner cap or not? This hero's been owning in like 8K, 7K MMR pubs, one of the most picked heroes. But in official games, it's not doing so well. I know you're a coach, you look into this stuff a lot. What's your idea on this hero? Why is it not succeeding very much at the highest level?
The hero is really good, but on the higher level, the teams figure out what to do with it. Basically, you build Nullifier, the item's too good in the patch. So I believe teams learn how to counter Wind Ranger. You can early pick it, but most of the times you're gonna need to flex it for a support role. So if you're willing to flex it to support, it's fine. If you're committing it to be a core on early stages, I guess it's just bad. But we practice a lot of European teams right now, and most of them, they still try it, and it looks good at some screens. So I would understand why teams keep insisting on it, even though it has one of the worst win rates in the competitive.
All right, thank you for that. And the second thing I was going to ask is, do you guys as a team ever practice or play anything in officials that you haven't practiced? Like, have you practiced as Omni Windrunner, Coddle before? Or do you guys every once in a while be okay trying something new if you haven't practiced it?
We just play on officials what we played in practices. We don't try through officials. We take it super seriously as we do the screens, but we think if a hero succeeded in the screen, then it's ready to be an official. Otherwise, we don't do it. Unless like this very specific last pick, you're running out of options and there's like just this super, amazing last pick that are gonna counter them. It makes sense, but a hero that's early pick, definitely we've tried beforehand and being successful with it.
All right, and then my last question for you here is, you mentioned before Tour number 1, Tour number 2, couldn't get those wins versus Rebellion or TSM. Do you think with this brand new patch, with all the changes that has happened, that has helped your guys' team out the most by mixing things up?
Yeah, I think so, because every player in our team has really great ideas about the game. So everyone's super clever. They read the patch notes and they're all wondering what's broken on it. Like the first day, Gutter was mentioning about this Cleanse 4 so broken. Ladis was talking about the techies, and we see now that those heroes are super strong. So I guess we have a good read on the meta, and having a fresh meta makes our team stronger.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have one final question before I let you go. Your next series is going to be in 2 days versus Sand King Gomez, a team that I was actually pretty impressed about in Division 2 casting last tour. What are your thoughts about the team, and potentially what kind of prep are you going to be taking up against them? There's a couple known names, you know, the Nines, Duchos, Lunds, but how do you treat them as a team? How do you see Sand King Gomez?
The biggest name that I know is Yambura because he's Brazilian. He's one of the few Brazilians that are playing DPC. He lives in NA, so he's in this team. And we gonna do the same as we do against any team. We're gonna prepare the best of ourselves. I don't care what they have to play. I'll play my best strategy. Because if I'm worried about what the other team has to play, I might just focus too much on them. I wanna focus on our team, our strengths, play our strategy, believe or read in the meta. Of course, I'm gonna check what's their best strategy. I can ban it, but I wanna mostly focus on the bans, on things that interact well against our strategy. I think that's the way to be a winner team, that we basically become the best version of ourselves instead of trying to counter every single team that we're gonna face.
That is really good insight. Not just only doing the prep, but don't drift away too much from your Dota that you guys are playing. And this Dota that you brought today leads you into a victory, and that is now still undefeated. I'll let you go at this moment. Astini, thank you for taking the time to talk with us, and good luck with your following series in the DPC.
Thank you so much. One last word. Today is my birthday, so happy birthday, man. Love you. Thanks also for everyone that's supporting us. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Astini.
No.
Thank you.
And there we have it. Noun's taken again a convincing victory. Good ideas as well. I really like the perspective of team preparation in a new patch, basically. Does it favor a team or an individual more than the other patch, for example? We kind of discussed about like hit immune, nature, French's Prophet stuff. He was really popping off. It looked like he was sitting in a good place. But some of the teams, they trend from maybe from better to worse, maybe from a struggling season to a better season when the new patch kicks in. And your heroes are certainly in the meta.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like sometimes in previous patches you just can't get to that top tier. You're missing that one thing. It just takes a completely new map, new changes, everything, and you get to start fresh.
Following up what is fresh, let's take a look at the schedule for the next series is coming up, because we got 2 more best of 3s of Dota to come up. We have Sand King Gomez going up against DogChamp. I think this is a very highly anticipated series in terms of the middle ground group, basically. If you look at Team DogChamp, a win will keep them in the race for top 3, top 4. But then again, if Sand King Gomez is able to snatch a win, that might just soil DogChamp's chances of getting into the top, and Sand King Gomez becomes the new contender and maybe solidifies their spot in the division. Followed up by Alpha versus Bait later on today. That is what's coming up in the North American DPC. This was T-Panda and Fear. We're going to pass it over to our good old buddies. I think Michael Phoenix and John X Fire are waiting to take over the next series, but that is going to be happening in about 40-ish minutes. So from me and Fear, you got any last words?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll see you guys in a while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another day of the NA Division 1 DPC. I mean, they've already started, but it is MLP Dota and Jonix5. Jonathan, the party hasn't started without us, obviously, so we're starting now. It's going to be SKG against DogChamp for our first series of the day. Sir, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. Should be a pretty exciting series, a pretty competitive series coming out here. SKG has not been having the best of times here in Div 1, but DogChamp has also been a little bit more up and down, a little bit of a better track record coming out from them. SKG, I mean, climbing up into Div 2, from Div 2, looked pretty good in their first series up against Alpha, but after that, Shopify Rebellion, you can kind of just wave your hands at it. But up against Bait, I think that was a real big test for Sand King Gomez, and it looked rough, right? This is a team with a lot of promise, lots of fresh players, but it doesn't feel like they're in a comfort zone just yet. Again, it's their first time in Div 1, so maybe it's nerves, maybe it's just adjusting to the playstyle, but certainly a lot more room to grow here for SKG.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, they are up against DogChamp tonight, which is not going to be the easiest matchup. DogChamp looking pretty decent as of late. I think constantly improving as a team. Sitting at 2-2 in terms of scoreline right now in the standings. So, 2 series wins, 2 series losses. Keeping in mind they have lost to TSM, so one of the bigger teams in NA, of course. But overall, I think these guys have been doing pretty darn well. I try and actually look for the other loss they had, and it was in fact against Nouns. So they are losing to the bigger teams. Obviously, like TSM and Nouns, at the very least, top 2, top 3 teams here in NA. So DogChamp looking pretty good. I dare say they are probably the favorites going into this matchup against SKG. SKG, obviously the ones with something to prove right now, because they are the ones that, well, they're not doing the flashiest at the moment. Obviously, they want to try and maintain their spot in Division 1 if they can. So a bit of work to be done, to say the very least. But we'll see what they can do. They've had, a week off now, SKG? So it's been plenty of time to try and kind of reset and think about where things went wrong. And try to readjust.
Yeah, for sure. They've had enough time to try to see what happened. And we can take a look at a little bit of a head-to-head for your teams here. So we do have some stats on hand shortly. But yeah, for Sand King Gomez, it's just been a rockier road. I think they've been, again, it's a fresh team. It's their first time in Div 1. It's one of those things as well with these kinds of stacks. How well can you really adjust coming into a new week? As we do have our stats on hand and we can take a look there. Again, it kind of shows just how much rougher Sand King Gomez has had it the past 2 weeks here in the DPC. DogChamp just getting more activity overall in terms of kills, less deaths coming out, more assists. So again, it just tends to happen when you're winning your games. You tend to just have more kills as well.
That's right. That's very correct, Jonathan. DogChamp obviously in the lead in terms of the comparisons here that we've got. I imagine it's probably the same here as well, and it certainly is. I mean, it's not too bad, like in terms of difference. Building damage doesn't really matter because DogChamp have played one more series, and they have one more series than SKG have. Overall, though, like the other stats are pretty close together, I'd argue. Like average GPM, average XPM. All of it's pretty close enough here between these two teams. So we are hoping for an even matchup here between these two. I think SKG, like based off what we saw the first time around in Div 1, I think they could give us a pretty entertaining matchup here against DogChamp. Assuming they're not too demoralized after their previous losses. But again, it's been like a full week since then.
Yeah, like I'd expect them to be able to reset. I'd expect them to be able to come in with fresh ideas. Of course, we have a little bit of a player comparison coming out as well. We're comparing our off lanes. Ducho up against your boy Speed. And this should be a pretty interesting one. Again, just less activity overall from Sand King Gomez. I think the hero pool overlap is also going to be really interesting. Whether or not we get to see, I don't know, just your typical Doom, Underlord, Beastmaster coming out. For either one, these heroes are pretty in meta. Maybe the Spirit Breaker. I think that gets me a little bit more excited than I would look at Speed more to bring that out rather than Ducho. I don't think we've seen it too much from Sand King Gomez. So I'm keen to see what kind of heroes come out, because it does feel like the offlane tends to dictate a pretty big part of the game nowadays. It's just, it's either your aura carrier or the guy that just gets active really early on once more. So these guys are going to have to set the tempo for the most part, crush the enemy safe lane. It just feels like the offlane has gained a lot of importance in this patch.
I mean, it feels like it just never left in terms of importance. Like this offlane is just still too strong, and well, it is what it is. We'll see what these two can do. Of course, Ducho showed us some brilliant moments again the first time we saw him, but then there's some moments where he might get a little bit upset, might rage quit at the end of the game if things haven't gone too well for SKG. So hopefully we don't end up in that scenario for SKG if we can avoid it. Of course, speed as well. Last series around the Dog Champ had, by the way, John. In fact, we do have a draft, so we can head into that very, very soon. But the last series the Dog Champ had was against Alpha, which they 2-1. I believe Speed actually played 3 games in a row of Doom. So I'm kind of expecting Doom to be first phased here if it's not banned out by either side.
Yeah, it's still a top priority offlane. It's like Doom, Underlord, Beastmaster, and Spirit Breaker right now, although not the most common across every game, but it is rising in popularity. Like every region starting to look into it more. So I think these are like the big 4 for offlanes. I'm curious if we see something like the Techie slide through. That's been something that's had a lot of activity. Strangely enough, not first phase bans just yet. Techies, I just feel like, is probably the biggest issue this patch. It is really strong. Just universal typing, range. It has in lane, the damage output you have, the control you get in lane. The hero does pretty much everything you'd ask for in a pause 4. So I'm kind of curious to see if anyone here bans it out. The Bat Rider's a little bit strange. I think it's not been doing the best despite having that presence without the napalm. Like, I don't think the Bat Rider's been completely successful. Kind of in the same vein here, Mike, as Wind Ranger, where we see a lot more Wind Ranger core, even support, and in the DPC, the win rate's just not that good. The hero is stomping pubs, but in our pro games, outside of stompy games, it's also just not the best. It's just down to, yes, you have a lot of damage. The Rod of Atos build looks good, but you're really, really limited to single target control for the most part until you get that Gleipnir up. Even then, it doesn't seem particularly amazing.
No, it certainly doesn't. We'll see if it does get picked up. At the very least, Dog Champ, they do have the option to take Doom if they do want the Doom. We'll see if they do prioritize it. There is the Techies as well. There is the Wind Ranger if they want it. The Void Spirit's available. Like, there's so many broken heroes right now that they can pick up. They are going to go down the Doom route, though, which I think is fair enough because, it's just comfort for speed. He can build his Midas. It's a hero that just hasn't disappeared from the meta in years. And it just farms quicker than everyone else, so why not?
Yeah, it just works its lane well. I was trying to look at Speed's cam when the Doom came out. He looked, just fine.
Yeah,
it's like I don't know if there's anyone that gets like hyper excited to have to play Doom again. Saberlight would say something. I'm playing Doom 3 games in a row. Let's go! In dripping sarcasm, of course. Speed, he just rolls with the punches. As you said, Mike. You can go Midas, you can go Octarine. There's some interesting things you can do now with that hero. Sand King Gomez into the Undying Terrorblade, so that gives you a pretty stable lane against Doom. It does feel pretty playable. Soften up with a couple of decays, play in the Metamorphosis. You've got Reflection as well to slow down the Doom if he wants to chase you with a Scorched Earth. So it's not the worst thing in the world for the Terrorblade. I think this lane works itself pretty fine. It's so weird to not see Techies in the first phase though, Mike, I have to tell you. I am not used to it. I feel like every other team that sees Techies available just picks Techies. So it's a bit of a shake-up.
It would have been a nice pick as well against the, at the very least against the Terrorblade. Like, Techies tends to completely demolish the Terrorblade in laning stage and you just kind of, move on from there. It's a very nice hero against a hero like TB, but nevertheless, I think it's just because there's better heroes to pick up. Like, when you can take Void Spirit, Doom, Undying, it's like, just take those. Who cares about the Techies? That's exactly what they'll do here for both sides. Just take the more broken heroes in their minds. Just wonder where they go from here. Like, this is something we've seen a lot from multiple teams as well with drafts where these core heroes right now are just so strong that, like, you just forget about picking supports till the last phases. And we're kind of seeing the same thing from Dog Champ. Like, I feel like I couldn't count how many times I've seen the opening of Doom Void now. It's been a lot. I feel like.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot, and I can't fault them. Like, the heroes do feel really good. may I make a comment
10
on some of our
seconds
player
remaining.
cams? When I look at
You may.
Lund and his white polo,
5 seconds
it reminds me of my school uniform, because that's exactly what we used to wear in school. Just a white polo. And he does look like, he looks rather young, you know? So I'm like, I'm taken
does.
back. He looks like one of the kids that plays in the net cafes as the techies do come out for Sand King Gomez, which is big. I mean, I get that Dog Champ prioritized the Void Spirit, but you lose out in this techies Doom lane, which is, I don't have the stat, but I'm pretty sure this is a winning lane in almost every matchup. I've just never seen it lose. Maybe it
10
loses against
seconds
Kotl.
remaining.
Like, that's the one exception for the most part. Techies Doom gets to do what it
5
wants.
seconds
So I
remaining.
like that Sand King Gomez takes it away. They can set up for their offlane now with a techies pick. It enables a lot of offlaners. You still have stuff like Beastmaster available here as well. So you have a solid foundation for Sand King Gomez. For Dog Champ, like you said, core picks prioritized. I wonder if they just pick up their safe lane core. You don't know the offlane matchup, but you do know your core head-to-head. So you can kind of just go into that with a support pick. But they can always, you know, just double pick supports. Go for the last pick core, although at that point, I think Sand King Gomez would limit your options. Lich does come out, so that tends to work really well with certain combinations. I believe Slark Lich is what I've seen have the most success. Tends to be pretty good. I think Slark into TB is also not too bad. So that could be a lane that could be a core matchup that Dog Champ will want to go for if they want it.
I will see. Like for now, they might just pick up a +4.
Dire team pick.
Leave the carry for a surprise, and they will. They'll go down the Skyrath Mage route, which has been rather popular as of late. And obviously against the Terrorblade, you want something that deals a lot of magic damage like the Skyrath. So a lot of kill potential here for now for Dog Champ now, especially against the TB.
10
You don't really have the
seconds
greatest way
remaining.
of locking somebody down for the Mystic Flare, but I don't think you really need it. Like, you know, you can still go for Rod of Atos if you really feel like you need it on Skyrath, and overall, like, Mystic Flare, like even an Aether Remnant setup would be nice enough, I think, to get enough damage out. Sand King Gomez, on the other hand, though, they go for a Storm pickup, and I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a free Storm game by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you're against the Doom, you're against the Skyrath with Ancient Seal. I feel like
5
the...
seconds remaining.
While the Storm does feel nice here, because you've got 2 squishy supports you can consistently pick off, you know, you get caught by one of those silences, you are pretty much as good as dead.
Yeah, it's probably the one scary thing for picking Storm into that. It's just there is decent enough hold coming out from Dog Champ, but the Storm lane into Void Spirit is pretty good for Storm. Like, that is a lane that we have seen Storms win out. I think Lund has shown us that he is a very, very capable Storm Spirit. So I'm keen to see just how well he does hold up in a rather favorable matchup. It's not a complete wash. I think Void Spirit still has play.
10 seconds.
You know, you're not going to be shoved out of lane that hard, but again, it's a little bit easier for the Storm to play, especially as he hits his level 3 spike. And I am interested to see what kind of last picks we get, because we see the Tide Hunter and the Underlord being banned out by Dog Champ, which leaves a couple of options here for Sand King Gomez. You know, a couple of options for them to pick for Ducho. Beastmaster still up. Beastmaster Techie's lane isn't too bad. I think that can get aggressive. It could lead to some fast push as well with the Terrorblade. Ties into that here pretty nicely. They ban out the Monkey King and the Naga on Sand King Gomez, so that leaves an option like, say, DNM Slark,
Dire team
which again isn't too bad. They go with a Morphling, which is,
I like it.
you know, the Morphling has been working out in the few games you've seen it come out on. There is no universal core to turn into, so that's the one thing that I don't think we've been treated to yet. Like 20% stat steal across every
10 seconds
stat
remaining.
into 40% with the Ags. But
Yeah.
turning into Terrorblade, you're just a better
5
Terrorblade. In
seconds
the end, you know, it is one of those things. Like, you turn into Dusa, you're a better Dusa. Morphling just tends to be better. He's like Homelander, Mike. He is better.
Yeah, he's just better. That's right. I mean, against the TB as well. Like, it's a classic hero to pick up against TB, right? You morph in, you get the Metamorphosis. You know, you're a better Terrorblade at the end with all the agi you can take. It is quite ridiculous how strong the Morphling can be. I mean, to be fair, back in the day, it used to be a counter because you used to go the shotgun build with Ethereal Blade, but that's not the case anymore, sadly. Won't have that coming up, but somehow Morph always finds a way to be strong in any patch. And here we go. Against the TV, should have a pretty damn good time. Sand King Gomez, final pickup for themselves now before we can continue with this game. They are requiring an offlane of some sort here, saying King Gomez, so something for Ducho. He knows he'll be up against the Morph Lich. I think with the rest of the draft that you've got, it's all about buying this TB space, so something that can fight early on, I think, is always going to be appreciated here for SKG.
Yeah, I still feel like Beastmaster is a pretty good call. You can get some push in lane up against some Morphling. It's pretty all right. You can play with your techies pretty well. Maybe there's an argument for an off-lane Lycan because you can run down Lich and Skyrath Mage. They go with a Centaur instead, which honestly, it's also not too bad. I think Centaur Techies is a hyper-aggressive lane, so you should be able to apply a lot of pressure onto DNM. You've got a disengage, you've got a way to enable the Terrorblade to have mobility. That is one thing this hero lacks, just a way to get in and out of fights. Stampede kind of fixes that. So I like seeing this from Sand King Gomez. I think this is, it's not the most popular hero, right, the Centaur, but in this draft, it does make a lot of sense for Sand King Gomez. So I like to see that. Overall, though, which draft I feel is better, I maybe lean into Dogchamp just a little bit more, just because the Morphling matchup feels a lot better. The Void Spirit is still a pretty busted hero. I can see Dogchamp also snowballing really hard with these supports, like Skyrath Mage plus Lich, plus the Void Spirit to rotate. Like, this trio feels a little bit scarier, even though you are up against the techies, but it does feel like the Storm just needs a lot more. You don't have like a natural mana battery as well. So it's harder for Lund to kind of just sustain this aggression that you probably will see from Red 2 after a couple of items up.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest with you, John. I don't know how to feel about this SKG draft. Like, I think everything was going fine up until I saw that Storm come out against the Doom Skyrath. And then, I'll be frank, like, as much as I appreciate you trying to find the white line here for the Centaur, Jonathan, I have zero hope in this hero. I don't know what the point of it is. Like, it might be aggressive with the techies, I'll give you that. Like, you've got the sticky bomb slow into the hoof stomp. It's quite nice, but I don't know, man. After the laning stage, this hero always feels so lackluster. I want to see what SKG can do, but I'm looking all at Dogchamp. I can't really see them losing this game.
Yeah, like the draft is just a lot easier to kind of get online for Dogchamp. There's one more silver lining, I suppose, Mike. You know what? How Crimson Guard works. So Centaur with his 4 strength gain, he's still a pretty damn good Crimson Guard carrier. There's that.
That's true. I guess I'll give you that. Well done, John.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
That's about it in the silver lines. Maybe no. You know what it is? Hitch a ride with Metamorphosis Terrorblade. That's what we're going for.
Hey, if he picks that up, even if they lose, I'll be proud of him. I'll be like, yeah. He's done it.
30 seconds.
You know, we saw in the draft as well, right? They were talking. Ducho was really talking about this last pick. I want to imagine in my head canon is that he was saying, pick me Centaur, I'll build Hitch a Ride, we'll run around with the Terrorblade. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. That's
we'll see if it happens, John. I mean, let's not get our hopes up. You know, it never ever happens when we want it to. And the thing is, now that I've predicted Dogchamp have the way better draft, they're probably going to end up losing as well. So SKG should be pretty happy I've said that, because every time I say something like that, it works out the opposite way. So we'll see what happens. I just, again, the Centaur Storm is what bothers me from SKG's draft, but we'll see what they do if they can pull it off. Like, this team, sometimes in certain matchups they look amazing, other times they look very lackluster. So it's been very hit and miss right now for SKG, to say the least. So we are going to start off with the mid lane, of course. London going to be up against Red 2. The Void Spirit versus Storm matchup. I think while in terms of harassment, you might find the Storm has an advantage, the thing is this Void Spirit, like, in terms of CSing, it just feels like he's going to win no matter what.
Yeah, it's hard to stop him. Like, yeah, he just has a pretty good barrier. Your right click isn't as good on the Storm. You really have to rely on pumping out remnants. And Lund's been a little bit conservative on the first wave. He should still be able to harass back, but Red 2 should just have a really fun time. Again, it's down to how aggressive you play as the Storm, how far you push this range advantage. Level 3 is your big spike there. But for the most part, the Void Spirit naturally doesn't get shoved out too hard. So I am keen to see. I think support rotations are a big aspect here, and that's where the Skyrat will shine. So if Moose can kind of leave that lane, head mid at some point, that's where things get scary. As even it's already scary up top with Yanbura dropping that low.
Yeah, if there's one hero I feel like you hate playing against as an Undying, it's probably Skyrath. Because this hero just doesn't care about what you do. Like, you decay them, fine. He's just going to turn around with all his spells and fight back. And Yanbura's kind of experiencing that right now. The beauty with Pos for Skyrath as well is you never have to stack with speed, right? So, like, it does feel like there should never be a time where Yanbura has the opportunity to get a double decay off. And, Moose, here we go again. He's going to threaten the life of Yanbura. Not going to really amount to much, but he's going to stop the small camp being pulled. The speed will take the creep with the speed aura. And yeah, I do think they've already done a pretty good job of making sure Yanbura cannot get value out of the Undying during the laning stage. But on the brighter side, he is going to give Leonidas plenty of time by the looks of it. To just farm.
It's not going to be too much pressure onto the Terrorblade. There is still a timing to play here. I think level 3 for Doom, level 3 for Sky is when it can get scary, when that magic damage can get a little bit overwhelming. We'll see if they find that opportunity. So far, Leonidas not really shoved away. Yanbura doing his job, copying all the harass, and getting that space going as we take a look down bot. Bloody 9 on the Lich, DNM on his Morphling, which he loves to play, up against Ducho on the Centaur, 9 on that Techies. This is an aggressive lane. It's not quite lining up for aggression yet, but it does feel like once you have the Vanguard up on Ducho, this lane should be pretty steady. Like the kill threat onto the Centaur just kind of disappears, just way too durable early on. And then you start running the risk of getting counterplayed on, right? Like if you overcommit onto the Centaur, if he does dive pretty deep and you don't respect that, Blast Off, Hoof Stomp comes in, Sticky Bomb comes in, and you just kind of melt. Although, once DNM hits level 3 with level 2 attribute shift, it shouldn't be too bad. And he is pretty much at that point. So it does feel like that early window for relatively easy kills onto the Morphling is kind of fading away. And that's really the only rough part for DogChamp to have to worry about. Just that ride into level 3 for Morphling.
Mid lane, a bit of a fight breaking out here between Red 2 and Lund. Both getting quite low. Lund, I don't know if he can keep fighting here with the Resonant Pulse Shield, but looks like he will back his way out. Close to fair in the mid lane, I'd argue, as bottom lane. Bit of a dive here, Bloody 9. Going very, very far in. 9 getting extremely low on the techies now, but has already used all his spells. We'll still have a sticky bomb to throw out as mid lane Red 2 does find a kill onto Lund first blood, but they are going to be able to find Bloody 9 down bottom lane. Thing is though, like, you would have loved to pick up the first blood down in that bot lane on the side of SKG. Sadly for them, though, Red 2 is able to pick it up first by himself on the Void Spirit.
Again, maybe just down to Lund getting a little bit too aggressive in trading up against the Void Spirit. That's now a pretty big level advantage for Red 2. Level 5 now, going to hit that level 6 a bit faster, which means you're not going to be seeing Storm try to make any outplays here onto Red 2. And even get the bottle top up from Bloody 9 as he does respawn. So Water Rune full top up, another full bottle charge ready to go. He can still keep trading up against that Storm. You don't even need the Skyrat to rotate in. Like that is a worrying sign for Sand King Gomez. Right? We talk about this draft. It has to have momentum with a Storm to meet up with the triple rotations from Sky, Lich, and Void Spirit. And this kind of slower start it really makes it tough for you to snowball off the back of that.
This one was
This mid matchup's kind of stupid. Like, you look at the right click damage right now. Lund's hitting for 64 plus 9. Red's hitting for 90 plus 3. They're one level apart. Not even anymore. They're the same level. But Red's got like 20 more damage at minimum. It's kind of crazy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Universal type. You know, you just run down. Honestly, like, it's kind of crazy what Universal type does. I feel like that's something everyone should realize at this point. This type, it's something you should enjoy while it lasts. Because, well,
Yeah.
to be fair, we're never sure what kind of balance comes in. But I'm pretty sure this kind of dominance is not supposed to last. You
Could be
never
a
know.
buff next up. You never know.
Yeah,
They
0.8.
could buff it.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
up to 0.8. That's it. Just give us more damage.
Every hero starts with a double bracer now, if you're universal.
Yeah.
Why not?
Double bracer or bracer rate band. It's either or.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you
top.
stop it?
Leonidas, there's three heroes up here from Dogchamp. Moving on to Leonidas. He's actually a very tanky target, though. Not ending up to drop. It's Bloody Nine now being chased down. Will cop the blast off and should be down. Nine will pick up that kill. But Leonidas just not going down, just tanking through all the damage. He's been basically completely free farming this whole time on the TB, and I mean, it's paying off. He's not dying.
Yeah, he's got the power treads, just a little bit more strength, triple branches along with a wand as well. I do like that we see the 9 duels, although.
Land is still trying to go after Moose here, but that may cost him his life. Oh, I don't know why Land, he got very greedy there, John. Very, very greedy. And he ends up paying for it quite heavily.
You're finding these kills in the side lanes for SKG, but the mid deaths are just ramping up. This is not what you want to see, especially in this matchup against Void Spirit. Like Red 2 is just going to hit all his stat item timings. He's going to be able to run down. Bloody 9 trying for a little bit of a Wisdom Rune Steal, but doesn't find it. 9?
9 doesn't get it either. Speed is able to outclick him on the Doom, so able to take the Wisdom Rune for himself, even taking the life of 9. So happy days for the Doom, who was struggling quite a bit in the top lane, just not having the most amazing Doom game so far. Almost level 6 now, but so is Leonidas on the TB, to be fair. I suppose the good news is DNM has been also free farming very easily on the Morphling, and it does go back to the Centaur offlane. Like, you were never going to shut down this Morphling. That was kind of the thing. Like, the Morph was going to be unaffected.
Yeah, like you had to play with your level 2. I think that was the key timing for SKG in that lane before the level 2 attribute shift, before you get value points in your waveform up and running. You can kind of bully the Morph, but we didn't see them line up. You know, it's a little bit harder for the center to go up there without the boots. So you're just allowed to kind of run away now with DNM. Every lane is lining up. They try to get aggressive on moves, but
a big zip in. They are going to find moves in the end. Red 2, though, still going after the Umbora, but this is not going to be the easiest kill, especially when you do miss that Aether Remnant. Umbora is the Undying. Probably would have tanked through most of the damage anyway. Highly doubt he would have ended up dying there. Red 2 still at the top of the net worth board as well here on the Void Spirit, so obviously does not want to die right now. If you can avoid it, just keep that net worth snowballing. SKG, the ones that need to try and keep up here with the side of Dogchamp, and things are still looking very well. Like, I keep looking back to DNM, who's basically max Agimorph right now, and there's just no threat. And as I say that, Nine's going to jump in. No Strength Morph that in time. Can he survive? He can. Like, even with the max Agimorph that he had on just then, he just did not die.
it's just not enough magical damage coming out from the side of SKG. It does feel like they need to drag a little bit more as
Umbura goes down, top lane. Leonidas also caught out by the Doom. He's just going to fall here to speed. And, well, Dogchamp, they are really starting to take off now. 5-3, but a 3k net worth advantage. They find the big kill, which was Leonidas, and SKG, they're already on the back foot. And with the draft like this, it's pretty hard to keep up if you do fall behind.
yeah, you're not going to have a hero that can just kind of play without items. Like, you're going to need some farm on Lund. You're going to need at least the Blink coming out in Ducho. So you're going to have to take more time to farm up. And I like what the side of Dogchamp is doing. Like, look at these wards. This top ward near the outpost.
I mean, I'm looking at mid lane right now, John. It's Lund walked right into them, got Ancient Sealed and died, as Red 2 is just going absolutely ham here in the mid lane, chasing down 9. They'll pop the Tombstone down, but Red 2 could not give a crap. They'll take that out easily. Moose will pick up the Tombstone Gold, and this Void Spirit is already out of control. 5-0 now. Red 2 should be able to find an Invis Rune to boot. Almost has the full Echo Saber up. They've got literally no way of controlling him this game. He's just going to be able to do whatever he wants, it feels like. And here we are. Ducho trying to push. Leonidas there as well. They'll deal with the Centaur first. And now the chase is on for the TB. but they probably won't have enough for that. But instead, they'll try on to 9 as Lund's going to show up. He'll go after speed here on the Doom. Red 2 in the meantime, still moving forward, trying to find another target. Will not dive the tier 1 tower. I mean, if they had jumped the TB initially, they might have had a chance taking him out. Nevertheless, though, they get the offlane Centaur. That's going to be enough for them.
8-3, 5k lead up for Dog Champ. This timing for Dutro, it's all hinging on this blink, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to just come in with that hoof stomp. Again, where's the damage output coming from? Your Storm isn't dishing out nearly enough. Your techies under-leveled to kind of play with that aggression. So the tools you need to find these pickoffs, it's just not lining up. Like, we've seen issues with jumping DNM. That doesn't get any simpler. Does feel like you're going to need to have Lund get ready, but...
Oh, he does get the Stampede. So Moose should be in danger, though Lund is still trying to fight. He's okay. Blastoff is out onto Red 2. I'm not sure about that one from 9. 9 is down. Well, Lund, he was very lucky to survive that. Red 2 was not in range to go for the step in. Yambora, in the meantime, getting caught out. They won't jump the triangle for it. But they are not making this Storm's life easy, I'll tell you. Lund is copping so many Ancient Seals here from Moose. I mean, Moose is literally just maxing Ancient Seal. Just because he knows how much utility it's providing to his team this game.
It just makes it so much easier to find these kills. This could be one.
Yambora, yep. They'll miss out on Leonidas for now, though I say that. Leonidas will reveal himself, but they will not dive the tower. Play it safe. Take the easier kill. I mean, Red 2 is now 8-0-0 on the Void Spirit. Like, this is kind of a ridiculous scoreline, 12.5 minutes in, but he's having the freest game of his life. And really, there's just no slowing him down at the moment.
You just don't have that control. No hard lockdown coming out from SKG. Until you can kind of confidently zip Vortex, that's probably your hardest control. Maybe just blast off from the fog, but the follow-through isn't there until you get that blink up on Dutro. So just lacking these timings in SKG to fight back, and Dog Champ just taking advantage in a big way. Like, you also have speed, full Octarine up, more Devours for him to have, lower cooldown Doom, more aggression to come out from this hero. Pretty sure Speed's been enjoying this patch again. There are a lot of interesting builds on the off lane. Just a lot more you can get out. As Sand King Gomez, they've got the blink on Dutro, so they've got some jump. It doesn't feel like it's enough here, Mike. It still doesn't feel like enough. Bloody 9 though?
Oh, they're gonna find a Lich. No, oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just demoralizing. That's an 800 HP Lich.
Yeah.
That's an 800 HP. I know he had the Frost Shield. It's a level 1 Frost Shield. 800 HP, he just TPs out like that. I mean, that's just sickening.
Yeah. Again, on your supports, you only have the Techies blast off. No cores with stuns nearby. Lund down mid, Dutro up top, so you don't have that opportunity to get some follow-through control. I mean, it's not the biggest kill to lose out on, but it's still demoralizing for sure. It's not a happy feeling for Sand King Gomez. They will smoke up. I'm not sure if they were spotted on the edge of that ward.
Dog Champ. I mean, they've smoked up as well. There was no vision to scout them out within the smoke, that's for sure, as Leonidas is currently being stared down here mid lane. They're going to make the jump in, but he does have the Stampede to get away. The Chain Frost, though, is still bouncing towards him. He'll barely survive. Just barely, as now SKG looking to turn this one around. They will find moves. Bloody 9 in the meantime. He's going to survive just barely, as Red 2 is thinking about jumping back in. Does have the shield rune ready to go if he wants to go for that jump in, but decides better of it. They miss out on the initial kill that they wanted, which was Leonidas. Sadly, you didn't see the damn Mystic Flare being committed, John. Had they committed that Mystic Flare immediately, I think it would have been enough damage to finish off the TB, because they got very lucky with the Chain Frost bounces as well.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to watch. When the Pachinko machine lines up for your role, then it's pretty happy for you.
Well, Red 2's going to find Lund. Lund just getting caught in the mid lane somehow is going to die. This is why you don't pick Storm into Skywrath Doom. I mean, all we've been seeing is Ancient Soul so far. Speed hasn't even gotten involved yet, right? So like, there's only one target you need to worry about right now, and that's Moose. But he's doing a great job. He's a worrisome target.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's not an easy game for the Storm for sure. Like, I don't know how you relieve this pressure as well for Storm. Like, what Lund can even realistically do to mitigate that. Maybe Russia BKB after the Witchblade up. It's not the best feeling in the world for a Storm to have to go for that debuff immunity, but it feels necessary for you to just have a game. And again, how much of a game you'll have is, it's not looking like you'll have that much when you're 10k behind at 16 and a half minutes in. DogChamp just doing a great job of just suppressing. Yeah, they're basically playing 4v5 for the most part with Speed just farming. He does have his blink up on the Doom, and he does have the War Stomp, so he's cosplaying as a Centaur right now, Mike. Let's see which is the better Centaur, the Doom or an actual Centaur?
Top tower is under attack.
I think I kind of already know the answer to that one, Jonathan. It's not the actual Centaur, let me tell you. It's this hero just feels like... It feels bad, John. I mean, apart from having a good spell, which is Stampede, everything else just feels bad. So,
I thought you were going to say a good spell like Hitch a Ride.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If we ever get to see it, I don't even know what that spell does anymore, John. Ducho, jump in, red 2. This is a Centaur, by the way. Bye-bye.
Yikes.
I mean, one Astral Step that barely connected took out so much of his HP, and then the Mystic Flare just absolutely destroyed him. Like, look at that. The damage by the heroes, Void Spirit still does more. Even though there was a Mystic Flare there.
I mean, you have 3 armor. You know, under that tower, it's like, you just don't have that much agi gain. You don't have that much armor, so your EHP isn't that high, despite having a lot of strength. The Vanguard can only do so much as well. You just melt the physical output. At the least right now for Sand King Gomez. Again, you're getting space out for Leonidas, but even that's not enough to get him farm parity with these other cores.
Lund. Get out of there, sir. It's the thing, like, he takes over half his HP away with one combo, and it's, if you had the Skywrath right behind you, or anyone else for that matter, that was a dead storm.
My path leads to riches.
Would have been. Still, you know, you scare Lund away and make him feel uncomfy, and you go into the Roshan now for DogChamp. No contestation coming out from Sand King Gomez. No vision in this area either. Not like they have to reach on the map to really go out there and try to apply some vision down. So secondary life coming out for DogChamp. And we've seen DNM just left alone for a long time, is working towards the Ags. But he's got some pretty fun options. When you have the Ags stealing away a lot of the Agi attack speed from Leonidas, not the comfiest time for the Terrorblade. It's not going to be a great feeling. DNM's just going to be a better Terrorblade. It's no two ways about it. Even without the Scotty up yet on DNM, I don't think that's a concern. You're just able to match up anyway. With this Ags pickup that's going to come out soon, as Roshan does fall, DNM does pick up the Aegis. And now DogChamp can really just apply that pressure. Although it does look like Speed's just going back to farm. Maybe looking for a solo jump.
Oh, he'll get his BKB first before he joins the team, I think, here. SKG should be pretty happy with the fact that they have this time to keep farming, because they are very far behind right now. Like, yes, you have the Scotty timing coming up on Leonidas, but yeah, it's late. Like, you look at the net worth, he's in 4th place right now as the TB. That's not a very good place to be. DNM gonna go for the Ags very, very soon. We'll have it up at about 1.4k gold. And once the Ags is up, like, there's just too much stats being given back the way of the Morphling, especially against the TB, as they're going to find Lund. Lund will see them first. He'll try to jump moves, but there's your curse coming out immediately. Still, they are going to find at least the Skywrath. As Ducho, that's a great initiation. He'll get a double hoof slump off. In the meantime, Speed, he found Leonidas on the backside. Red is still going on Lund as well. Lund is in huge trouble. Still trying to fight Red, but no, he's going to go down. And Leonidas is still dropping to the Doom, as he will die to boot. Meanwhile, they will also find Yambura. The only survivor is going to be Ducho on the Centaur. It's just,
Dire's
I don't know,
middle
man.
tower
It's too much. There are just too many
Yeah.
1v1s going on in the team fight that just aren't working in the favor of SKG.
Yeah, it's not panning out. Like, they break the smoke, sure, but you still get this jump in on your Storm. You take away most of his HP before you can really get control.
Oh, Red. Even styling on them with the Manta dodge. It's completely avoiding the hoof stop there of Ducho. SKG. Yeah.
It's sending a message. I mean, Dogchamp are playing confidently. Speed finally shows up to a fight without the BKB, and now he's going to have the BKB up and running as well. 14k lead for Dogchamp as Sand King Gomez. It's a struggle. It's a struggle right now. Like, you have to get this BKB up in Lund. He still needs a lot more time and space to get that done. They'll at least find her Tormentor without too much trouble. They'll get a good shard on your techies. So you've got the Taser on allies, which can be a good way of trying to bail out, but doesn't fix your issues with the magical output right now on the side of Dogchamp. And now that full Ags we were talking about in DNM is up and running. They're going to smoke around here, Dogchamp.
But they are. Oh, not Lund.
No.
You can't frontline as a Storm like this. You just can't. Ducho, they know he's in there somewhere. Speed is not going to find him in time. So at least you get everyone else out for now. And I say that. Leonidas still needs to run and will do so in time, but he's lost his Eye of Skadi now. That was his point booster on the courier going down. So that's gone for 2 minutes. And Dogchamp, I mean, they're just in full control here, John. There's not really another way to put it. They can go after the bottom T2 tower once the creep wave gets there. And SKG, at least for game 1, they are not looking too pretty.
No. Again, it's just rough. Like, you managed to get this Terrorblade up with the Undying. It's like, all right, that lane's not too bad. Up against Doom, theoretically, you should be able to play a little bit more aggressive. They're not able to get that lane running off as fast as they'd want. And your mid lane matchup, again, it's not the worst for the Storm. It's not the best. Once they find Ducho.
Actually went for the 8th Remnant first. Ends up missing, but well, even with the Stampede, Red just keeps up with him because he's got a haste rune. Ducho really has no way out. Like, he might be a little bit of a tanky boy, but not that tanky. Red still does a crazy amount of damage to him on the Void Spirit. Now 12-0-2, by the way, in terms of KDA here for the Void. So a very, very good game again for Red 2. Just completely uncontested. Dogchamp, they are taking their time. Like, this is one of those games where if it was Shopify or TSM, they would have already gone high ground. You know, but it's Dogchamp, not quite at that level yet. They are taking it a bit more conservative, just respecting SKG. Ziambora, it's going to be able to 4-star for weight. The Dogchamp still in complete control. Understand they just don't need to rush the game.
Dire's bottom
Just
tower is under attack.
kind of wait out. They don't need to take these massive risks. For SKG, I mean, their high ground it's all right. It's not amazing. It's not too shabby either. Like, they can get some plays. If you can get this Scotty Manta up, feel all right, although just nice poking from Red too.
Never threw out the 8th Remnant, so I don't know, just didn't want to do it. Didn't want to actually...
Warning shots, Mike.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
I guess it
tower
is.
under
So a bit of a drive-by there from Red 2.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Moose will lose his courier at the very least, so there goes your Solar Crest. Lund, he'll even find another one now. Speed's courier going down, so they know the storms are around here somewhere as he will zip TP away, and he is going to make it out. Nice little bit of value out as they have caught the Morphling. DNM was by himself taking the T2 tower, but he's just so tanky. Just gets 4k HP within a matter of seconds. The Speed's going to jump in now with the hoof stop and Doom being committed onto Ducho. They've got the concussive shot to slow him down. Ducho's still tanking through it. The Mystic Flare going to be thrown out, but it's not going to be enough. Ducho will be fine to walk away from this. And now with the Doom committed, I think Dogchamp, they will just go for a reset. Just wait for their spells to be back up.
Yeah, no need to rush into that next fight. Just keep playing this farm game, keep building up. You're going to have the full data list for Red 2 sooner rather than later, so even more output on your Void Spirit. DNM, he hasn't even been popping his Morph onto anyone. Just been holding on to that, so not seeing how crazy he can get with that Ags. SKG will try to smoke up knowing Doom is down. See if they find an angle here.
Oh, if they could find Red 2 to start, it'd be pretty damn amazing. But he's going to simulate and jump right back in. Lund still going to try and go after Moose. Is going to find a Skywrath Mage to start, but Speed's going to jump in now with the BKB and DNM. He's morphed into Terrorblade, but they get a nice blast off DNM. Falling quite low, needs to get out of there. This is actually a pretty good team fight so far for SKG, but can they keep it going? DNM, he's the big target. He's trying to walk away from SKG, but the Skadi Slow's doing so much work. SKG finding a 3-for-1 trade. And that's probably the first team fight they've won all game.
Yeah, it's a big win. Maybe some small mistakes coming out here from Dog Champ. DNM never using that Manta. Not managing to dodge out too much. He turns into Terrorblade, but I don't think he managed to get the Metamorphosis off. And SKG just overwhelmed. Like, they find that opening. They take away the Skywrath Mage really early on. And Dog Champ kind of forcing these fights out without the Doom. It's just a awkward engagement when the Storm is allowed to go around, when the Centaur is allowed to, get that hoof stomp off, get a little bit more damage through. And this is all these fights are happening without the Crimson Guard, which again is one shining thing, one shining point for the Centaur with all his strength gain. That barrier is massive. Still, Dog Champ are still in a net worth lead, a significant one, but Leonidas has recovered. He's overtaken DNM in gold off the back of that fight.
Oh, Leonidas. I mean, you speak of the devil. He's maybe going to get caught here as the silence is going to be out. Red 2 going to jump immediately in, though. Leonidas kind of just tanking the Mystic Flare with the illusions that he had, and now Moose is the one in danger. So suddenly they are not in control here, it feels like, Dog Champ. I mean, they kind of are, but they kind of aren't, right? Like, you're making these more, I don't want to say desperate plays, but they seem like very aggressive plays here, and they are not working out for Dog Champ. Maybe they've gone a little bit too far.
Just feel like that. I think, again, forcing these fights without speed around, without that Doom ready is maybe a little bit too much. You need that additional control. You need this front line. Without the Doom, you don't really have anyone that can just stand there and cop the spells. So it has to be speed. He does have Doom ready. He's got his full Shivas up. So that next fight shouldn't pan out as the last fight did. Let's see if Dog Champ finds an angle coming out here. Whether or not they'll want to fight. It could just default back to farming a bit. Maybe waiting for the next Roshan. 1.5 minutes on that respawn. And it should spawn around the bot area. The top area at the least for nighttime, but not too much time spent there. So wondering whether or not that's just the next timing for Dog Champ. They're more than happy to play this farming game, but you have to be concerned about how much Sand King Gomez is getting out. Again, Leonidas, he's pretty much eclipsed every core but the Doom. So the Terrorblade has recovered really well. He has done a great job of working what map space he has, using his illusions to shove out these waves safely, getting that farm ramping up. All the other cores in Sand King Gomez, they're not up there, but this is the one here that you really need to enable. And you know what? Leonidas is doing a fine job. We've seen him in this position before for some Sand King Gomez games where he is the only guy with farm, but he always delivers the goods. Where at the very least, it's always worth the investment whenever Leonidas manages to get this done.
Yeah, it's he's doing a good job, that's for sure. Just can he keep it up is the question. He's already gotten his team to a point now where it feels like they can actually make a pretty big comeback. Dog Champ, they're the ones that need to be a little bit more cautious now, kind of messing up that last fight, and it's really cost them. Even though they are 13k ahead, a lot of that is purely based off the fact that you've got a Doom on your team who is top of the net worth board right now. They are going to look to try and force a fight here, Dog Champ, but they are, again, hesitating. They'll run towards the Twin Gates. SKG hanging around the Roshan pit at the moment. BKB now available. The mines going to give the information over to SKG. Roshan is now back in the right side corner of the pit. Jump in, Red 2 going in by himself, but he will get disarmed immediately. And Roshan, it's going to get started. Leonidas, he's going to just try and force a fight here. You saw how much trouble this Morphling had against the Skadi timing of Leonidas. Even with the Aghanim Scepter up, he just did not feel comfortable trying to fight back. We'll see if he does do so this time around, as Leonidas trying to bait them into jumping one of the illusions. Speed not falling for it. Not going to try and go for the Doom on an illusion. Does realize it is probably a trick. And now should definitely realize, considering they aren't doing too much damage to the creep wave. Now DNM starts Roshan. SKG, I mean, they do have some pretty good jump with the Centaur Storm. Even the techies could do a pretty good job of initiating here for his team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So keep up the vision with the sticky bombs. Meanwhile, smoke out, they'll see Speed on the creep wave. They'd love to get rid of this Doom immediately. SKG doing the long wrap around here through the Radiant jungle, trying to go through the Twin Gates perhaps, but Moose and Speed both sitting on the high ground of the Twin Gate, waiting for the right moment to pounce. In case SKG do wrap, and now Ducho will have his smoke broken. Moose will see them. He'll give the info over to his team. Roshan's getting too low though. SKG took too long. They'll go after Moose anyway. Speed's gonna pop the Doom. It'll be right onto the Terrorblade, but Speed CPing out. Meanwhile, Red 2 trying to go on to the Undying, but he's in the Tombstone now, so he's safe. Instead, DNM, he'll jump in onto Lun. A big blast off though from 9. DNM's been trapped up in the corner. He's got no way out of this. He's down.
Oh my god.
Who took the Aegis? It's Red 2. But Red 2's out of the fight. He took the Aegis and Cheese and just got out of the team fight.
Yeah, that's... I'm not sure that... I don't know how that falls flat for DogChamp. Like, you get the Doom off on Speed. Granted, you get the Doom off after Metamorphosis is up. So Leonidas doesn't really care too much. He's getting his damage output. He can still get control in these fights. That was just not the way it should have gone for DogChamp. Sand King Gomez are finding these openings now. They're able to coordinate well. Once the Stampede is up, you do lack hold as well on the side of DogChamp if you're not chain stunning one hero down. And the focus is just a bit too split. It looks like they had different ideas. When Red 2 bails out and DNM goes in, it's scattered. It's not coordinated, and Sand King Gomez capitalized on that. They are still 10k behind, but that Roche fight is a massive swing back. That means your high ground's not going to be under threat. You're seeing how much this investment on Leonidas pays off. And for DogChamp, they have to be careful. If they keep bleeding out like this, they could lose this game 1.
I mean, they are losing right now, it feels like. Even with the 10k advantage, even with the Aegis up, it doesn't feel like they're in control of this game any longer. And, I mean, SKG, they're just getting Leonidas bigger and bigger. Like, this TB is a huge issue. We've seen the morph. DNM, he cannot deal with the TB. So even last time around, he wasn't even having to deal with the TB and he still ended up dying. Just so much control once they get that initial stun off. And here we go again. I've got to give props here to 9 because these proximity mines are just giving so much information to the side of SKG. Like, just the placement, the sound cue, just telling you exactly where they are every time. It does feel like DogChamp are now in a position where it's becoming impossible to get a surprise initiation off. That's what it's starting to feel like.
It's just the power of techies. Like, the prox mines just do too much work in kind of revealing these smoke plays coming out. You're also at the point where, you know, Moose doesn't do as much on the sky. Like, yeah, Ancient Seal felt great, but with BKBs up, it's not as amazing. Like, you're not under threat from Sand King Gomez to just get controlled up anymore in the middle of these fights. And Moose can just turn into easy cannon fodder, pretty easily melted now by the heroes on SKG. So it's a lot tougher to leverage that control coming out from DogChamp with these timings met by Sand King Gomez. At the very least, you've got to refresh up on speed. So Double Doom is ready. Double BKB as well. You've got the Scotty pretty much finished up by DNM. So more stats for him to play with. Not going to melt as fast in the middle of these fights. The Terrorblade form for the Morphling is still pretty scary if he can get that off in the middle of these engagements.
Radiant are
but it's getting a lot harder and harder to find these openings. And again, you still have some key timings for Sand King Gomez. Lund is just working onto the Hex. He's recovered pretty nicely in the Storm. Again, behind in net worth, but at this point, he's still meeting some big item timings that will make a difference in these engagements. If this game drags on any longer, like that instant control onto DNM, who still doesn't have anything protective outside of the Manta, like the moment DNM's just held back like that, it just falls apart. Like he's not able to do as much.
It's kind of the thing, like when they were in full control of the game, it felt like they just never pushed their advantage that hard. And, well, I mean, one bad team fight where they've overextended in the mid lane really cost them, at least for now. I realize people are still probably looking at this net worth advantage being like, what are you guys talking about? Like, DogChamp is still in the lead here, but even if the win probability says so, the way that SKG are playing this game right now, it does feel like a comeback is on its way. For this dire end of things, though, we'll see if DogChamp can kind of get it together. Red 2, this will be a huge pickoff. They could make the jump in, but he's got the Aegis for another 15 seconds. So it's not quite the target they want to jump on. SKG, the Remainers 5. His pings are still coming out towards Red 2. He will lose his Aegis now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But it looks like they'll just go through the twin gates down back towards the bottom lane here for the side of DogChamp. And SKG, they never make the jump in. So it looks like they're still going to play a defensive game.
That's fair for them. I feel like they're just showing respect to what DogChamp can do and maybe a little bit more of a scattered out fight. Their pickoff game is still really strong on the side of DogChamp. So just wait it out, play it safe. Yeah, I mean, you've managed to take these defensive fights really well. You've managed to find these really good smokes out when you know where DogChamp is. And they'll go for the smoke play now.
I mean, they will. They headed to the wrong side of the map, though. The SKG maybe just going to take the Dire jungle back, but they're going to try and run through the mid lane. Hope somebody shows up for the creep wave. It's only the illusions of DNM, though. They could try to head up top for Moose, but he's also going through the twin gates, back down towards the bot lane. So this smoke is really just leading to nothing. They'll take an outpost back, but that seems to be the extent of what they get out of this smoke. Nothing else really happens.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Then again, they did take their time in trying to get some aggression out a while ago. So DogChamp just get to play down bot, get control there. A little bit of a smoke out from DNM and from Red 2, just from the ninja gear. So not really looking to overcommit onto anything just yet. Just shoving the creep waves close to the high ground. We'll still probably need that Aegis for the actual siege. So we still have some waiting to do. We'll see in a minute how long that respawn is. But DNM's comfy enough with his stats to start hammering away. He is working onto that BKB. That's when the game gets a little bit complicated for Sand King Gomez and finding that same control they have found onto the Morph. And that's probably just the big item that they're going to be waiting for now in DogChamp. Although the Hex is up on Lund, he can get a good angle out here.
Red's left. Red's left the building again. He heads down towards the top lane and does show himself in a creep wave. So SKG, I mean, they are... I think they were looking for a fight. They aren't going to find one, though. Red looks like he just clears out the top wave and wants to rejoin his team. So just didn't want the tier 2 tower under siege. Maybe a bit too much farm that was just going to waste here for Red 2's liking. He's going to have his own sight device on the way as well on the Void Spirit. So that'll be a pretty big deal here for DogChamp. SKG. Still 15k behind, but still doing a pretty good job of remaining this game. I mean, we're almost 40 minutes in now. Like, it's not like their draft doesn't scale well into the late game. Like, you do have a Storm TB. These heroes do tend to do really well going late. So I think they're more than happy with this game dragging out as long as humanly possible.
Yeah. You're not under any pressure to play it any faster when you're behind like this. Like, you just keep playing high ground. You can keep shoving out these waves. The techies can make it very a very arduous process to go onto that high ground. I mean, the chip damage has been done to that tier 3. So, you know, you are putting some work in on the side of DogChamp, but they're still not able to fully commit. Roshan in 2 minutes. That's going to be the big timing for both sides to meet to gain an advantage and start to line up for these plays. We'll see who does get control in the end. Should be spawning in the south side of the map. And now you have that full BKB we were talking about on DNMs. This is when DogChamp should be a lot more confident coming in. The spell immunity up for the morph. Not going to be kited around that easily, not going to be held back, bursted down. This is when DNM should be confident. Let's see. But again, for the most part, I think this game has just taken a much more passive trajectory here, Mike. Just more than likely, Roshan is the flashpoint here, although another smoke out from Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, they smoke out, but it mostly feels like they're just looking for positions to farm in. They'll run through the dire triangle. They'll take the little watch thing away. The Watcher, I think is what they call it, as SKG. Yes. What a name.
The watch thing.
I mean, it's you know, it's what it does, Jonathan. It watches things. It's Yambura. Smoke broken here on the Undying. Jump in from Red 2, though. He's found the Centaur. Ducho forced to pop the Stampede, but he's going to be fine now as Lund. He jumps right into the backside, finding the Lich, but now they've found the Centaur again with the Doom out. Speed jumping in. He'll refresh. There's another Doom right onto Leonidas. DogChamp looking much stronger this team fight as they are finding the key targets. It's DNM. He'll make the jump in on the TB. Leonidas is down. And Red 2, he's going to find another. A triple kill for the Void Spirit. So he finds literally every kill basically is SKG not able to fight back this time around. And I'll tell you, Red 2's now 16-0-2. He's having a fantastic game.
He is. He's set up for the team from the early game into the mid game and just pretty much done everything he needs to on the Void Spirit. And granted, again, he's played a little bit conservatively in a couple of these fights, retreating early with, say, the Aegis, I think was the big one. A bit of a disconnect with the rest of the team. But now they're ramping up now. Bots at Iraq's gone. They can swing for the mid. Red 2.
Jump in. The Storm being completely controlled up as Hoofstomp was there, catching out at least speed. Blast off as well from 9, but I'm actually very surprised they're choosing to back here, DogChamp. I suppose the TB is up very, very soon, so they aren't going to risk it. Thing was, the Metamorphosis is not available. So it's not really like the TB can actually try to fight back here. But it seems like they'll be happy with one lane of barracks.
Show respect. Roshan is up. That's probably just a safer objective play. Free Ags coming out here as well. So you can get maybe the double resonant pulse with silence for Red 2. I would honestly prefer if they just gave that to Speed. Not like Speed could just buy his own Ags, but they'll take that AoE Doom for sure with a refresh. Still, it should just go to Red 2. Although they are sneaking up here, but
now jumping in. There's a zip out. Roshan, he does actually take it away. The Aegis. It's going to be on Lund. Perfect timing from the Storm. The cheese has been left on the deck. It's just sitting there. Nobody's picking it up. 1 for 1 so far as 9 and Bloody 9 both going down, but Lund, he might just lose the Aegis and will. Ducho, he'll be the one to take the cheese, by the way. Gets into the Roshan pit and gets it done as now he jumps in on to DNM, but he's willing to fight back. Meanwhile, Red jumping on Leonidas. The TB is down. The TB is down as the Storm also getting caught out. Ducho and Yambura both left to try and fight this one out, but they can't. Red 2 is just picking them apart. Yambura the only one left, and they're going to find him at the tree line. A triple kill for Red 2. 20 kills now on the Void Spirit, still unkilled. And that might just be it. There might just be game. There is no T2 towers protecting the T3s. They could probably go straight for the Megas.
Yeah, they're going to gun for it. Speed just runs on up. It looked so good for Sand King Gomez to start off. They get that really great zip. They steal away every resource Roshan has to offer. The Ags blessing the cheese, the Aegis, but they couldn't coordinate onto it.
Nine's getting some mines down, trying to be annoying. Meanwhile, Red 2 couldn't even believe he just saw a techies. will find his 21st kill of the game. They'll at least go for one more lane of barracks. We'll see if they want to stick around for the second. It's a bit more annoying to do so without the Aegis up, but you are the significantly stronger team at the moment, even when your HP pools are this low. Red 2, they're going to be very wary of those mines because they are doing a lot of damage. You'll go for a TP back towards the fountain. And DogChamp, once again, are going to play it relatively safe. They are not going to overextend too much. They'll just wait for their next opportunity to take a good team fight and go for a high ground attempt again. And I think that'll probably come pretty soon, judging by how everything's gone.
Shouldn't take them too long to get that confidence to go onto the high ground. Full Satanic up now for DNM. So he's not too worried about trading hits with a Terrorblade. With a Scotty, you can just out-heal the healing reduction there anyway. We will get a smoke out here, so we also get a pause. Rather awkward timing coming out here for Red 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Headset
awkward.
issues.
Okay. I'm sure it'll get resolved rather quickly. Yeah, SKG. Not sure if they're going to be quite prepared for this smoke attempt. Like, it's coming right after they've respawned, so it's pretty rough to try and be able to fight back with the surprise reveal here of DogChamp, but we'll see what they can get done. Keep in mind, you have double Doom available in 18 seconds. They only have one Doom available right now, though. The Refresher Orb, still about 15 away. But it looks like Speed's going to have it up in time for the next fight. As Ducho TP to the outpost, so he's going to go towards the top lane. He will reveal himself. DogChamp do kind of reveal they're around the area smoked up as they do go for the creep wave top lane. Maybe trying to sneak through the mid lane because there is no T3 tower or rack sitting there to reveal. Lines being drawn out through the bottom lane now. So DogChamp want to try and sneak out through the bottom lane. As a Tormentor does get done here by SKG. Red 2. Oh, very, very close to be able to pick them off, but not quite. A little bit late to the party. Question is, do DogChamp want to keep trying to go through the bottom lane? I mean, they're all very healthy. They've got all their spells up. It might be around that time to try and go. But it seems that the only spell they're missing is Morph right now, so they're going to wait a little bit longer. 9 more seconds for Morph to be back up.
Speed just kind of shoving in top. Last lane that they kind of need to clear out. So they'll have an angle up top as well. Every lane shoving in favor of DogChamp. Speed also has the goal to just buy out his Ag's Blessing. He's holding on for the buyback just in case. Wants to play a little bit cautiously, but the options are there for DogChamp now. 29k lead, bouncing back after a bit of a back and forth from Sand King Gomez.
Leonidas, he's the big target. They'll break the Lincolns immediately and the Doom's out. They've caught the TB. Still London's trying to fight back. Big blast off out from 9, but it's not making any difference. It is just buying time for Leonidas to try and run, but Speed's in. Speed could not give a crap. The Infernal Blade's going to do so much damage. That's going to be it. I mean, you've got to call it. Though SKG, to be fair, they are the one team that you never see call a GG. They always want to play it out to the end, which is absolutely fair enough. But they are lacking their Terrorblade right now, so DogChamp should have a very easy road to just taking the top racks. SKG hanging around there posturing, but it's rather defensive. And DNM, it doesn't seem like he wants to back off until he sees a TB buyback, which doesn't exist right now. He is not leaving.
He's just gonna keep shoving in. Like, it's gonna be hard to find an angle back in for a Sand King Gomez. No Doom, but what do you really do here without the Terrorblade damage?
We'll jump in, Lund. He's gonna try Speed in with a double hoop stop though, and now the Vortex. It was the Morphin that gets it done. Oh, DNM morphing into the storm with the Ags up. A big Vortex as Lund does go down. They even found Yambura. He will at least walk away with the Glimmer Cape. But now the Ancient is under siege. They are going to try one last time. It won't make the difference though. DNM just focusing the Ancient. GG eventually is called here by Lund. As DogChamp, I mean, I'll be frank, John, it was a little bit rocky. considering how strong they were for the first 25 minutes. That next 20 minutes afterwards, like the 25 to say 45-minute mark, looked pretty rocky for Dog Champ. But in the end, it seems like they were able to kind of maintain and take back control from SKG and pull off the victory here, John. And it was a pretty damn good game one. I'll give it that.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. I think a lot closer for Sand King Gomez than you'd expect from a team like Dog Champ. Again, as you mentioned right there, Mike, they didn't really push their advantage early on Dog Champ, and that left some openings for Sand King Gomez. That allowed the catch-up to kick in for Leonidas, for Lund to actually have some impact in the Storm. And for Dog Champ, I think they have a lot they can learn from this last game. I don't know if they can maybe readjust their tone for game number 2. Try to look maybe a little bit more to play with their timings, because they really did have a big timing. And you make these small mistakes where Sand King Gomez just capitalized. Like that zip across on Roshan was pretty damn big. It didn't feel like they were quite ready for it, although they still managed to win out that fight. You know, you make the game harder for yourself. You don't get the Aegis. You don't have easy access to the high ground. You lose out on the Ags, on the cheese. And I'm props to Sand King Gomez for making that close. You know, it was a rough laning start. None of the lanes felt good for Sand King Gomez coming out of it. They were behind by 16k at 16 minutes in? Something like that. And they held on for a really long time. And just Dog Champ, they play well. They get these kills. But it's capitalizing on the kills that falls a little bit behind, and that's where Sand King Gomez finds some openings. So I want to see that corrected. Who knows if that's something you can really adjust to that fast? Like, we only have totally a 10-minute break between games, so it's not quite enough to like debrief from one game like that and really spot every issue. And I think for Sand King Gomez, this Centaur experiment was interesting. It's not really the best pick coming out from Dutra. The laning presence, even with the techies, was not amazing. And I think that's somewhere Sand King Gomez can kind of adjust. Like the draft, I think, was not doing them too many favors as well. So that's much more easily adjustable between games.
Yeah, it's a real shame because it did feel like SKG, like had they had maybe a better offlane hero, like it could have made all the difference this game, because it really did feel like they were playing without an offlane. Ducho, no, like I wouldn't blame the player. Every time you saw a jump in attempt, like you hit a one-man hoof stomp, and then what? Like that's about all he got to offer this game. Like the Stampede's nice, but that's really the only saving grace of the hero right now. It just does nothing else. It didn't dominate the lane. It doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't hold him down long enough. Nevertheless, we have to provide an MVP, Jonathan. I think everyone knows it's going to Red 2 here on the Void Spirit. I mean, he went 23-0-6 on the Void. You've got to give the man the MVP. What a spectacular performance here from Red 2. Just literally uncontested. Not one death on this man.
Yeah, he's just able to dance around. We saw some control kicking from Sand King Gomez, but not really able to hammer in onto Red 2. DNM kind of copped it for him, which is fair, but Red 2 just had a fantastic time from the lane onwards, right? Like his itemization for the early bracer into his boots, it felt really good. He just managed to run down that lane, make it feel like that Lund never had a game for the most part, at least in the first 20-25 minutes. It felt like the Storm was a non-factor, all because of what Red 2 did in that 1v1 lane. Like supports couldn't even collapse there, and he just dominates. Like Void Spirit right now is just a really great hero, but this was definitely above and beyond, especially considering the matchup. Like Storm does have some counterplay in the Void Spirit matchup, and Red 2 just comes out on top, man.
That he did. Red 2, fantastic performance. Dog Champ, fantastic performance overall, but that was only game 1 of a best of 3, right, SKG? They still have a chance to force us to a game 3 here in our game 2, which is coming up after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 2's draft between SKG and, of course, Dog Champ. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game 2 here between SKG and, of course, the side of DogChamp. It's MLP and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. So we are straight into the draft for game 2 between DogChamp and SKG. Tell me straight off the bat, John, what do you want to see changed for SKG to maybe see a game 3 here between these two teams?
Don't try to Centaur again. I don't think it ended up being the best of things coming out there for Dutro. And we did see him kind of articulate at the end with the webcams in the draft, right? Like he was talking really hard about what he wanted. The Centaur just didn't do much. Like the lane was just a little bit too slow. It couldn't really stop DNM from farming. Its momentum was kind of a mixed bag. Even with the blink initiation, like the hoof stops didn't feel amazing. Stampede was nice, but it's not worth a last pick overall just for that one spell. So I want to see how Sand King Gomez adapt in that offlane pick. I do like they've adjusted and banned out the Doom. Speed was having a little bit too much fun with the usual Octarine Travels build, farming up for a long time, not even bothering to join his team. So I like that Sand King Gomez are forcing Speed to play something else. And they take out the Monkey King as well. DogChamp for their part, Bat Rider gone once more. And they take out the Terrorblade that Leonidas performed on spectacularly, despite it being a pretty hard game. So I like the respect coming out from both sides. Ooh, Moose, careful with the food over the keyboard, you know.
Two daisies. Close your mouth, young man. Let's not eat with our mouth open. My goodness. Where's your table manners, sir? My mother would be very upset to see that, John.
He's a pro Dota player, Mike. He can do what he wants.
I can't do that. What's he eating anyway, Joe? Are you taking guesses to what the man's eating right now?
I want to say ice
cereal
cream.
or something. Ice cream.
Well, it's a little bit too melty for. Maybe it's a little bit too melted for ice cream. That's fair. It doesn't look like cereal. Yogurt?
Maybe yogurt. Who the hell cares? It's kind of irrelevant to the game, isn't it, Jonathan? DogChamp, they are taking their first pick very, very seriously here, trying to really figure out what they want to prioritize. If you wanted to take the Void Spirit again, you can, but that's what they were thinking about. Do we want this Medusa or not? They will take it. Now, with regards to the Medusa, yesterday we had the pleasure of seeing Nouns versus TSM, I believe it was, and Nouns actually ended up beating Medusa Game 3 against TSM with Yamsun's Morphling. Sand King Gomez, they could go back for that. Because it does feel like Morphling is literally just becomes a better Medusa. So why the hell not?
Yeah, it just becomes better. It's the same thing up against the Terrorblade, the same issues Medusa faces up against when she has to play against a Morphling. You steal a lot of stats. The Medusa doesn't feel as relevant, and you just kind of out damage her when you do go for the Ags build up in that morph. I'm wondering if Sand King Gomez just go for early morph. You can kind of ban out for it to protect it as well, in case you're worried about instant control. Wouldn't mind it too much for Sand King Gomez. There is still this chance that DogChamp run this morph, this Dusa as, say, our speed hero, which I wouldn't mind too much. I feel like off-lane Dusa is maybe not suited for a lot of teams, but again, when it does work, it feels pretty good. The Phylactery build, the Mystic Snake spam is pretty annoying. Sand King Gomez instead will opt for Magnus First, which is one of the more busted heroes this patch. Like just the Harpoon build, the fact that you go behind or you drag them behind you or in front of you just makes it so easy to line up for these skewer backs. And they go for the Pugno, which is one way to kind of just try to keep dishing out constant damage onto the Dusa. So I like this from Sand King Gomez. It's somewhat of an answer to the Dusa. You can always punish the Mystic Snake with your ward as well. So you're cutting away a little bit of that mana recovery the Dusa wants to have with your Nether Ward. It can do quite a fair bit. Plus, down the line, you can clear out some Medusa illusions really fast with your Shard. So you have some solutions for how tanky those illusions get down the line.
You do. DogChamp. Second pick for themselves. Again, they do have the option of the Void Spirit if they did want to take it again for Red 2. I mean, they do generally start off with 2 cores here on DogChamp, and they're going to go down the Pango route. Fair enough. I suppose against heroes like the Magnus, the Pango does feel a little bit better with the Rolling Thunder. Just, you don't care quite as much about RP. Works pretty well against the Pugner as well, I suppose. So Red 2, I mean, he is a bit of a Pango specialist, right? This is one of the heroes he does prefer to play, and we tend to see him playing the Pango quite a lot. So he will go ahead and just take it up for himself, which is, it's fair enough, John. Sometimes you need to switch up.
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. Still a universal hero, still feels good with a lot of early item pickups. Maybe not as much as the Void Spirit, not as ridiculous as that hero, but certainly still up there. I think you can kind of just cover out now with the bans. Ember being banned out, so you don't have Ember Magnus. What else can you do here? Maybe ban out the Void Spirit yourself. So just taking away that option for Lund. Probably the Storm. I honestly wouldn't mind a triple Spirit Brother ban. Just ensure that the matchup works out here for Red 2. We'll see what the thought process is for Dog Champ. Yeah, and they'll take care of the Quap instead. Just more of the oppressive laning matchups for the Pango. Will you let the Void Spirit through? Like, Void Spirit versus Pango isn't too bad for the Pangolier. Again, I'd argue that the Void Spirit lane is a little bit better overall, but that's just the nature of the hero, really.
5 seconds remaining.
More bans to come. So Sand King Gomez going to start focusing on some supports here. Probably a good thing to do as well. I mean, we saw Moose's impact, especially on the Skywrath Mage last game around. Like, the first 25-30 minutes was just absolutely hellish for the mid lane of SKG. It's had no chance of being able to come back after a start like that, though. Again, props to them for doing so. They were making a bit of a comeback, just not quite enough in the end. Supports, definitely very important to ban out against a team like Dog Champ, who have players that can kind of maximize them, as we are going to see the Bounty Hunter now being removed.
Yeah, just to prevent the cascading snowball effect from kicking in for Dog Champ. I do like the Rubik ban. I think that's the one here that makes a game really awkward for Magnus. You blink in, you get lifted up, you're not going to be able to get your skewer back, you're not going to be able to get your RP off. There's always the threat of stolen RP. So just a safe ban for Sand King Gomez and the Rubik. And they will ban out the Storm and Dog Champ, so they leave the Void Spirit option for Sand King Gomez if they want to lane the Void Spirit into Pango, which again isn't too bad for a Pango, but also not too bad for the Void Spirit as well. So it's a bit of a back and forth one, where it does feel like the pressure's on the Pangolier to kind of get aggressive there before the level 6s come out. You want that level advantage more than anything else on a Pango. Just kind of try to get the Rolling Thunder off, maybe connect with your supports up against the Void Spirit, and kind of go from there. I wouldn't mind that for Sand King Gomez still. I think Lund, again, he had a rough lane matchup last time. This time, Pango, much more manageable, even on a melee matchup. So, option still remains for Sand King Gomez.
They do. One more ban before we can see the drafts continue, as they are going to ban the Oracle. Now, this is the thing that surprises me a lot, as they do pick up the Void Spirit on SKG. We have not seen much Oracle at all in the pro meta. Now, I feel like the last time you and I in particular got to see Oracle a lot was when Alchemist was a bit more popular, which it hasn't felt like it has been for a couple weeks now. But I'm very surprised Oracle is still not getting picked up. Like, even without the Alchemist, like it got nerfed a tiny bit, but it still feels like a busted hero.
Yeah. It really is. Like, the shard is pretty insane. The fact that you are likely to get it on your Tormentor anyway makes it feel really good. That Reign of Destiny just feels really nice. Moo's pretty happy about being able to pick up the techies, and the Beastmaster does come out for speed. So a couple of heroes that we were talking about potentially coming out in the last draft. Beastmaster still feels really good. You have item build-ups that help you up against some Medusa matchups that they've left alone. Like, say, Naga, still in the pool if Sand King Gomez guns for it. PL still in the pool. Both of those heroes, Beastmaster deals with purely off his hags. Like, that is one way to really just manage it, make it really uncomfy for Sand King Gomez. Techies, again, it's I can't keep singing the praises for this hero. Great range, great damage. What more could you ask for? Darkseer does come out for Sand King Gomez, so that's one way to get your own Naga, your own Medusa illusions going. Just Vac Wall. It kind of ties in. Like, we've seen this kind of combination before. The Vac Wall RP combo is here for Sand King Gomez. Pretty hard to execute, to be fair. But if you can execute on it, then it does feel amazing. It's just kind of lining all your shots together is a little bit tough.
It certainly is. And I think, what was it? We saw Darkseid the other day with a Magnus, and it did not feel good. It felt quite bad. Who was it? Was it TSM that were playing that? I could have sworn it was TSM. Yeah. And they did lose that game. Yeah, it was against Nouns. They ended up losing the game. I remember thinking to myself, man, this Darkseid feels like it's doing nothing. Which it quite literally did nothing the whole game. And it is kind of the essence of the hero, right? Like, you still have the utility of being able to split push lanes a lot with Iron Shell if you do get off to a really bad start. And eventually with Darkseid, like, you just build into aura items and like eventually you will find the farm because you naturally can just push out waves so quickly with Iron Shell. But it's still, I don't know, in a bad game, this hero just feels like it does literally zero. And in a good game, it feels like it's God tier. So
For sure. I'm wondering what they'll lane with it, because it does look like we're getting ourselves a Leonidas safe lane Magnus at this point. So we're looking for a Darkseid lane partner. You don't really have too many left. Maybe you go for a Clockwork if you really wanted to. It's not been the best hero, but Clockwork Darkseid is still a classic lane. Maybe a Nyx if you really wanted to. Nyx does give you some scaling up against the Medusa shield with Vendetta. Not particularly amazing down the line, as 50% can only do so much once you're dealing with 2.8k-ish mana shield mana. But it's still something. And again, it is a Darkseid lane combination. So
I don't know if I want to see them force the combo though with the Darkseid. Like, so we saw TSM yesterday, they picked Pudge, Pos 4.
Yeah.
Because they ran out of options and it just felt so bad. It's like, I don't know if this hero needs a combo to work. You know, it's like, just play the Darkseid for the lane, if anything, in my opinion. They'll get the silencer here for Dog Champ. So one of those heroes that kind of just, you know, ruins your team fight. If you do get a nice initiation off, you just pop the global silence and generally makes it very, very hard to follow up as SKG. They are going to go for the Nyx you talked about, but I just don't know. Is it good?
I mean,
we'll see.
If you think about it, it's like, what else are you going to do? Because you picked the Darkseid, and then it's not like against a Naga, it's not like against a Medusa, it's not like Darkseid does anything by himself.
Right.
Like, you Iron Shell the creep wave, the creep either gets denied or it's gonna get killed, and then what? Like, it does need something. I do agree that this is probably not the pick that helps you feel good, but you picked the Darkseid. You've got to get something out.
Well, I think the wall does pretty well against Dusa, to be fair.
Yeah, but that's like level 6. What are you doing in lane? You know, how do you reach that 6 fast? Because lanes are much more important.
Pull the creep wave. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what Nine's going to do. We'll see. I mean, it's... I don't mind the Nyx against the Dusa in the sense that the Vendetta hit does reduce his mana pool by quite a bit, so that's kind of nice. Well, we'll see what happens. At the very least, like, do you like Sanking Gomez's draft, Jonathan? Do you feel like it's got what it takes to push us to a game 3?
I like it more than I did the game 1 draft. I think this is a better look from Sanking Gomez. It's harder to pull off, actually. Maybe I like their game 1 draft a little bit more outside of Centaur. It's hard. I don't know if this is really a great pick for Dutra as well. I get why you want a Naga illusion. I keep saying Naga, you want a Medusa illusion to come out. You have this RP Vac wall combination that looks good on paper. Execution is just really tough. It's hard to pull off that combination, you know? Everything needs to kind of line up, and that's easier said than done. And the lanes as well is one thing that I'm just wondering about. Like, how much will Dutra get in his lane? Really? I mean, you could just spam Iron Shell, sit back, but that's probably not going to stop a Medusa from farming. DNM's certainly not going to care too much. Bloody Nine's there to cut you off when you're trying to spam your spells. So
yeah, I'm with you.
You can just make it hellish.
I think it's another offlane pick that just doesn't feel good. That's my analysis of that. Like, I don't doubt that Ducha is going to be able to find farm. I just don't think the hero is good enough to do anything against Dusa. Like, but the thing is, when you get to the Vac wall stage, like, yeah, Medusa becomes annoying because you have this really strong illusion of her. But I have seen this before, and it still doesn't feel good enough to deal with the Medusa. Like the illusion is it's annoying for the Medusa's teammates, but then it's like for the Medusa itself, it's like I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not doing enough damage for me to really give a crap.
Yeah, besides, I think it's also really awkward because you pick Darkseer into the Beastmaster that can go Ags. So even if
Right.
you have this illusion army, the Drums of Slaw means there's one hero that's constantly trying to melt your illusions and not dying in the middle of these fights. It's not the easiest Darkseer game for Ducho, and
Yeah.
I feel like in every single time we've seen Sand King Gomez struggle, it's when Ducho just has a really hard lane. Like this is where we kind of see Sand King Gomez kind of struggle. Lund can have a hard game and still have some impact. You know, we've seen Leonidas just sit back and farm for eternity and have a lot of impact as well. But it's when Ducho falls a little bit short that the catch-up game just feels really hard for Sand King Gomez. So
Yeah.
I want to see them maximize this, you know. Just show us what you can do with your Nyx Darkseer. Show us how much you can get out there and just launch off of that. Try to connect a little bit more with Lund on the Void Spirit. Again, you've got some pretty good heroes. It's just the offlane picks, man. It's just a little bit different.
Not a big fan, but let's see what happens. You know, never know. Ducho could absolutely pop off this game for all we know. You do also have the normal punch you can pick up. That's quite nice against the Medusa. Just
30
the control you can provide with that, very, very annoying. I'll say, yeah, just try to reserve some judgment here against Ducho. See how he does do with the Darkseer for now. It seems like we are not going to have an early team fight either. Like, pings are coming out, but it is from SKG basically just pinging themselves and placing some sprays down. Doesn't seem like they're too interested in trying to force a fight. And neither are Dogchamp by the looks of it. They're just going to secure both bottom runes.
The battle begins.
So to be a 2-for-2 trade, very even kind of start. And naturally, we are going to start off with the mid lane again, as we always do. And you're going to have Lund on the Void Spirit this time around, and Red 2 will take his signature Pango. What are you thinking about this matchup, John?
It's a little bit more even. I don't think either side really pulls ahead. I do feel like I've seen Pangolier kind of work this lane maybe a bit better, depending on how well the Void Spirit lands the Aether Remnants. You can stand back, you can melt the Resonant Pulse Shield fairly consistently with a Swash. You get consistent durability with a Shield Crash, so it shouldn't be too bad for Red 2. But if Lund can constantly spam out these Remnants and get a couple of free right clicks in, then you feel pretty alright in the Void Spirit as well. And you're not under too much threat. You just play with Resonant Pulse and you're fine.
What about these side lanes? Like the top lane, Leonidas on the Magnus with Yambura on the +5 Pugna against Moose on the +4 Techies and Speed on the off lane Beastmaster. How do you feel about this lane? Like this is a Speed favorite as well, the old Beastmaster against the Mag Pugna. What are you thinking about this one?
Not sure how much you can really get out with the Magnus Pugna. It doesn't feel like a natural lane that sets up for some big skewer backs. Leonidas can just go for a more farmy time, you know, maybe emphasize the Empower, then not under pressure to make too many plays. It does feel like a really manageable lane for Speed and Moose. Techies, Beastmaster it's always a strong lane when you've got the Techies for the most part. I think the last game was probably one of its worst showings, but with a Beastmaster, you've got a lot of magical damage coming out. You've got the Axis already ready from Speed. Just spam them out into Leonidas. You can make that easier with a Sticky Bomb as well. There's nothing to stop you from the blast off here. You don't have anything like, say, the Kotl with a Blinding Light to push Moose away, so you're always happy. You're always going to find some angle in, although it is a bit of a risk with a Skewer back. But as long as you stack the damage, it shouldn't be an issue. I think this is a rather back and forth lane, but Speed should still generally have a better time here.
And of course, there's the bottom lane as well. Bloody Nine and DNM going to be up against Nine and Ducho. And well, surprise, surprise, things are going very badly already. Ducho burning through all his regen. Has found one CS so far. Nine's the one actually moving up to the creep wave to try and secure some farm here for them. It's I didn't even realize they had that voice line for Dogchamp. There you go. Very, very nice to see. Nevertheless, I don't want to interrupt when they use that voice line. this bottom lane not going too well for SKG so far.
Yeah, it's, again, somewhat to be expected. The first few levels for Darkseer just doesn't feel good. Level 2 Iron Shots, when you start to feel a little bit better, that's your level 3 timing. By that point, you've bled a lot of the lane control out to Dedusa. DNM's not going to mind this lane matchup at all. Not going to be under threat. I mean, you have some solutions for Dedusa by the time you get your level 6s up, but in lane, it's not really there. DNM's just going to be able to farm. Bloody Nine's there to spam out the Arcane Curse, make it hard to try to trade back. And if that snake bounces nicely, you always have some good damage to dish out onto the double melee lane as well for DNM. So I'm more than happy here for the side of DogChamp. Like, DNM's probably just going to go for your classic carry Medusa build rather than anything interesting with a Phylactery, which is fine. Pretty standard build up for the hero. Manta, maybe the Scotty up, just some stats to go. You could maybe opt for an early stat item, but most deuces don't feel like it's necessary, so should just be a steady ride up. I am wondering how much DogChamp emphasizes, like, say, stacks. That is one thing that I would like to see in their triangle. It's going to be mainly down to Moose. So whether or not he has the room to kind of go in, stack up is going to really help DNM accelerate. And that just makes the game even scarier. You know, like, yes, you can kind of do the same thing on the Magnus. He can clear out these stacks well. He plays pretty nicely with a lot of... he plays pretty nicely with a lot of stats as a universal hero. Moose has been constantly calling Dutra Duchaks.
Yes, I've noticed. Very interesting indeed. Not 100% sure what the meme is between the two, but it seemed like they were quite friendly about it earlier. So, you know, no bad blood here between these two. I think personally, I think Moose is too nice of a guy to have to trash talk anyone anyway. So it's hey, look at those iron branches, Jonathan. Everyone's got a bunch of iron branches going on.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Why not? Stat efficiency. It's cheap. It does everything it needs to. You can plant a tree. Planting trees is always good. Very environmentally friendly. I don't know why the tree dies so fast, but you know, what can you do?
There's a lot of toxicity on the Dota map, Jonathan. You know,
True.
Trees can't survive in this landscape.
The latent toxicity.
Yes, that's very good, John. Very, very good.
Yes, thank you, Mike. I try my best. You
Yeah,
know,
I know
try
you
my
do, John.
best.
Oh, well, we have a Discord issue here between these two teams, apparently. Or at the very least for SKG, they seem to be having a Discord issue asking for an admin as Red 2 is getting tipped for some apparent reason now. Not 100% sure why. And speaking of the mid lane, at the very least, Lon's having a very good time on the Void Spirit, but that's kind of unsurprising. Like, this Void Spirit just... It feels like no matter what matchup it's in, it just ends up somehow finding a way to win. Mostly coming back to the fact that it just right-clicks so damn hard. But
yeah,
we'll see if Red 2 can keep up.
It's kind of ridiculous what you can do. I mean, you shouldn't be shut out as the Pango, although this kind of start already feels pretty awful. Going 3-0 up against a 6-3 hero. So you're kind of set up pretty nicely here for Lund. We do have to go ahead, get back into that game. And yeah, I mean, the last thing we were looking at is that bot lane. Dutro's not doing good, man. He could die.
He may... No, he's all right.
Yeah.
But this is very unsurprising. Like, this is really unsurprising how this lane's going right now. You know, it's... I don't know. I think 9 has to start pulling the wave. It's... Bloody 9 obviously can cut him off, but I don't know if you can really rely on this large camp as he's going to get copped the last word now. He will be okay to back off, but this lane is not going to get any easier.
No. It's just going to be tough until you hit level 3 on Dutro. And he's just trying to soak that EXP. At least he has solo EXP to soak. It's level 2. It could go for the Surge, could go for the Vacuum, but neither one really stops DNM. So far, you're feeling pretty good out of these lanes for DogChamp, except maybe mid, where Lund is, again, getting a little bit more to be expected on the Void Spirit. But you're pretty happy in the side lanes. Maybe you're not looking for that aggression up top. You know, Moose isn't really able to pressure with a blast off. At the same time, just a right-click creates with Yanbura, Techies wins. You have superior range. What's the range in Pugna's right clicks? Not too bad, 630. it's nowhere, it's not as impressive as 700 with 60 damage. It's just a
true.
little bit harder for Yanbura to feel good about trading with the techies here.
Speed's actually going for a bit of a chase at level 2, by the way. There's not really much he can do, but we'll pick up the Lotus instead. Kind of forget that it's only 3 minutes into the game, considering how long the game's been paused already. Leonidas. It's another sticky bomb. It's the thing, like, apart from the mid lane, both side lanes are going very well in terms of the in favor of DogChamp. And even mid lane, like, while it is a bit of a one-sided affair for the Void Spirit, at the end, it's still... Red 2 is still finding farm and XP. And it's a Pango, like... Well, the item build these days is what? Diffusal Blade? You know? It's not exactly a very expensive kind of hero to play. And as long as you hit that level 6 timing, you are going to have the impact. As bottom lane, 9... He's not having the greatest impact right now on the Nexus Sus.
Again, like, they had to get something that works with Darkseer. Nyx was the only thing left, maybe a clockwork.
I don't think they did. I really don't think they did.
Yeah, but
I think
okay,
they could have
so-
gone a range support.
Okay, so let's say you get something that you don't need to play with the Darkseers. We'll see how 9 dies unceremoniously there. What does the Dark... I mean, to be fair, I guess nothing changes with Darkseer, right? Like, you're always going to just cop a crappy lane.
Yeah.
But... I don't know, like... I'm not sure. I don't know. I get the viewpoint that you have. At the same time, it's like, you just accept that you have a lost
but
lane.
Darkseer.
I don't think that's the way you should be drafting then. I mean, for sure, it's not the way you should be drafting. At the least, when you go with a lane combination with Darkseer, it's showing that, all right, maybe we can do something on the off chance here, but obviously not quite panning out that way for SKG.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because they chose Darkseer into Medusa. That's I think the idea was the whole illusions against Dusa thing, but maybe it pays off later, John. We'll see. It just the lane looks so bad as it stands right now.
His middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
It just yeah. Go on.
DNM's 31-13. You know, it's like that's a crap ton of denies. That's a lot of CS. Level 4 already at 5 minutes in, and Dutro's just constantly low HP. At least he has his Ring of Health, so you can regen back up and just use Iron Shell.
That's true. That's true. I like maybe later on when the illusions start coming out, you'll start to see a big kind of impact here. So they are going to jump in on DNM. Yanbura, he has rotated. DNM going to pop the stick charges, but is basically out of mana and is. Oh my god!
What?
There's no way. There's no way. Oh, there's no way.
That is just not fair.
I feel so bad. I'm laughing because I feel bad for them. Like it's.
That is not fair. That's just not fair. You know, it's one of those things that if you were on SKG, all you could probably do is just laugh. Because why? How does he survive?
Oh,
Like, we got a
no,
quick
it's just-
replay on the Nyx stat. We could take a quick replay and DNM not dying. I'm pretty sure it felt like he should have died, but I guess life is just not fair, Mike.
No, it didn't. It felt very unfair from what I saw, John. As they're going to try again. The 9 is going to die. Ducho, I would not recommend getting aggressive right now, sir, as he is also going to die. Well, I think they might be a little bit tilted. I'm not going to lie here, John. That looked like a very tilted attempt at doing nothing. As we are going to see a replay.
Yeah, here. I believe there was some tread switching going on as well from DNM. Props to him. Onto strength, then goes into strength. Okay. Just
Meanwhile,
like
Leonidas does die to Miz. The thing was as well that Bassi actually saved his life, I think.
Yeah.
It gave him barely enough mana to reduce the damage enough that he would survive. Which is kind of funny. They might find Bloody Knight. They do find Bloody Knight. Good news here for Knight. He's the only 9 in the game now.
Our 9 duels have been going on across these games pretty nicely. 6-1, that's the first skill coming out from SKG. So, you know, you take what you can get, some EXP for your Nyx as well, which is really necessary here. And, you know, you're starting to apply some pressure onto DNM with that Mind Flare up. at the least. So there's some presence coming through. Red 2 still kind of low on the mid, but should get his bottle top up coming from Bloody 9. We'll find that
Lund?
out. Lund?
Oh, that's a lot of damage on Lund. My goodness, he's just dead.
Go.
Yeah. 9.
Oh, yeah.
Not to be outdone, will also donate his life to Red 2. Yeah. Tips out from Red 2. He's very happy about that one. It's 8-1, 4K advantage on every single lane is now in favor of DogChamp. And it really does look like SKG are falling a little bit apart here. Like, mentally speaking, they are not coordinating very well at the moment.
No, certainly not. And we talked about this draft needing a lot of coordination, Mike. I mean, down the line, if you're not able to execute in lane, then how are you expecting to execute on your vac wall RP skewer back combos? Like, well, and you have to toss in that good lined up impale as well. Like, everything has to be very well timed. So it's a tough game for sure from SKG. We've seen them bounce back from situations like this before. Lund.
Red. Yeah, he's going to go back after Lund here with the Rolling Thunder. He gets stuck at the perfect moment, but Lund is going to dissimulate and back his way out. They do rotate 9 in, but he could not stay within range of the Rolling Thunder to be able to get the damage off he needed. So Lund going to be able to walk away, unsuccessful in killing Red 2, but Red 2 will be unsuccessful in killing the Void Spirit as well. I suppose either mid should be just happy with being able to get away from that situation. See if it leads to anything else though, because Red 2 is still in mid. And there are 3 heroes from SKG hanging around this area. As to what they're doing and what they're going to get out of this though, I'm not sure. Maybe just allowing Leonidas the space in the jungle for now.
Just try to get some farm up for Leonidas. He is still just going for the Echo Saber, typical harpoon build-up, nothing like, say, the Mask of Madness disassembly that we see from Tomato. So nothing too crazy coming out there. Inside of DogChamp, they've got some massive stacks being formed up here. Bloody 9's been on this job. That's going to be a good amount of farm for Speed to find, as he is rushing into the Ags, which I do enjoy. I think in this game it's justifiable to rush the Ags. So again, having that impact when the back wall comes in, Leonidas is playing on the edge a little bit.
Look at these stacks for speed though, Joe.
Yeah, massive.
Mid lane, they are going to lose Bloody 9. Red 2 still trying to fight. He's actually going to jump in. He has Rolling Thunder in 2 seconds. Yambura, at the very least, should die, and will do. Red, looks like he's had enough of this. He's going to walk away. Speed, in the meantime, is taking 1 billion stacks. He's been taking them for quite a while now. Let me tell you, there was a lot more creeps than that. So that Axe timing you talked about, he's going to have it pretty quick.
And Bloody 9's done a great job of just constantly stacking. I figured they'd save the Ancients for the Dedusa, but you know what? Give it the speed. Just rush that
Screw
Axe.
the Dedusa.
Yeah, who needs it? I mean, DNM chose to play one of the most broken heroes, so let him just be broken by himself. No need to accelerate him.
The speed wants to be broken too. Yambura, he's broken right now. Not in the good way though. Lund, unable to help him out on the Void Spirit. As DogChamp, they will continue their domination here in game number 2.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Siege creep is up, so they'll start forcing in the tier 1 tower. They'll get the glyph out. Red just going right after Lund here on the Void Spirit, though maybe he's gone a little bit too far, but Global Silence will be forced out to ensure that Red 2 can keep going with the Rolling Thunder. He'll try and turn back around on the Void Spirit, but Lund, I mean, the curse is ticking him out, but he should be okay to survive. As now Leonidas, looking for an RP attempt, is unable to get it, but a nice skewer. Mid blast off is going to catch Moose and ensure the damage and stun never comes out. Leonidas, I mean, he was a split hair away from dying there. But he will survive. Their mid-tier 1 tower will not, however. The mid-tier 1 is gone.
They're staying for these stacks. They've got the damage here with a smoke on DogChamp. They could punish.
Here comes Ducho. Wall is available. He'll drop it to kind of block the way here of the supports. And a nice little impale out from 9. It's going to ensure they can secure both Bloody 9 and Moose. So a nice rotation from Ducho. They were trying to get a bit greedy here with the stacks, maybe just trying to soak some XP, snipe some creeps, but DogChamp end up giving 2 kills away for nothing.
It's a pretty big set of kills. Again, SKG, you take what you can get. You secure your camp anyway. And we did see Leonidas. Again, he did actually go back for the Mask of Madness, so we're going for the disassembly play, which it's been pretty effective when we have seen that come out. And Despite those kills for SKG, though, I mean, you're still in a strong position for DogChamp. Like, you're forcing SKG to, again, play a little bit more defensively, having to hold certain areas. You've left DNM alone to free farm. Like, this entire bot area of the map's just free.
He avoided the impale.
Ooh.
Red's alive. Red's still going. Red is... Oh, he's going to make it out. Red is fine. Lun's the one in trouble now. He'll just simulate. He'll turn back around on moves, look for at least a Techie's kill, and he will get it. So they get something. They miss out on Red, but they'll get something.
They get something for their trouble. And again, every single kill for SKG feels big. Even this one on 9 if they find it.
If they find it. Bloody 9. Gonna be just fine. Now the next assassin, the other 9, is running. He's gonna be okay. Meanwhile, Speed's got the Ags up now, looking to go after Ducho. Won't be able to get him. But the drums are starting, John. The drums of war, that is. They've begun.
Yeah. Those good old drums of Slom are in play. And I don't know, it just feels awkward now. Even if you get a big back wall that just works in Speed's favor, it might not work in his team's favor, but the Beastmaster always enjoys this stuff. Smoke on smoke
You know,
now.
be nice. Imagine if it was every damage interval you proc the drums, instead of just any physical attack. Like, imagine Iron Shot just kept procking drums. How great would that be?
I'd love that.
It'd be amazing. 9 would get caught, so 9's down. It is so good. Like, if you were just iron shelling next to the Beastmaster and he just kept healing, it'd be amazing.
Yeah. That would be the way to go. Like, just becomes a heavy metal song at some point. You remove the minimum interval.
It'd be amazing.
Imagine if against an alchemist. To be fair, it's from Beastmaster's attacks. Like, he has to attack to get the stacks, but if it worked when he's attacked as well, that'd be pretty fun. I'd like that.
Thank
Just
you for
heavy
the
metal.
correction, John. As you can tell, I don't build Ags of Slom, drums of Slom, so I wouldn't know.
Everything of Slom. Who is Slom anyway? What is Slom? Where is Slom?
It's misspelled. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be Slum. So drums of Slum is what it's meant to be called because of how bad it is. But I mean, I guess it's not bad right now. To be fair, I can keep memeing about it, but just look at it, John. +2s everywhere.
You're a hater. You're a hater. What's wrong with you, man?
Well, you know what, John? If they could just add a cosmetic that adds like better drum sounds, I'd be happy, right? I mean, next battle pass is coming soon, surely. We should add a proper Drums of Slon cosmetic with a new song. Then I'll be happy.
All right, you know what? I'll take that. I'd like some custom drum kits for Beastmaster. Maybe he gets an immortal that's a drum kit on his backpack or something.
Amazing.
That would be it. That's all we need.
I like it. I like it.
Will you finally accept the Ags when that comes, Mike?
Yeah, I'll build the Ags non-stop, Jonathan. If it comes. If it happens.
Reminds me of when we got that Doom Immortal with a guitar. And when I picked it up,
yes.
I would just constantly pick Doom just to taunt. Literally just to taunt.
Fine. Bottom lane. He's just gonna drop. And when does this game get better for SKG, I wonder? It's mid lane. Global Silence pop to allow Red 2 out of there. Harpoon is up for Leonidas, so he wanted to try and get involved as the Magnus, but couldn't quite do so.
When does it get better for SKG? I mean, this threat of Skewer back with Harpoon is pretty big. If they can connect. It's just down to execution now. Doesn't feel like the game really simplifies for SKG. More that they get more opportunities, but they're not very simple opportunities either. So they just have to play well. You know, it's down to that. They've just got to execute with these timings.
Top lane, Ducho, not having the best game of his life, is going to get slowed up here by Red 2 with the Diffusal Blade, and he's got no mana for the Surge. He needs his Guardian, he needs his Arcane Boots in 5 seconds. It's not going to be enough. And that's how badly this game is gone. Like, he's got Vanguard Arcane Boots with a Magic Wand and an Iron Branch. Like, that's the Darkseer farm. It's Darkseer, John. not a great hero right now. Even though the win rate in pubs is huge, but in a pro game against the Medusa lane, it's not good.
Yeah. Again, maybe just the pro stats not reflecting the pub stats. Wind Ranger, same story.
Dire's
True.
bottom
Very winning in pubs, not quite doing well in the DPC when we do see it picked up outside of stomp games, right? Like in certain games where there's a big disparity, it does shine moves.
Yeah, in trouble. Is going to get disarm off. Is actually going to go down, but the drums are out from Speed as he does get the roar off, and a nice quick kill for Speed.
Radiant are
I'm starting to like it slowly but surely, John, as bottom lane. They do get 9 down. Leonidas will go for an RP. He's found the Medusa. That's the big target, but DNM's just going to pop the Stone Gaze. I don't know if Leonidas can keep fighting this one out. I mean, the RP was a nice idea, but I don't know where the damage was going to come from against DNM.
Precious bump.
Like, you're missing both your supports as well. It's not like you had a Vendetta that was going to reduce half his max mana. So it was, I don't know, it was a pretty rough initiation in my eyes.
Yeah, just tough one to pull off. You really need everything. Again, it's just down to how SKG's draft works. It has to coordinate. It has to play as 5. That's where this lineup shines. You've got the blink up now on Leonidas at the least. More options
Speed.
here.
Gonna jump in, needs the heals from the drums. Lion's gonna go down again. Dog Champ, they are kind of stomping this game. Ducho, he does not have Surge off cooldown. Speed does not have Roar at the very least, so he is okay to get out. Is Leonidas gonna go for a nice skewer back, but doesn't have the RP to play with. Has the Harpoon. Red's gonna pop the Rolling Thunder. Now the Roar's out. Speed just doing so much damage as Red 2 comes back in. I mean, SKG, they're rushing for a fight now. They want something done without the Rolling Thunder up, but Bloody Nine's not even gonna drop to Lund. Blast off setup is there from Moose. Ducho gonna try and move in for a wall, but doesn't have vacuum up. So he would literally just be dropping wall. And Dogchamp have successfully just disengaged. They aren't sticking around too much. Oh, I say that. DNM. Literally casually gonna walk through them to farm the creep wave. This may cost him his life though. He's lost all his mana. DNM, can he survive? He'll pop the Stone Gaze and he's somehow still alive. Well, where does the mana even come from to pop Stone Gaze like that? Just the magic stick charges.
Yeah, just the stick charges. And was there an arcane? Did he have an arcane? Yeah, the arcanes as well coming out there from Speed. Lund should be okay. Still has his 2 steps. That was them trying to coordinate, right? Like that's a vac wall, no RP, but I don't know if that even makes a difference at this point.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's just a hard game. Now, the one place where SKG does shine, high ground defense. That is something they can use. They can stall out in the high ground. They can try to keep farming up.
Radiant's top tower.
Keep building up in the Magnus as best as you can.
Lund. He's jumped in very aggressively here. Does have a step charge, but the Roar is going to be out in time with the Rolling Thunder to follow up. And now the blast off. Lund is dropping too low. He is gone. 9 is down as well. Red 2 is just catching everyone on the Pango. There's Yambura now. Also going to drop here on the Pugna. They are onto the tier 2 bottom tower. This game is getting further and further away from SKG. It's like, not only are you up against the Medusa, but you just have no farm on your cores.
No. You're really far behind. Again, you're keeping up to an extent on Leonidas, but you're sacrificing Dutra, you're sacrificing Lund. These are the 2 heroes that want to play make a little bit more, and they just don't have angles in. And Dogchamp doing really well in this game to just play to their strengths, hit these timings, get aggressive early on. It's around the time where we see Dogchamp kind of sit back and farm though. Maybe consider the next Roshan before the high ground, which is fair enough. And that does give some time for Sand King Gomez to move out on the map. Smoke out here on Leonidas and 9. If they get the Vendetta hit with the RP, that should be the Medusa kill that can come out here.
Yeah, it should be. Gonna move in. Yambura immediately caught out here by Red 2. Really has no way out of this situation. May as well just jump in with the blast off and ensure he does get locked down as Ducho also getting caught.
Dire's courier.
We'll be able to run away with the Surge though. Just immediate TP out in the tree line, so he should not get caught.
Radiant are scanning.
But if you are,
Radiant
the side of Dogchamp now, you're looking to maybe try to force high ground, maybe just wait for the next Roshan. Really up to you. There's no rush in this game. Like, you've got the better scaling draft.
Radiant's
So
bottom
you could
tower
just sit around and just chill. As they have found Lund. The simulate is out, but they have the global silence, so he cannot step away. Speed doing a fantastic job on the Beastmaster this game, 4-0-8. He's just constantly catching out this Void Spirit. Like, Lund is just... I don't think he's reacting quick enough.
Nah, it's a little bit slower going. Trying with a smoke angle again.
And they're going to try into Bloody 9. That's just the pos 5 you're trying to take down. Bloody 9 RP'd up, is eventually going to fall. Speed is still looking to fight as now they pop the Stone Gaze as well here. It looks like they do have Speed going down, but no.
No.
Speed is fine. Speed actually just survives. What? Ducho?
Oh yeah. I forget you never witnessed the Beastmaster shenanigans yourself. That's exactly what happens when you group up to the Beastmaster.
I mean,
Doesn't
I've
die.
seen it, but that was against the PL. I wouldn't expect it like that.
It's still pretty bad. Still survives pretty well. And you commit the wall as well with the illusions, it's just more for Speed to feed off of.
is under attack.
Like, this hero with the Axe Rush does a lot. Way too much.
Dire's bottom tower
You need something burst.
Props to Speed. Like, he makes it look really broken. Which I guess it
Makes
might
it look
be.
easy.
Yeah.
To be fair, like your gameplay right now for Speed is literally stand still and maybe yell every now and again, roar out. And that's it.
How do
They
you
take a
bang the
Rex.
drums and attack at the same time?
It's magical drums, I guess.
Right.
Or Beastmaster's stomach is just really rumbly.
Was that intentional?
Could be bad bowel movement. That's why it damages people. Theoretically.
SKG, oh, there goes Speed. Jumps right in. Found the Void Spirit again. Lund cannot
Oh,
catch a
man.
break. Global Silence up as well. He is set to fall. Red 2, 13-0-6 on the Pangolier. A
Oh.
perfect series so far for Red 2. As Ducho missing out in the vacuum, not going to find anyone. Leonidas forced to skewer away. This game is looking even worse than the first one.
Dire's middle barracks are under
It is. It's a lot cleaner coming out. Ooh, skewer back though.
They do get one. Red 2 might actually experience his first death of the series, and he does. They ruin the perfect score. Happy days for SKG. Question is, can they find anyone else? Because the answer looks like it's probably going to be no, but they do at least for Yambura. He's the one to go down. Now 9 in trouble. Leonidas just running as Ducho gets petrified by the Medusa.
Dire's middle barracks.
At the very least, there is a tier 2 tower protecting the top racks, but it seems like Dogchamp are just going straight for tier 4s. Leonidas still trying his best to delay this as much as humanly possible. Buy time for Ducho to be back up. Lund will jump in, but Speed is literally taking no damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Dogchamp?
middle tower has
They call?
GG. They call it. I mean, SKG, they understand they've got no chance in this game. Look at... Oh my god. What? You know what, John? I might have to kill a game with Beastmaster after this. I'll buy some drums, Jonathan. You got me. I'll buy the
Yeah.
damn drums.
It's good. Granted,
Yeah.
again, like it does fare better when there's some illusions on hand. In this case, you at least had a wall to back yourself up. Again, for Sand King Gomez, a tough game. They go for a Darkseer into the Medusa lane, which it doesn't feel like you do anything. You're forced to pick up a Nyx just to have a Darkseer combination. Still doesn't do anything. We don't see them manage to pull the creep wave away. We don't see them manage to go into the camp. It gets sentried up early on. Like Dogchamp plays that by the textbook very well. And this time around, they play earlier with their power spikes. They just suppress Sand King Gomez so badly. Like Ducho he did not have a game in both games. Like, game 1, game 2, Ducho just had no lane to play with. And I think that's where Sand King Gomez really has to look to improve. get something else for him in the offlane. Maybe even just prioritize him in first pick, because they have been prioritizing mainly their safe lane for Leonidas, which is fair. He does deliver the goods, but you can't expect to go into any match without presence from your offlane. It's just, it's not easy. It's not easy when you can't suppress the enemy safe lane.
No, it isn't it? I mean, Ducho I feel kind of bad for Ducho because it feels like both games of the series, he just did not have a game. Like, the impact was just not there. And it's, sadly, that was kind of the story from last week as well, right? Like, in the games that they ended up losing against Shopify, he just got targeted and had no game. And even against Bait, it felt like the exact same thing. He just got targeted, had no game. This time around, I wouldn't say they targeted Ducho in any sense. Just the heroes that he was given, just the impact, the laning stage, it just wasn't good, to say the least. And, well, sadly for them, they lose another series, but props to DogChamp, obviously pulling off a pretty dominant victory here against SKG. And you can't take anything away from DogChamp, John. They've been looking fantastic as time goes on, constantly improving as a unit. And here we go again, like showing us that they are one of the stronger teams in NA Div 1 at the moment. And you know what, John? Judging by the scorelines that they're at, kind of, like, I'm not saying that they could potentially get to the top 2 spot, but in the event that somehow Nouns and Shopify started dropping series, you never know. At the very least, DogChamp is in a position to try and overtake TSM for that 3rd place slot, which to me is a big deal if you're DogChamp.
It is a big deal. It shows really big signs of growth. I think it's a little bit worrying for the region, though. It's almost my same gripe with Execration, although that's a different topic still. As DogChamp, again, we can take a look at that scoreline. 4-0-10 for DNM. Red 2 losing that perfect scoreline, unfortunately, with that debt going a bit far. And of course, we have to award an MVP to Speed. Good old Speed. It's our boy Speed. My boy, our boy Speed. 8-0-14. Going for that Ags Rush. What an item. What a player. What a drummer.
I mean, it's some very good music here played by Speed. Yeah, he had a very clean game. 8-0-14. Like, his XPM and GPM so damn high for an offlane Beastmaster as well. And I mean, I gotta give the guy props. Like, even if it is against SKG, like, he makes the drums look really busted. You know, he seems to know exactly how to play that kind of itemization on Beastmaster. I'm sure he's done it many, many times. And yeah, a 2-0 victory for DogChamp. I mean, you've got to be happy as DogChamp. It might feel a little bit awkward for any team looking at the top 2, but in fact, we've got an interview, so screw what I was going to say, John. Let's bring in Speed and see what the man has to say himself. Hello, Mr. Speed. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. So how the hell are you feeling?
Great, of course, it's 2-0. We're feeling good.
You'll love to see it, Speed. I gotta ask you, I mean, every tour we see you guys look like you're getting better and better. What's the secret? Like, how are you guys improving so quickly?
I mean, first of all, I would say our players are just really good. Like, everyone on the team is very competent and everyone's trying very hard. This is definitely the best team I've been on in terms of people, like, being willing to play pubs, to show up to replays, play 2v2s. So I think that's the biggest thing. The environment of the team is great. And when everyone on the team is trying hard, it makes everyone else try hard. So, you know, we're watching almost every replay of every series we play. And yeah, people are grinding. So it's good.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, talk to me about like standings right now, right? Like, you've got Nouns and Shopify in top 2 placings. And I don't think there's necessarily a chance of them falling off that. Is that demoralizing for a team like you guys who are moving your way up? Because right now, it feels like you might even place 3rd in NA if you can overtake TSM. But does it feel demoralizing that you may not be able to actually make it to top 2 in this tour at least?
Well, no, for me personally, I can't speak for everyone on the team, right? People have see things differently. But for me personally, I mean, my goal is to go to a LAN, hopefully as fast as I can. I would love to travel, play at a LAN, play in front of a crowd. You know, it just seems amazing. But I don't really have a specific time frame. Like, personally, I love playing Dota. I love competing. So I plan on doing this for a long time. I mean, I hope the results come as fast as they do, but I'm personally focused on staying consistent, keeping my grind up, just keep getting like steadily better. Because like even this season, I really feel like I've learned some things this season where I'm like, I can't believe I didn't know that last season. I just have a better idea of the game now because of some of the things I've learned. I'm like, as long as I keep piling knowledge on top of knowledge, I think that's how you get to the pro level. And yeah, so we hope to do well in TI quals, but I see a long-term picture for myself. So no, it doesn't bother me.
Oh, that's an amazing answer, Speed, honestly. I mean, you guys are looking fantastic. It honestly upsets me with this whole top 2 situation. I think NA does need a third slot. John, go on.
Yeah, it's always good to talk to you, Speed. It's great to hear that kind of mindset coming out here as well. I am curious about one thing. You know, we've seen pretty much a stable set of offlaners. What's your favorite offlane to play right now? Because it feels like everything we've seen from you has looked spectacular, especially in this series. But what's your personal favorite to play right now in any game?
For heroes, you're saying, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know, but I played 7 games of Doom in a row up until this game. So we've been on first pick like every series and no one bans Doom. I mean, it's fine, I guess. Like, I personally think the hero's like really broken. They banned Doom this series. I'm like,
he said it.
I get to play something else. So I don't know. I don't want to talk about the heroes I want to play. I like to play because I haven't even gotten to pick most of them yet because I'm either picking Beastmaster this game because that hero is really broken or Doom. So I like playing Beast. The drums, banging the drums, that shit's fun.
It is fun. You know, Mike was a non-believer about the drums, even with the patch change.
Mike,
but
you don't like the
you
drums?
proved them wrong.
You know what I mean?
Oh, man, I don't know, Speed. This damn drums of Slum, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it.
I know. I'm telling you, a lot of pros don't know how to make it work. I'm telling you, I watched the replays, them buying the drums. There's a couple of small things you got to do, and if you don't do those small things, I'm not talking about it because I got the sauce. If you don't do some of the small things, it's not good. There's a couple of small things you have to optimize and like understand and play around with your team. Otherwise, I really don't think it's good. And so it's like a fine line thing for sure. But I personally
hold on a
think
minute.
okay.
Are we getting a Game Leap guide then? Am I expecting a video on Beastmaster X? What?
No. Maybe I've made one already. I tend to say everything, but I don't know. I don't know. It's on the website. You guys have to sub to the website if you want it.
All right. I mean, you make it good, Speed. You make it look good. I mean, I might start believing
Thank
it.
you.
John, do you have any more questions? You got anything else, sir?
Yeah, I am curious. Like, what do you feel like is the one big improvement for you guys from Tour 2 into Tour 3? Because again, it's looked like every tour has been a steady improvement. What's the biggest change? Do you feel like maybe the gameplay change affected you guys positively? Is it just all the hard work? Is there something specific that all of you focused on here?
I think for this tour, the biggest things we improved on are hero pools. I think we have a good idea of like what we're gonna draft and having like a few heroes we want to play around, and that makes it really easy to be consistent. That's number one. Number two, we improved on throughout the season, which is Roshan and like how to control Roshan. Taking earlier Roshan, like you probably saw that game, we took Roshan on like minute 14 or 15. No, 15. And that's like a big improvement for us. I think a big level, a big step from going tier 2 to tier 1 that I'm learning and I see is Roche and how you control it and how you play around it. I would say those are the two biggest things for sure.
Right, and we have seen that improvement. Thank you again, Speed. It's always good to hear, and I love your mindset. I think it's just so rare to hear that. It's always inspirational, Speed. It's always great talking to you.
I appreciate it.
I want to ask you one last question before.
Sure.
What a sweet moment between you two. Speed, I'll ask you one more question before we let you go. I want to get real with you. Like, you get a lot of attention from the viewers. You get a lot of attention from us because we love to meme about you. Does the memes ever bother you? Like, just be honest. Is us saying, it's your boy's Speed and, it's absolutely broken, does that bother you at all? Because if it does, we'll stop. But I've always wanted to ask you.
No, it really is. No, I really do. I think it's really funny. I enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, it is really. I mean, we really enjoy saying it, Speed. It's. I don't know what it is. You found some good lines, Speed. I think that's why you're becoming so popular. But well, thank you for being honest, Speed. We'll just keep memeing away, sir. Thank you for that. Apart from that, though, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, and we can't wait to see you in your next matchup.
Thank you. We're going to beat Shopify, so we're going to 2-0 them.
Oh, I love to hear it. That's what I wanted to hear. Speed, I'll hold you to that. We'll hopefully have an interview after that series. We'll see you then.
Yeah, appreciate it. See you guys.
See you,
Bye.
Speed. It's a lovely. I mean, it's your boy, Speed, Jonathan. You love talking to this guy. I love talking to this guy. He's a great guy. I'm going to be frank, Jonathan. I'm not a biased caster, you know me. But if there's one guy I want to see at LAN one day, it's Speed Dota. I mean, I need to see him on the LAN stage. I've been saying it for years now. I need to see it one time. As we do look at the schedule, Alpha versus Bait. It's the last series of the night, Jonathan. It is coming up right after this. Obviously, there is going to be a bit of a break, quote-unquote short break, roughly maybe 30 minutes here, but Alpha vs. Bait, last series of the night, should be a fun one. Of course, it is Dendy time, so it should be very, very fun for everyone to tune in and have a bit of fun for our final series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think, again, Dendy's improvement, it feels so good to watch because he's looked better and better. Maybe not the team as a whole. I think there's some holes that Bait as a whole hasn't maybe corrected as much. But Dendy's performance in mid, even from Tour 1, right? With Dendy and Moose together, that was fantastic. Tour 2 still looks steady. Tour 3, it's just looking better. So I'm always excited to see what Bait has to bring out because slowly but steadily the team's improving, but Dendy's still got it, man. It's always fun to see that.
He does have it, Jonathan. We'll see if he does still have it against Team Alpha right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll be back with Bait versus Alpha very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third series of the night. Here it is, of course, going to be between the side of Bait and Alpha. And it's MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. John, welcome back. Third series of the night, sir. How you doing?
Doing great. We've had some great series already. This one, probably the closest one we'll have here. Bait up against Alpha. Alpha struggling pretty hard coming up into Div 1, not finding any wins just yet. Bait, while it doesn't have the best record, I think we saw them struggle in draft last time around. They've shown steady individual improvement. Again, I've been really impressed and really happy to see Dendi kind of shine on his mid. I think his mid has been the highlight for Bait. And his performance is just, it looks damn good. The rest of the team lagging a little bit behind. I feel like, again, the drafting is maybe a little bit short. Like we saw Phonic try an offlane Winter Wyvern that didn't really pan out. You know, just stuff like that doesn't align to what you'd want to see. So I'm keen to see if that's something Bait has managed to correct since the last time around. Because again, I feel like this is a team that has shown incremental improvements over the tours, and it's always good to see a team with Dendi kind of shine. So that's always something that, you know, everyone kind of hopes for. So we'll have to see, Mike.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to watch these boys. Of course, they're going to be up against Alpha, who, I mean, you already kind of said it. They haven't been doing the best right now, Team Alpha, but this could be their potential chance to get a win on the board. I believe they've basically lost every series so far, sadly. And that is a total of 4 series that they have lost, all of them being 2-0s, apart from one being a 2-1 against DogChamp. But that was still a loss. It's just they at least got one single win out of it. So the odds are not very high for the side of Alpha of winning this game, sadly, just based off the, you know, the history of the team here in Div 1 and 2 or 3. But, you know, maybe they've learned some things, maybe they've gotten together, and perhaps they can give Beta a decent kind of fight.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they've had a lot of time to kind of try to improve. Again, for Alpha, this is a very different roster from the Alpha that did rise to Div 1. Along with Sand King Gomez, they basically dropped everyone except Satoshi. So I think expectations weren't that high for a lot of viewers coming in. And I think for the players on Alpha, this is an opportunity to just keep learning. And the one thing that I would like to see is it just reflect some of those learnings right now, because they don't have that many matches left. You want to find a win somewhere. And so far, it just looks like no opponent's easy right now for Alpha. So Bait probably not getting any easier for them either. Again, they've looked good in certain situations. And I think this is also another big test for Alpha, right? Like, sure, you could take some losses up against bigger teams. You lose to Sand King Gomez, who beat you out in your Div 2 run anyway. But Bait is a team that you could find holes in. And again, it's one arena where they can show what they've learned here.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to have a look at the team comparisons here between these two teams and see exactly what the stats are here. And as you can see, I mean, they're not too far away, at least in terms of average deaths, which is not really a great thing for either side. Pretty close stats overall. I mean, average kills obviously a little bit higher for Bait, average assists a little bit higher. The thing is, you tend to have the highest stats when you've actually won a series, right? Or Bait, even though they haven't had the most amazing time, they have won at least one of their series and some more individual games as well. So, you know, for Alpha, it's a bit of a rough time, to say the least, right now. But, you know, John, like I said, I like to look at the brighter side of things. I think they've got a decent chance of maybe pulling off a victory here against Bait. Maybe even just forced to a Game 3 might be a bit of a win for Alpha at this point, as team comparisons, of course, continue. GPM, relatively similar. Average building damage, relatively similar. In fact, Alpha find themselves on top in that aspect. And of course, average XPM still in the favor of Bait. This is, of course, keeping in mind Bait is having to play on ping. So take that how you will.
Yeah, like, I think for the most part, it hasn't shown us any difference in how Bait performs, as we can take a look now at our player comparisons. Again, this is a rather interesting one. Still a little bit of an unknown factor until coming up here in Div 1. Dendi, a known factor for a very long time. And you can see this is where the stats really start to split up a little bit more. Granted, again, you have that 1-1 series for the side of Bait, but you still look a little bit better in form here for Dendi. Again, despite having 3 losses. Like, that tends to drag your average down as well, but it's consistent for Dendi, consistently a little bit better. So I want to see what Steel can do and what Dendi has in mind. Maybe this is one of those matchups where he starts to consider something that he's been experimenting on. I keep saying this every week, Mike, but mid Earthshaker, Dendi plays it in his pubs. I want to see it.
I mean, I would enjoy it as well. The right click damage with the totem is it's quite a lot of damage right now. So core Earthshaker, definitely something that I think we could see a reappearance of. Depends on whether Dendi's feeling it today. We'll have to see. It is up to him, of course, as to whether he thinks it's a good game or not. The problem is, if you end up against a hero like Void Spirit in the mid lane as an Earthshaker, you're not going to be very happy with your time in the mid lane. I think that's partially the issue. Is there's too many good mid heroes right now, and you can't ban all of them. So even if you want to play something, unique like a mid Earthshaker, you just don't get the chance because like your team's like, no, you're playing Void Spirit or you're playing Pango or some other consistent hero that we usually see in the mid lane. So we do have a draft on hand, so let's throw to that and see exactly what the game plan is here between Bait and Alpha. Key heroes to think about is what I was trying to say, John. Medusa, Void Spirit, both these heroes we see all the time. Doom we see all the time. What else, John? There's so many heroes.
Techies, Underlord, those are the big ones. I think you covered pretty much all of them. Just Techies, Underlord, maybe Beastmaster as well is kind of up there in meta heroes right now. You kind of just have to pick your poison, right? Like, there's a lot of heroes that are currently strong. Most teams that I've seen across most regions, most teams I've seen really do focus on the offlane bans. So it's stuff like Doom Underlord being banned and the other side bans Techies if they're not first pick. So that's how it tends to go. It's a little bit more open in NA, which is fun to see, right? Like, you see the Deuce banned by Alpha. You see Bait taking away the Bounty Hunter. So you do have the Doom. You do have the Underlord. You do have the Techies. You do have the Void Spirit. Like, all of these busted heroes are still up there. And I am curious to see which way they lean, because all of those heroes are super impactful. And if I had to say, I think Bait starting with Techies is pretty strong if they wanted to take that. Like, if they do manage to snag the Techies away under first pick, it sets a foundation. Maybe you just gun for Funix hero. Don't go too crazy with stuff like the offlane Winter Wyvern. Instead, just go for your Doom pick early on. Have a good time there. It's very stable. It does everything you want. They ban out the Magnus. That's another one as well that I always forget to mention, but it is up there. Like, I don't know why I forget. It feels maybe semi-recent in comparison. Like, Southeast Asia has only recently picked it up for the most part.
Well, there's the techies you mentioned, John. Bait, they do go ahead and just first pick it. Alpha, they go right into the Beastmaster. So maybe taking a leaf out of the speed book, just seeing what happened last series. Maybe they want to try and run something similar, as they do also pick up the Rubik here as well, which is a hero that we don't get to see quite as often. I would say is the support Rubik coming out, but even if it's just against a hero like Techies, it still has a lot of value in just kind of stealing the sticky bomb and the remote mines. Because the thing is, in the middle of a team fight, you kind of don't expect like remote mines from Rubik as well. And generally speaking, they just catch you off guard all the time. So it's kind of intriguing to have a Rubik versus Techies matchup. Now, mind you, John, I could have sworn, now I could be wrong in saying this, but I could have sworn the Rubik Arcana gives you green remote mines, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to actually check as we speak. But if it does give you green remote mines like I'm thinking of, then you might want to just take the Arcana off, honestly. Because without the green, you just don't know that they're there.
True.
In fact, is it green? I'm trying to think.
I have no clue. I have no clue if it does. I feel like it should. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't change the color to green.
Well, the Arcana's saying this. The Arcana's saying the sticky bomb becomes green.
Okay.
So maybe I'm wrong, but I swear I played a game against Rubik as Techies the other day, and they were green, the remote mines. But you know what? We'll see, John. I'm pretty sure, at the very least, according to Dota, I'm wrong, which is probably a good thing.
We'll find out. I mean, you never know. You never know. It's a beta game, Mike. Certain things are not necessarily noted there. Yeah, we'll find out. I do feel like the Rubik, as a response to, say, Techies, it's not just the stolen spells, but even the fact that if you play fast enough, you could potentially interrupt Blastoff, right? As long as you aren't caught, like you can lift him up. So you just stop it again. Like forced movement just stops Blastoff.
10 seconds.
Granted, you're probably not running the pause 5 Rubik here. I don't think we see that too often outside of specifically Cuckoo, I think, is the one player that I've seen legitimately running the pause 5 Rubik nowadays. It still works if you want it, but I don't think Alpha's gunning for that. You just go for Beastmaster Rubik lane, be annoying. Bait's response in Bloodseeker is rather interesting. It can lane against Beastmaster well. It will force the Beastmaster to not go for the boars. That's just additional food for the Bloodseeker to kind of feed off of. And the one thing with the Bloodseeker pick is that it does prevent Alpha from kind of gunning for a Pangolier. Granted, the Beastmaster also stops Bait to an extent from picking a Pangolier, as Roar is there for a Rolling Thunder, so you just waste a lot of time on that spell. That is annoying for a Pango. I am curious if either side will still try to pick it up. Like, Void Spirit's banned out from Alpha. Bait can take their time here to still ban out the Pango, but you've got the Bloodseeker on your side. You could try it.
Yeah, I think you'd happily play against it with the
10
Bloodseeker.
seconds remaining.
You might just take it yourself as well. Like, Bait might just say, screw it, we'll take it ourselves.
5 seconds.
Run it in the mid lane with Dendi. Then again, though, you don't tend to see Dendi playing Pango very often, I must admit. I'm sure he can play very well, but I just can't remember the last time I saw Pango being played by Dendi in the mid lane. We shall see. Is Alpha one more ban to go before we can see some more picks to come out?
10 seconds.
They have a bit of a think about it, but they are focused in on the Dendi heroes here in the mid lane.
5 seconds.
They did get rid of the Wind Ranger and the Void Spirit, so, you know, there is that slight possibility that maybe he will bring out something unique. I think you were poking him the other day in an interview as well about picking up those unique heroes you spoke about, so maybe he'll remember your words, John.
I hope not. No one should ever listen
I
to
highly
me.
doubt it.
Yeah, no one should ever take advice from John Xfire. Never do it. Save your careers.
Yeah. Do yourself a favor. Alpha. Third pickup. I think I just go for a pos 4, pos 5. No need to reveal too much here.
10 seconds.
Maybe you want to secure your mid or your off mid or safe lane, but I don't think it's necessary.
Like, going double supports does leave holes. Like, if you don't have something with instant lock-in, it can get a little bit awkward. Alpha do go for the Sky. So you do have the Roar Mystic Filler combination, feels pretty good. You have Ancient Seal to stop maybe some of these slippery mids still left in the pool. Bait will just go for the Pango, as we mentioned there. Again, they've got the Bloodseeker. Sure, Pango into Beastmaster is still awkward, but it's not as bad as Pango into Bloodseeker. So it's still playable for Dendi. On your point about when we last saw Dendi played, I believe it was in their series up against Nouns. So he has played it some time back. That was week 1, first day. So it's been a while since he's dipped into the Pango, but we'll see if he's learned some new tricks in the heroes. We've seen Pango just pop off for the most part. And for Bait now, we're probably looking for just our pause 5. You've got the Bloodseeker lane. You know you're dealing with a Beastmaster Rubik or a Beastmaster Skywrath Mage lane. I think there's flexibility here to play aggressive. Wondering what they want on the 5. It doesn't feel like there's any 5 that really relieves it. Okay, they go with the Spirit Breaker, which should be our Funnic hero. That does feel pretty damn good. I mean, you have some flex to run at support. I feel like you get a lot of value from the offlane though. So I don't mind that for Funnic, but there is some flex.
Yeah, I think either way it works really well. Like Pos 4 Spirit Breaker against the supports Alpha have picked up is a dream matchup, honestly. Like, just it is up to them what they want though. Like, I think Pos 3 works really well as well. Just a matter of what they want to do. Who feels like playing the Space Cow, you know? Who feels like having some fun? Funnick, you like to say it all the time. He is the Moon Man, so you know, maybe it's his turn to pick it up again and enjoy himself.
Yeah. I think the Storm pickup from Alpha though does put a spanner in the works from Bait's plan. Like, you don't have the best lockdown for the Storm. The lane matchup for Storm up against Pango pretty decent once you hit level 3. Granted, Pango early on can kind of swash and shield crash in and not care too much. But level 3 double overload, Vortex Remnant does feel pretty good for Storm. Rune control can be a big aspect of that matchup. I do want to see a good rotation come in from Alpha. I feel like their support rotations are looking pretty good. Granted, again, Bait with the Spirit Breaker, we tend to see Stominant play it. So that should actually just be the pause 4 with the last pick left for Funnick. And we see Alpha having the same thought process, banning out the Darkseer. Side of Bait banning out the Faceless Void, taking out some big cores that can combine with Skywrath Mage, taking out the Terrorblade as well. So you do lack some of the ranged cores that tend to punish the Bloodseeker. You can go for Illusion Heroes here. Like I don't know if Pango is really a stable solution to that in the late game, which is where you want to be as an Illusion Hero anyway. So I wouldn't mind stuff like, say, Naga, maybe PL. Kind of fit into what Alpha could do here. What else have we seen Blessed Kid play? Like, he's played the Slark. I think that works out. Maybe Ursa, I don't really see a reason for. Alchemist has dropped off the face of the earth. Right? Like, that hero is just not being picked up after week 1.
Nobody wants it. Literally, I don't blame them. I don't think it's that powerful of a hero right now. I feel like teams have just figured out how to deal with it, and just, the meta's evolved to the point where Alchemist isn't really that great anymore, which is really a good thing, Jonathan. I mean, how many times are we going to watch an Alchemist game? You know, it's boring. Alchemist is very boring here.
Aha. All right, so I was about to say that's our Stominant Snap, but I realized Funnick does play the offlane Snap. So Snapfire comes in as a solution. There is good team fight from Bait, but again, I'm still struggling to see like this good control for the Storm. It just feels like you're free here to zip around a steal, and they go for the TA coming out here. See Braxy rubbing his hands together, feeling good about this draft. And I have to admit, this draft does look pretty strong from Alpha. I think they've got this really good tempo coming out. Seeing Funnick on the Snap gives me flashbacks to Tour 1, Mike, where it was a little bit rougher for Bait. So,
right.
On the one hand, it's comfort. On the other hand, it brings back some pretty rough memories. And honestly, when I look at Alpha's draft, I feel like this pacing they have, the lanes they have, feel really good. You don't have a great way of melting through Refraction here, outside of maybe Swash from Dendi. Blessed Kid should just be pretty fine in there. Like, the tempo coming out from Alpha feels strong. I think for Bait, they have to show us that these lanes are strong because they have the potential to be strong, like blast off into Blood Rite. A very weird combination where you could spell amp the techies with Blood Rage. I don't think anyone's ever done that, but that would be pretty interesting to see. I keep raving about that spell amp. It feels like no one cares about it, but
no,
you know, spell amp and techies blast off and spell amp and sticky bomb sounds pretty fun. Maybe.
Yeah, it's nice, John, but nobody cares about that damn spell. I mean, they can remove the spell and nobody would even know. That's the thing. I'm sorry to say it, Jonathan, but it's actually worse than Drums of Slom was before the buff. That's what I'm gonna like. That's what it feels like. It's so bad. It's so bad though. It's
as a spell amp or as a steroid. As a steroid, it's pretty pivotal to Bloodseeker's game.
The spell amp, I'm saying.
Yeah, it's really random. The spell amp.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Anyway.
Like, they need to buff it. Why would you buff Spirit Breaker to 70% stat resist and leave this at 30% spell amp? Make it 50.
Because people thought it was bad. People thought it was bad. I knew all along it wasn't bad. I was like, holy crap. You heard me. I talked to you about it straight away. I'm like, they buffed this hero? This hero is so broken. And then, yeah. I mean, I appreciate it, Ice Frog. Please don't revert those changes.
Raise Blood Rage. Make it 50%. Make us see Bloodseeker's use again.
I think Satoshi's blood is about to rage. It's yeah, he got back straight away.
That is like the actual first hit in the game bash. What the hell? What is that? How?
17%, sir.
I'm pretty sure it's, PRNG, so it's actually less than 17% in your first hit, right? Unless Unless, is Spirit Breaker's Bash the one that's still purely RNG? I forget now.
I don't do the math, Jonathan. I just hit people and bash. That's all I do.
I
I
we
don't know
only
how
have
this
one-
bash works.
I know we have only one true random bash. I think Spirit Breaker is pure RNG. It's like it should be like a scaling, and average is out to 17% over certain hits. But I forget. Like that. Still, to get the first hit bash overall, like I'm mind blown. I've never seen that.
I mean,
That is just
regardless, they would have
ridiculous.
had the kill anyway. It's not like the bash caused the kill, to be fair, you know?
But
So
you have to
it's-
appreciate it. Minute 0,
I do
first
appreciate
hit of the game overall.
I like it. I'm happy. It's my hero, John. Mid lane. 2 more heroes here. Dendi and Storm going to be going at it. So Dendi and Steel, though it is a Storm Spirit to be fair. So the Pango versus Storm Spirit matchup, John, how do you feel about this?
Feels pretty decent for a Storm. Pangolier shouldn't be completely shoved out, although again, we've seen some Storms actually push this really well, just spamming out the Remnants to get an early advantage. By the time you hit level 3 on Steel, you can harass back on Dendi at the same time. Dendi can maintain spacing. If he lands his harassment with a Swash and a Shield Crash, he shouldn't be too bad off, but still doing a good job. Now that level 2 is up, to actually drop Dendi down quite a fair bit and just make it awkward. Like, if this ramp up to level 3 is a lot faster for Steel, then that's where the Pangolier starts to hurt. Beyond that, it can just devolve into a farming lane as well, a race to level 6 kind of lane as we tend to see.
Oh, Satoshi. Blast off is there. Bottom lane, they are going to find Satoshi down. Beastmaster is going to drop. It's a really strong lane as well. Like, I want to talk about this bot lane because Keki's Bloodseeker is a really, really hard lane to go against. So you get the sticky bomb slow into the Blood Right, and then you just blast off. It's almost a guaranteed kill, and you're going to get to see it now. That started off with a sticky bomb into a blast off, and then a Blood Right. And there's just no escape from it. The amount of damage you pump out within 2 seconds, it is ridiculous, even at level 1, or rather level 2, I should say.
And it's a positive feedback loop. You do damage, your Bloodseeker starts to move faster, he can
Ooh,
gap close. There again.
Yeah, Braxy is gone. As much as I love complaining about POS 1 Bloodseeker and how trash I think it is, this is the one time I enjoy playing with a POS 1 Bloodseeker. If I'm playing POS 5 Techies, John, oh man, it's so fun. It's so much fun.
It's just constant harassment, constant damage flying out. Lowdown is pretty damn low now. You've got the damage on Braxy to kind of chase, but he's still stuck at level 1. He doesn't have the Arcane Ball to try to clean up that kill. You've got the Tangos ready on Lowdown to soak up. Anyway, a strong start from Bait. 3-0 right now. Alder lane's kind of feeling good. The top lane for Funnick looking pretty smooth as well on that snap. Level 3 up and running. Blessed Kid still farming. But you can't really stop the Snapfire either. I mean, you can try to threaten with some levels of meld. You don't really have that for Blessed Kid, so it just devolves into a farm lane, which you don't mind as a Snapfire. You just kind of hold the lane, get your levels up. Stominan's free to kind of walk around. And at some point, if you can connect the cookie and charge, that's when things can go south very fast for Alpha if the luck is still there.
Satoshi copying a fair bit of damage. They were trying to go on to Lowdine, who's might need a reset at this point. Like Lowdine, he's sticking around. I feel like you either deny yourself or you run back to Fountain, because you don't want to stick around and waste time like this as a techies. And he's gonna at least run back towards the Fountain, I think. So happy days for him. I just think with a lane this strong, you just don't need to waste time standing there. Like, just get your mana, your spells back up, and then move back down bot lane. You know?
Just keep the harassment going. Like, keep giving Stone back what he needs. Keep getting all these heroes low. They do find Stominan up top. Let's get barely sneaking out with that one.
Very, very nice. Funny, didn't really have any more spells to throw out, sadly, so had to watch Blessed Kid walk away. Stominant at least has the brown boots up, so he's a happy Spirit Breaker right now as Alpha. Rather, Dendi getting quite low in the mid lane, but is going to be fine. Lowdine will fill up the bottle for Dendi. Even leave a sticky bomb on his way out, why the hell not? It's a 3-1 right now. 1k advantage the way of Bait. things are going relatively well. Though you look at the CS of Alpha from the mid and the safe lane, things are going very well for them. Though, as I say that, Blessed Kid and Tokaya both getting extremely low, able to walk away. Blessed Kid playing with fire now as he does move back up. Realizes he can't really stick around for the CS, so probably will just head to the jungle. As charge is out, they've got the vision. Blessed Kid refracts again. Cookie off the mark, but I think Blessed Kid surely just dies here, and he will. Dominant, nice charge out. And they didn't even have vision. They didn't have wards around. In fact, it was literally just he showed up for a second out of the fog, and Stominant must have just been ready with the charge. He probably was spam clicking that area.
Yeah, we were just ready. Maybe a bit of a misplay earlier on as well. They interrupted the charge initially from that first jump in with a cookie instead of waiting for the charge to connect and then go for the cookie play. So not getting as much stuns as he could have, but still pans out in the end. They're applying that pressure onto the TA. Again, every lane coming out here strongly for bait. And they
low dine's here as well, John. Blessed Kid's in trouble. Blast off. It's going to be cancelled by Tokaya. Thing is, it wouldn't have done any damage anyway, because he had refraction. He just wanted it for the stun. And Blessed Kid, well, this is one of the most depressing feelings in Dota 2, is when you end up TPing back to the lane and end up dying straight away. But that's exactly what will happen here, as Tokaya might also drop. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are fighting it out a little bit. Tokaya is going to try for the deny, won't get it. Mid lane, Dendi, still being chased down, is going to drop though. So a nice trade, but now Still's in trouble. Stominant with a charge in. Still, he does have a Fairy Fire though, so he is going to be able to walk away from this. Sadly, Stominant unable to get the job done.
Yeah, just falling a little bit short. I mean, if he did connect that attack onto Steel, he'd have gotten the bash. He did bash up Braxy on his way out there. So it might have led to that kill. Still missing an opportunity. That is the one shining lane for Alpha right now. The lane of Steel up against Dendi. Granted, the hero matchup is a little bit better off for the Storm. You know, we talked about it. You do have a lot of harassment to apply onto these melee heroes. But that's the only thing that's working out right now for Alpha. Stoneback freely farming down bot. 4K in the bank already. Javelin up. Maelstrom not too far off. You're really not pressuring him as Satoshi right now. He does go for the Axis build. You can try to apply harass and might have to watch himself with a charge and TP here.
Oh, there's your option out. Satoshi. Oh, he tried for the TP immediately. Stominant just charges right in as he clicks the TP button. Very unfortunate there for Satoshi. So now it's a 4K advantage the way of bait. Things are still looking very, very strong on their end of things, and I don't know. I mean, Stonebank's getting way too much farm on this Bloodseeker. Like he's gonna get out of control pretty quickly, I think, when you compare the farm to, say, the TA.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot faster for Stoneback to meet those initial timings. Again, Maelstrom timing for him is lining up. The TA can go into the jungle rather early. You've got the levels in the refraction to kind of get that done. Level 1 Sideblades does mean it's not as fast as it could be, but it's not too bad as well. 7-2 start for bait. 3K advantage as they just keep charging in with Stominant.
Well, they can't hit Steel. He will just zip to avoid the stun from Stominant. That's the one saving grace is the fact that you can't really land the charge in the Storm as long as he's got mana and he sees you. But you can go Shadowblade build up on Stominant, and that's the answer generally to a Storm Spirit. Stominant, he'll get some deep wards down. So they just want to try and keep hunting down Blessed Kid if they can, and that is probably the right play, because you know he's going to farm this area. Charge in, Braxy's going to get caught. Braxy tries for a deny, is not going to find it. Lowdyne able to take him out. More TPs incoming up towards the top lane as they'll try to jump Funnick here, but it's only Still on his own trying to get this done. With an Arcane Rune, mind you, but the blast off is going to land. Funnick still running. Charge is going to land as well. It's not enough though. Still is doing some fantastic work as he will find a double kill for his side and successfully will defend the top tier 1 tower.
Stave off that aggression from the side of bait. They get the deny on top of that. Good punishment coming out from Alpha. Finding some small openings here and there and getting themselves some room to get the Blessed Kid going. There is a ward spotting his every movement out though. So at some point, bait can just go for the smoke play, start to rotate in. And again, even though you're pressuring top, relieving some of the pressure on Blessed Kid, Stonebank is still running away with his build-up. BKB coming after the Maelstrom. Gonna feel really good in the middle of these fights.
Oh,
You have to
Satoshi.
make that choice down the line.
Hard times here for Satoshi, because he is going to drop. The Beastmaster gone. Stonebank able to pick up another one, and as the Beastmaster, like, after this kind of laning stage, you've just got to leave. Like, it's time to go jungle. He's got plenty of stacks now being made by Takaya, but I think Bait are pretty well aware that the stacks are there, so they're moving in. This is really unfortunate if they lose these stacks. I mean, even just the large camp being taken would be absolutely huge here from Bait. And I think Alpha, they need to fight this. This is too much golden XP to be given away for free. They're going to show up with Steel. Charge out from Stominant right onto the Rubik, but he's gone maybe a little bit early. Still the blast off is there from Lowdyne. It's Praxi. He's going to get caught in the Skywrath Mage, but Stominant is still in danger. But no, he's walking away. Roar out. Instead, they're going to try for the Pangolier, and maybe Dendy's overextended. As Dendy will go down. Alpha, they have successfully defended the triangle, at least for now. As Lowdyne will also drop, but here comes Stonebank. Steel is very low on mana. Will Mango up and go back to the high ground. But it's still a team fight win for Alpha overall. They do lose some of the large camp creeps, but at the very least, they still have the Ancients. Sad reality is, though, this Beastmaster can't go for the Ancients because his TA is going to take them instead.
They have to. I mean, they have to clear it out. They know Bait is aware of the stacks. So just take it. You don't mind giving Blessed Kid all of this farm anyway. Has the Dragonlance, going for the Desolator build-up. And once you have that Deso, it becomes easier to threaten Roshan after a good team fight. Open up some objectives as well. They just keep going, though.
They do. Mid lane, or rather bottom lane, Satoshi again just cannot catch a break. Takaya does at least get the Nether Strike, so Stonebank now in danger.
Dire's structures
Not quite
are fortified.
enough. Like, they just don't have the damage to deal with him right now. And I feel what happens to Alpha once Stonebank has his BKB up. Like, it really does feel like you just won't have an answer once he rushes into a team fight with the BKB.
Yeah, it makes them have to choose. Like, who do you really want to roar? Do you want to stop the BKB Bloodseeker? Do you want to stop the Pango mid-roll? Like, both sound like good choices, but you can only stop one. You've always got at least one of these things having impact in the middle of the fights for the side of Bait. And for Alpha, when they're doing a good job of trying to recover, the lead hasn't grown for Bait. It's been stuck at 3k despite the back and forth. So they're not able to widen that gap and get themselves a bigger advantage. That does mean Alpha, to an extent, is keeping up. To an extent, they're recovering pretty damn well. Steel is going back for his full Witchblade, not too far off. Probably going to look for the Falcon Blade on top of that as well. Although I believe the item order is a little bit reversed here for Steel. Shouldn't be the biggest issue in the world. And the only hurting point now for Alpha is still just Satoshi's performance. When his Beastmaster didn't have the best lane, at the least he has Vanguard. He's just going for the utility, going for the auras coming out. So not really banking on any sensitive, say, blink timings here. That does mean you're pretty all right to just look for a slower game out from Alpha. For the side of Bait, though, full diffusal up on Dendy. So the inhibit is ready to go. He's got some good stacks to clear out as well. A nice gold injection coming out here from Lowdyne.
Absolutely. A little gold here for Lowdyne and Dendy. We'll go ahead and secure. Mostly Dendy will. Lowdyne got a couple. Happy days for him. Alpha still just trying to buy time, right? Like, you've still got a TA. You still got a Storm. Just want to give Blessed Kid at least the time to get to the point where he can start to feel like he's doing some damage. That's the Desolator timing. Obviously, he probably will want a Blink or BKB after that. More importantly, probably the BKB, but the beggars can't be choosers, John. He might need to get involved once the Deso is up, as Takaya, sadly, has been involved in this death of his, as Dendy's going to take a kill off him. Steel pops a shield rune and is going to jump in onto Lowdyne with the Mystic Flare set up there. Lowdyne barely going down, as Steel running out of mana now. Charge is going to connect just in the nick of time. He'll still have enough to zip away just barely, but Dendy is chasing him down, purges him up. Roar is committed here by our Beastmaster, still has just enough to keep running. The swashbuckle will connect from Dendy, but he is back towards the base. Stominen will charge right in. There is no escape for Steel. Leave the man alone. He's had enough.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Bless Kid, sadly, is not going to get Dendy. Might find Funnick though. Swashbuckle connecting. No disarm out from Dendy. So Funnick will drop. But it still seems to be a pretty relatively big win here for the side of Bait.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, but again, they're just able to play aggressively really easily with their lineup on Bait. As long as you get a good charge angle in, you disrupt these fights, you feel pretty damn good on that Spirit Breaker. Does look like we are also getting from Stominen that Silver Edge, or at least a Shadow Blade coming out here early on to have that solution for the instant control onto our Storm. So things are lining up for Bait. They widen the lead now to 6k. So we are seeing, again, just a ramp up in the resources now for the side of Bait. I do like that Stonebank is going for the Heaven's Halberd. Just have the disarm ready for the TA. That tends to just ruin TA in her timings. It's Stominen charging all the way across.
Nice charge. Very nice charge landing on 2. Nether Strike gonna land on Takaya. Takaya actually walking out of range, but will still go down as Stominen is being targeted by Steel, but he needs to zip out. He's out of mana. Low Knight connects with the blast off, and now they've lost Satoshi. Oh, it's just... I mean, it was a very nice setup from Stominen.
Dire's
But the fight back from Alpha, it's not recommended at the moment, to say the least.
Yeah, it just doesn't pan out because they're just not ready to take these fights. You know, their lineup needs a little bit more form. You're running a Storm and TA. Like, even if you have this Roar Mystic Flare setup, we don't see it often enough. It feels like they're not clumping around these cooldowns as well as you'd want them to on the side of Alpha and Bait. They're just able to dictate. You know, you have charge off cooldown, you go again, and you just keep going. It doesn't matter. You just keep running in. Your team will back you up. They've played around that really well on the side of Bait. Alpha, they're staying a little bit more clumped together. You know, they don't want to risk having those solo charge opportunities any longer. But the damage has been done as the lead grows all the way up to 10k now.
That it does. Alpha, I mean, they're still not out of the game yet, but it is looking rather detrimental at this stage. Mid lane, they are going to show themselves. I mean, Bait are around the corner. It's like he has queued up a BKB now on the TA, so realizing he does need that kind of immunity to try and survive these team fights. As Takaya now going to get jumped. Last off all land. Sticky Mob did not though, so Takaya is still barely alive, and Dendy feeling forced to pop the Rolling Thunder to ensure he can secure the kill safely. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Satoshi is being watched right now by Funnick, but they will not jump in. Too close by the tier 2 tower, I think, to go for that risky play. So Satoshi's going to be alright. But they are slowly starting to chip away at these tier 2 towers. Oh, Bless Kid. He's the big target. Mid lane, Stonebank pops the Rupture. Bless Kid, I mean, they're trying to come in and help. He's just dead. Dendy won't even die yet. Storm's going to zip in. Still, though, is basically out of mana again. He's going to walk away from this, but the rest of his team cannot do so. Takaya getting caught out. Double charge again from Stominen. They will leave Steel alone as he does zip out, but they've got Satoshi. It's tough, John. It's a really tough one here for Alpha.
It's messy again. Bait they can just keep committing. They have no real cooldowns to wait for. To an extent, this is the kind of playstyle Alpha wanted to bring out as well. I mean, you've got Skyrat Mage and Beastmaster. You could just play around, look for these Roar, Mystic Flare opportunities. They just don't present themselves too well. Stonebank, though.
Oh, Stonebank. Whoopsie daisies. Something you don't really want to see if you're a Bait supporter is Stonebank dying solo like that, but he does get picked off. That's a big pick off here for the side of Alpha.
They find a good opportunity there. Good read coming out from Steel to understand that Stonebank's all alone, can be easily punished, and have any creep wave to kind of regen off of as well. So Bait, you're ahead. You're doing good. You're taking these fights. Do not give these opportunities away. Granted, it's not enough to really bounce Alpha back in, but 2, maybe 3 more kills like that onto a solo Bloodseeker, that's when things get maybe a little bit too spicy. So just have to watch out.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, I mean,
tower
Bait will
is
run their
under
way out here, not willing to risk taking a fight right now without their carry. Just the thing, like with Stonebank dying, like you die like that, you give Blesskid so much opportunity to come back in terms of net worth. And I mean, he's only 2.5k behind now as the TA, which isn't really too bad at all. Like, sure, you want to be ahead as a TA, but considering where you were just a few moments ago, you are slowly but surely catching up. And that's not to say as well, like, Steel's doing a pretty damn good job of keeping up in net worth to boot. It's about 10.5k now as the Storm, and certainly is getting to the point where you are seeing a lot of impact in these fights as Steel. Even if they aren't winning the fights overall, I think the kills that they are getting is purely based off Steel jumping in and finding the right targets.
Yeah, he's been identifying these isolated heroes really well. He's been maybe a little bit on edge, trying to maximize his mana pool, but when it does work, it does pay off. Still, Bait are out for another smoke. 3-man smoke here, every spell off cooldown. Then he's got the blink to kind of get some good angles here if they find something. Alpha, a lot more disciplined. They are hanging way further back. There's an Obs Ward that did spot Steel at the least. But in that area, and they'll just gun for the Roche. Why not? You've got the output. You know the side of Alpha is not in position to contest. Take this early objective up, have a secondary life to kind of go for the high ground, or just look for these fights across the map, maybe a tier 2 at the least. And it just, again, it's a slow but sure, very safe, yet also pretty clean play from Bait to not provide any openings.
Fantastic play here from Bait. Free Roshan to go their way. Alpha, I mean, all they could afford to really do in that situation, I think, is just take the time to keep farming. Just accept the blessing that you get. So they are certainly not out of this game one yet here. Alpha, they could still pull off a bit of a comeback against Bait, and it would be a bit of a miracle comeback, but comeback nonetheless. Bait is starting to swarm that dire jungle area. Alpha, I still think want to just play the avoid game for now. I don't think you're too interested in trying to force anything unnecessary yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under
There is a
attack.
blink being queued up as well on Blesskid, so even though he does have the BKB, wants the blink up so he can really look to burst down those backline supports. And then after that, he's queued an MKB. So, I mean, you are getting to the point where this TA is going to start to really hurt.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower is under
I'd say she already does hurt. It's just a matter of getting her into these fights. Until that blink is up, it's a little bit awkward. Bait again, though, going for another smoke play out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They might be
attack.
able to catch a big clump up here, and Alpha's all grouped up for this push.
Dire's top
Here we
tower
go.
is under attack.
Bottom lane to Kaya. He's been very unfortunate in being the first one to die every team fight, and it might not be too different here as he does get caught out, and so does Braxy. Both of them getting silenced up by the Blood Rite. Oh, and they even found Blesskid. Netherstrike to hold him down. Blesskid still trying to find a way to survive through this, but Stonebank is getting right to work. Heaven's Halberd out as well, not allowing the TA to fight back. So they do take him down. Satoshi, he'll desperately try to TP out of this and we'll get away with it. But now they've left Still behind. And Stomina will not connect with the charge. Funnick, he had Cookie in one. Not in time, sadly, for Funnick. Nevertheless, though, 3-for-1 trade. Denny, the only one to go down. Aegis is still intact. And it looks like Bait, they are still in full control of this game.
They certainly are. They're in the driver's seat. They take that Roshan. They feel confident with that Aegis ready. It is a little bit challenging to pierce these objectives just purely off of the zips coming out from Steel. So he's doing a fine job of just stalling out a little bit more onto the
Dire's
push.
bottom tower is under
But
attack.
for the most part, this game is still really hard for Alpha. It's still recovery mode coming out from them. You need a little bit more from Blessed Kid. He does now DQ the Blink Dagger and opts for the MKB, which I don't fault him for. At the same time, I mean, it's hard for the TA to get a good position.
Lodine's actually surviving the onslaught of Alpha right now as they look to turn it around. Bait, I don't know how they got their techies out of there. Stominen was there to save the day, and now Oh, they've got a Beastmaster on their hands. Satoshi not going to look to survive this one, I don't think. Dendi also fighting Tokaya. That'll be another. That's going to be demoralizing. I mean, it was basically 3-4 heroes onto a techies, and they just still couldn't get the kill. Spraxy now at least able to TP out. But Bait, they'll find some T2 towers out of this, I'm sure.
Should be able to find mid. Again, clean moves out from Bait, backing each other up, getting some space out for Lodine. For Alpha, we just haven't seen the strength of this lineup. We've seen maybe a couple of plays with a Mystic Flare, not enough to have that impact you'd want it to have. You need way more time for Blessed Kid to work out in this core matchup. I love that Stonebank is just going back for the Basher, has the full Mjolnir, feels really good. You can just kind of get that active off as well in Staminen, as he will just charge in. So a really good hero to give that Mjolnir active to, with a static charge, of course. And they invade the Tormentor, which Alpha has just not been able to touch in a while. They still have their own Tormentor up here as well, along with their own Wisdom Rune. They should be able to find that. And it's just a cascading effect right now for Alpha. This feels like one of the worst case scenarios where you come out of the lanes really weak. Like, you don't have control over your Tormentor. You don't have control over your Wisdom Rune. You're forced to farm up, which is fine, but it's these new map objectives that make it oppressive. Like, the level deficit you'll have in your supports just doesn't feel good when you're up against a level 16 Spirit Breaker and a level 13 Techies right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty tough affair as oopsie daisies. A bit of commitment there for an illusion. It happens. Bay maybe getting a little bit too excited. Nevertheless, the Rolling Thunder, Nether Strike both down, but not the longest cooldowns. It's going to give Alpha maybe another 70 seconds of peace before they come running at them again. What can you do?
Yeah. Just to relish those moments of peace, try to get something on the map, keep getting that build up. Free Shard coming out for Funnick off that Tormentor take. Does have the upgraded cookie. I'll say one thing. The change to Universal for Snapfire is pretty interesting because she does do a lot of damage, but I always felt like where Snaps try to sneak in a heart when they can, if they are going for the damage build up. Now you're much more open. Smoke out from Alpha though.
Yeah, they could find a big pick off Stonebank. He's the one they really want. Never getting the BKB off in time, but will eventually get it off as now Braxy gets ruptured up. Kisses are out. They want at least something for their trouble, and they're going to find the Skywrath as in comes Stormin, and the man just doesn't stop. He'll just go all the way. Satoshi needs to run, but Beta chasing him down. Cookie is out. A nice blood right. It'll still land on Satoshi. He could not find a way to avoid it. Who else can they pick off? Stormin hits onto Takaya with the charge. Nether Strike out as well. Takaya dropping low, but Stomina may have gone a bit too fast. Still, he'll Shadow Blade. Cookie down to the low ground. He's made it out.
God.
Stomina will not die. The Shadow Blade paying off as a Spirit Breaker. He just charges his way back down to the bot lane. Off you go, son.
That's just ridiculous. Stominin just escaping with a sliver of HP. No punishment really coming out from Alpha. Alpha, at the least, their high ground still holds. You can't fully commit on this push from Bait. You kind of, maybe wait for the next Roshan again. Maybe just wait for more stats on Stonebank at this point. A 19k lead for Alpha. I'm not sure what's to be done. Like, this MKB on Blessed Kid still feels good, but your timings to play with your Roar plus Mystic Flare, your Vortex plus Mystic Flare, it feels like it has faded away a little bit. And it's just Bait in the driver's seat. You know, they can do what they want. Manta plus Diffusal and Dendi just doing a lot of work. Having his own Dispel on hand makes it a lot harder to find some control for the Pangolier as well. And they take all the outer towers. So again, not quite high ground moments yet. Roshan, we'll see in about half a minute how long that respawn is. But Bait have executed very well. They understand their timings. They understand this tempo. They get a really good lane coming out for Stonebank. And it just doesn't, it hasn't felt like Alphas have ever had any answer so far for what Bait's bringing to the table.
No, they certainly have not.
For the twins.
Alpha, 20k behind now. I mean, it's... I keep saying they're not out of the game yet, John, and I'm not wrong in saying that, but it's a tough position. All the weight on Blesked's shoulders at this stage. Charge out from Stominant. It's going to be onto what looks like a creep, I think. Bait hanging around the right side of the map. There's your MKB now on the TA. I'm not sure if this is like some huge timing for the TA, but this is the best they've got. Even a Lincoln Sphere now coming out on Steel, so he might be able to help avoid the rupture on somebody. And, I mean, you might need to pop a smoke and go now as Alpha. Like, it might be your best chance so far. If they do find Dendy, this would be a great pick-off. If they can get him, he'll swashbuckle away. He does man to dodge the concussive shot as well. Now with the Rolling Thunder, Dendy is on his way out. Dendy is on his way out on 50 HP. And Stominant comes in. He's found a no mana storm. Still trying to run. The Nether Strike gonna hold him down. Mystic Flare though. Stonebank. He lands on 3 with a cookie, but he's gone. Beta forced the team fight they didn't need to force. Dendy was fine. Lowdyne, high ground, tries to TP out, is not gonna make it. Alpha, they actually find 3 for nothing. What the hell is happening?
Bait, this time they get baited themselves. Kind of taking a pretty rough fight. And they want to back up Dendy. They feel like they can charge in. They got the kisses going really early. They didn't manage to get the chain stunts they'd want onto Steel, and that just leads to that opportunity where they're clumped up. Yes, you get the cookie, but because kisses were already out earlier, like, you don't have that follow-through AoE damage. Pangolier was out. Dendy had to heal up. So you don't have the nuking damage to play there. And all of a sudden, it's now Alpha. They have this Roche threat. Roche is spawned down bot. With the Deso up and the MKB on your TA. Again, Roshan's a big take. A really quick objective for Alpha to find. And it equalizes the game quite a fair bit. Granted,
it does.
Alpha still has a lot of objectives to go through. At the same time, I mean, Bait has lost a lot of net worth just off the back of that one fight.
Yeah, they're trying to get there for the Roshan. It's going to be too late. Bait, they're going. Stominant, he's charging. He's not pressing the S button. He is not stopping. He moves right in. Where's the detection? There's your dust out. He's going to try and go after Blesskit. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Dendy's been caught as well with the Mystic Flare. He's going to go down. Oh, Alpha. They are really starting to fight back now with Stonebank. Where the hell are you going, sir? He'll pump his BKB. It's not going to be enough. I don't think anyway. Is they'll eat the cheese. Stonebank, he does at least find the Aegis of the Storm. He'll heal up a little bit. It's Stonebank versus the world. In fact, he found Blesskit. He'll find another. There goes Praxi as well. But he is down. He is down on the Bloodseeker as Alpha. They will still clear them out. There was a moment where you thought maybe this Bloodseeker will keep going with the heals coming, but still not enough.
They put a valiant effort on Bait. They lose a little bit more than it's probably worth. You managed to clear the Aegis out on Steel, so you kind of neutralize the objective. You forced out the cheese as well. So overall, Alpha has gained literally nothing except these kills off the back of that Aegis, but you're still kind of okay with that. Again, from a 16k lead all the way down to 8k now for Bait. These fights just scrappy, maybe a little bit forced out. Like Stominant just constantly running in. Granted, no detection, but it's your team's not ready. You couldn't play with the kisses there in Funnick. It was a pretty good compressed area for a great kisses to get channeled through as well. And, well, the side of Alpha. Again, they're finding certain wins here, Mike. They have growth. They have high ground defense with a Storm that can zip across. So you can stall this game really well. They've got the blink up now as well. And Satoshi for some good angles to get some big roars. We need some items to come out here for Stonebank, right? Like the Bloodseeker has just sort of been melting to the output right now on Alpha. The Scotty's going to help the cause. A Basher helps them keep these heroes in place. I'd like to see down the line, maybe even a Basher and Dendy. We don't see it that often on Pangolier, but it does feel like any additional control you can leverage out of BKB is just really important right now.
Oh, that it is, John, that it is. Alpha. 8k disadvantage now for Alpha, but it's nothing compared to what they were just up against. Still a 60% win probability for Bait, but My oh my, the momentum has swung. Alpha, they're going to pop a 5-man smoke. They want to go.
Scanning.
They're feeling cocky, or rather confident, I should say, because they have been winning every single team fight, and Funnick, he will get caught to start with. Stominant going to move in. Charge immediately cancelled off. Takai getting a little bit unlucky, still in the little shredder. Not exactly what you need. And that'll be about it. Both sides kind of throw some shots at each other, but nothing really amounts from it.
Yeah. You don't really waste anything major as well from either side. It's not like we saw any BKBs committed from that exchange of pleasantries. So you still have your tools in your tool belt here for both sides. I'm getting a little bit worried about, again, Stonebank. Like, it feels like every time he gets jumped first like that, it's always scary, especially if his team's not around. He's just randomly farming. The punishment you can dish out onto the Bloodseeker is significant. The full Scotty is up and running though, so Stonebank will take a little bit more time to die. The slow is going to be useful. The healing reduction could be nice, although.
Jump in. They have found the techies. Lowdine is gone. Nice pick off again from Still on the Storm.
Vision game has been really on point from Alpha. Like, these wards have given them all these kills. Just able to play around that information. Steel's just willing to jump in. He feels like he's big enough on the Lincolns, and quite frankly, he is. With Lincoln Shivas, it's not a fight that you can counter-initiate on easily. We talked about the shortcomings on bait with their draft. It was always going to be the Storm, right? Like, you just never had stable hold for the Storm. Your best bet is really that Shadow Blade charge still, but it doesn't feel like anyone else is quick enough to back Stominant up when he gets some of these longer charges off. So they need more coming out here from bait as Alpha. I mean, you're number one in net worth now for a Blessed Kid. Like, the TA scaling up against the Bloodseeker, it's pretty good. You've got the range advantage. You can just kind of kite this Bloodseeker around a little bit as long as no one drops too low in HP. For bait, we need to see some team fights line up here. We need to see Dendi get some good rolls.
Yeah, I mean, he has been getting picked off quite often, like, as soon as the fights start. It's so detrimental, like, a couple team fights lost in that way, and suddenly you just don't have it anymore. As well, bait, they are moving in once again. Keep in mind, Funnick is reaching that point where he's going to hit that level 20 and 25 talent as well. The problem is he doesn't have any damage items to speak of, but you are getting to a stage where Funnick can basically turn into his own kind of carry. If he can get like a Daedalus or something, which he will require to actually have some damage coming up.
You say you need damage, but at the same time, you're a universal type in Snap. You have way more base damage right now in comparison to before. Like, I believe 189 before. At this point, you'd be at 150, I think. If I recall my Snap far right click damage right, because I used to want to build Heart. Now it's just not necessary as they get a charge.
They're going to find a Ruby. The McCabe committed, but they do just perma-stun him up. They know he's there somewhere, and Takai is going to go down. Not the biggest kill in the world, but, you know, it's a start here for bait once again.
They need to get some D wards off on bait. Like, these cliff wards are still up. It gives so much information out for Alpha. They had a sentry.
Oh, Steel?
It's in range.
Steel? Dendi? He jumps in. Steel's very low on mana right now. He needs some help. He doesn't know Stominant's there either. Stominant making the jump in now as he's completely out of mana. He's got the help incoming. Braxy feeding him mangoes, trying to help him out. It might be enough, but he can't get to the high ground. Oh, Still's down. Braxy will drop with him. And now they find another. They've got the TA held down. Blessed Kid is going to drop.
Next time.
Braxy, Braxy tried so hard, John. Braxy tried so hard to keep the Storm alive, I'll tell you. He mangoes him. He uses the Pervice on him. And it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough in the end.
And that's the kind of opening that Bait needed to find. They doubled their lead once more from 6k to 12k. And they've got this opportunity to go high ground. Look at Funnick's damage. 211 plus 12. Little Shredder up. Granted, he didn't take the +2 Little Shredder attacks, but it's still a good amount of output when he can machine gun through.
What's he buying though? He's got a Demon Edge queued up. Is he going for the Daedalus? Yeah, he
It should be, yeah. Just more damage, you know, at this point. You're just a secondary core.
Dire's bottom
Kind of
tower
ridiculous.
is under
Like,
attack.
normally, universal type for Snap doesn't matter until this point, but you reach this point in the game, and then you feel that difference. 2 bracers, pipe, octarine, halberd. Still 200 per right click.
bait. I mean, they are still being forced back thanks to Tokaya, still on that blood right. 240 pure damage. Nothing to scoff at here, and Beta being very cautious because they understand how quickly the game can be thrown back the other way based off what happened earlier. They're back in the lead now. They don't want to throw it back again the way of Alpha, because it is their game to lose considering the state of the game at the moment. Alpha. You're almost getting into that Divine Rapier territory for Blessed Kid. You may as well just go all in at some stage as this TA. There's your Daedalus now.
On see some of those crits from Funnick. How fat are they? Should be decently fat. A good amount of damage. Blessed Kid does have the full Lincolns up, so a little bit more protection there.
Are scanning.
I suppose that is one thing with the Spirit Breaker. Like, you get multiple Lincolns, Spirit Breaker actually does nothing, but we're not at that point with multiple. Still, smoke out from Alpha. They know Roche is about to happen here, or is happening.
They are going to try and infiltrate Alpha. We're going to move in. Roshan still happening, but Rolling Thunder is going to be popped. Dendy try. Oh, Dendy. He's on the Twin Gates at the moment. He's in the wrong place at the moment. Dendy. Oh, Stonebank's been caught.
Oh my god.
They read the fight wrong. They thought they were coming in through the Twin Gates. That was not the case. Uh-oh. They've lost Funnick as well.
God.
Roshan now completely open for Alpha.
Buybacks.
I was so
80-second
confused.
respawns. I thought they had to read. I thought they had a sentry for the Hawk, so they saw it coming from north and they're taking position there. The gate to fall places, that's... They didn't even have vision on the gate. You can see the channel if you have vision on that area. And
Dire's middle tower is
I don't
under
know.
attack.
That's a big, honestly, a little bit of a big throw. Like, they lose their entire lead. 1k advantage only. Secondary life available on Steel. Cheese up as well. 40 seconds without these 2 cores.
Dire's middle
Like,
tower
that's your opening for high ground. And it will just melt. This is TA plus Beastmaster after all. It doesn't take too long.
Very, very quick here for Alpha.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Fate gonna be feeling a little bit silly
has Radiant
if they lose this game. Now the net worth is completely even between these two teams. In fact, Alpha will take the lead. Win probably 65% their way. You see the graph's been a real roller coaster here. Bait, I mean, just a couple of small mistakes just costing them so much.
It's the story of the game, really, right? Like, we've seen Bait kind of make these small mistakes in succession, and that leads to these opportunities for Alpha to bounce back in, to have some presence, to have some control, to take the reins back in this game. 1 racks up, and they're in a good spot. And for Bait, I mean, something's not lining up. This is the same issue we've been seeing every now and again. It just feels like at some point it's a bit disconnected in what they'd want to do and what ideas they have. And Alpha, they tie it in. Right after a slow lane, they just tie it in. Now you have the Hex out on Steel, more instant control in the zip in. Like, it's not going to feel good for Bait. They've got to be the ones to get the jump here. Somehow they need to have Stominant find some heroes, play with that Silver Edge, and be ready to back him up. There's been a couple of times where Stominant goes in and there's no one there to help him, and it just leads to a free kill.
Zip in, Dendy again being the primary target as the Hex is out. They've got the Pango once again with the Mystic Flare. He's got no chance. Dendy is down. Buyback is available. but he may need to commit it. If Alpha decide they're going high ground for a secondary Rax, you've got no choice here but to commit as Dendi. I mean, you can try to defend just high ground with the Blood Ride and the Techie spam, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Blessed Kid is hitting way too hard now as the TA.
Just
All of
not.
that just doesn't even need to stand within the mines. Lift is out, Stominant. Gonna charge in. Denny's holding out on buying back. And he does have the Rolling Thunder, but he wants to probably see a nice initiation before he does go in. Problem is, he might need to be that initiation. So they will Nether Strike. They have found themselves a Rubik. Takaya gonna go down. Now the buyback is there. Dendi, he's making his way over, but still is just melting them along with Blessed Kid. Dendi is too late to the party. They're still gonna try. Disarm is out onto the TA. He's got a cheese available. He will eat it, but the Rolling Thunder continuing to stun him up. Still also getting caught out. Blessed Kid is gone, and they've even found the Storm. That'll be the Aegis down. See if they can find him a second time. A very nice charge from Storm, and gonna hold down Storm, but Steel is still fighting back. Hex is out once again onto Stonebank as he will Blood
Oh
Ride.
my God.
Continuing the fight. Back in onto the Beastmaster. He'll heal up a bit more. Can they keep this going? Alpha, they're falling down one by one. Braxy's set to fall as well. He's going to go down, but in comes Takaya. In comes Steel. The Vortex is there. Stonebank is still manning up. What an absolute Giga Chat. He'll keep going, but he's down. He is down as Steel will get tipped by Takaya. Stominant hoping for a bash. No, he'll go for the charge instead. Unfortunate.
What? Why did he run off in the first place?
Braxy, this is a risky play, sir.
Brought
All by
back.
himself. Bash, very nice. Braxy, really competent here, and Stominant's going to be backing off. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I get this one on the Skywrath Mage, but the Storm, in the instant back off, if he managed to break the Lincolns with at least one of his spells, get the stun afterwards, you would have at least evened out that fight, but so many issues coming out. Like the Ags for Steel, this follow-up control to hold him in the AoE, it's getting painful for Bait. BKBs are down to a very low duration on Stonebank, only 6 seconds where he's free to run around. And the side of Alpha, again, they're executing really well at this point in the game. BKB up and running now as well for Satoshi. So he feels free in the middle of these fights. Blink up for Blessed Kid into the Swift Blink next, once he has some buyback gold ready. And Bait have lost what was a very clear advantage. They're playing on the back foot. They have to deal with 2 lanes of super creeps. They're scaling at this point. It feels like it tapers off a bit. Maybe when you hit that 25 on Funnick, it starts to feel better, but even then, the Snapfire has nothing defensive. No BKB of her own, nothing to save. The moment these fights start from just a Storm zip into Vortex, it looks really over if you're not careful.
Well, here we go, Alpha. I mean, they're gonna try one last time to go high ground again, just get that final lane of barracks, but no, they're gonna back off. Maybe wait for the next Roshan now. It's kind of crazy that we've gotten to the stage of the game, like almost 50 minutes in, considering how dominant the first 20-30 minutes was by Bait. I think it was 2 lost team fights and it was all, it was just a complete turnaround. Is Beta going to hold high ground now? Alpha, obviously hoping for an early Roshan, but we're going to find out in about a minute 15 seconds when it is going to spawn up. It'll give time for Stonebank to build up this Abyssal Blade he's looking for. The issue is he needs another core that can hit hard, I think, because Steel is top net worth right now on the Storm. He's just doing so much work. So is the TA naturally, but I always go back to the Storm. If Alpha pull off this win, Steel is probably the guy that opened the door for them, right? With all those zip plays he was making. Because we are going to go for a charge, Braxy. That's a lot of damage. Stominant, trying to go for the Nether Strike, not going to be there yet. In fact, he does get caught out by Steel. He's down.
God. That's optimistic to say the least. I think you're at the point in the game where Skywrath Mage does have enough armor, does have enough durability to survive through a charge. And it's not very likely Alpha splits up where you can just get these solo pickoffs. and steals around, gets the vortex, and that's more than enough. You get that. You get the counter control.
Funnick having a bit of a laugh to himself with that voice line, I think. I'm pretty sure Funnick's probably very unhappy right now with the way this game's gone.
There's no way anyone's happy about this game right now. This is... Oh, it's rough for Bait. It's so funny to say that because it's been rough for Alpha for at least a good 25 minutes this game. 25 to 30 minutes. It felt rough for them, but they hold out and they make it work.
Funnick, at this point, you just forget the team exists. Just go buy a Divine Rapier, hit level 25, hope for the best. That's what I would do if I was Funnick.
He needs a BKB.
You think
There's no way he survives. Yeah, I mean, he's been dying, dude. He has nothing defensive. What does he do? Run in, try to get in range for a little Shredder, no Dragon Lance, no added range, and then just dies to Vortex and all the damage coming out from this TA? They need at least a couple more BKBs. Like, just be able to stand and hit without worrying about the repercussions. Would be big as Funnick's being hunted.
That he is, Funnick. Yeah. I suppose he probably does need a BKB. He's caught out again. Bye-bye, Funnick. Unfortunate. And at least he got his 25.
Oh, okay. That's pretty big. And, you know, you have your buyback, so it's not as bad as Stominan rushing in by himself and dying without buyback. So you have time to recover. This game is... How do we reach this point, Mike? How were we 50 minutes in after a 16k lead early on?
Yeah, that's a good question, John.
Confused right now.
It's a very good question you're asking there. I mean, we might get to see tier 5 items at least. That's kind of nice.
You're trying to curse it, aren't you, Mike? I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Every time we say this, it never happens.
No. But you were casting a game in SEA and it went for like 60, 78 minutes or something and they didn't have a tier 5 item.
Yeah, that was Boom Esports. Pretty sure Mushi pulled out the ruler, whipped some fingers.
They lost as well, didn't they?
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
That was jumping into the minefield side, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Natsumi, my boy, my fellow John, as Alpha, and their Johns at heart, going for the Roshan with the free Ags now. And now the high ground is really opened up. That is going to good old Satoshi as well. So the drums of Slom are in gear.
Radiant are scanning.
I know how you stop this.
Well, they've smoked up, John. It's going to be a very hard ask to try and stop this. I think maybe some buybacks. At the very least, they're probably going to be committed here for this defense. Alpha.
Scanning.
Here we go. Through the bot lane, Stonebank's going to reveal himself, but the Hex is out immediately. Stonebank is probably just dead and he's gone. That's one down. He does have buyback available. Meanwhile, Funnick did literally no damage with his multi-shot, little Shredder, sadly, so that's a little bit sad for him. Charge out. Yeah. They found Takaya. Aeon Disc is procced. Takaya, I mean, he's literally just juking by standing still. They don't get him. He's alive, and now Alpha, they're onto the bot lane. Zip in, Vortex is there from still, Roar is out, Lowdine is gone, Funnick is probably also about to die, but no, he barely gets away with the disarm as Stominan's gonna charge in. He's onto the TA. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they can deal with Alpha, as they've got the TA controlled up and he's gone. Buybacks are coming. Satoshi. He's trying to come back in. Still, he's got the Aegis at the very least, but he's completely surrounded. Can they time it? Cookie. Oh, it's on the mark.
Oh my god. What?
Hold on a goddamn minute, Jonathan. This game is not over.
I
don't know.
Alpha take a fight in two fronts.
Yeah.
With the zip really far across, your TA is disconnected there on the other side. And they overextend. What? I'm confused. But who's not confused is Bait. This is a victory for them. Look at that graph, Mike. It's recovering. We are to the moon as they say. Look at that graph. It reminds me of crypto.
We are,
Buy
we
the
are
dip.
to the moon right now. Wait.
Are fortified.
Bait. Into the mid lane they go.
Oh my god. I don't know
they
if
have
anyone's happy
buybacks.
about this game, Mike. I don't know if anyone is.
Oh, Dandy,
Oh,
be
no.
careful, sir. Braxy does a lot of damage with the Mystic Flare. They get a mid-Rax. You know, that's a start, Jonathan. That's a start. The top Rax is open as well, don't forget. This is from a long time ago. It's still open. I know you might have forgotten, because I sure did, but it's still sitting there open.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, right now, Funix queuing up that Divine you mentioned. He is going for it. He feels like he doesn't need protection. This is
True,
my
true.
issue, though. You show in a lane, you get run down and hexed, and then you lose that Divine. Oh, well.
No, he's got it. He's got it.
Just don't show in
He's
lane,
done it,
Funix.
John.
Don't show in
Well,
lane.
that's it, though. Like, you just need to hide now. He's got a blink dagger. He just hide in the fog, pop a little shredder,
Oh my-
jump in, delete
Funny
some
God.
people, and... Stominin? Stominin? Stominin?
What's he?
He has buyback. Stominin literally doesn't believe in cancelling charge.
No, he doesn't.
Stominin, if he presses charge, he's going. This guy's a real man.
I mean, do you remember Stommin was the dude who went for Midas Ags Skyrat Mage? He is
Yeah.
this madman. This is within
He's
his
crazy.
playbook.
He's
Look,
doing it again.
Again.
Oh, I thought it was on the TA. It's not on the TA. It's on the lane. It's all right. It's all right. He knows what he's doing.
I feel like every time he does this, Bait either just completely ignores him and just don't consider him as a hero anymore. So they just imagine it's a 4v5. So they don't feel bad when Stomina dies, or every time he charges, their heart rate just skyrockets. It's either or.
He's
Like
gonna
this
do
right now.
something here, John. Oh no. No. At least he got the bulldoze off. Stominin, why are you doing this?
Another gem.
Come on,
No one
Stominin.
even wants it. Oh no, the ping's there. All right. They see it.
Well,
At least he has
buyback,
buyback.
at least. He's got buy. He can bring himself
Yeah.
back in the game.
Yeah, not
This
like
is why
last
Funny
time.
built a Divine Rapier, John. You see? You would too if you had a Spirit Breaker in your team doing this crap. I'm buying Divine. Screw it.
Are you speaking from experience from your own damn games, Mike?
Not my Spirit Breaker, Jonathan. I'm a perfect Spirit Breaker player. I would never charge into a full enemy team.
I don't
with
think
nothing
you're
but myself.
perfect. You cancel charges, Mike.
Here we go, John. Satoshi's jumped in. Rushes out immediately, but he's going to pop the BKB. But Funny, the Divine Rapier damage. I think they've noticed something's wrong with Funny's hero at the moment, because everyone backs off as soon as Satoshi dies.
Oh my god. This game is... I'm grinning so badly because I don't know what's happening. My mouth's been stuck in a grin, Mike. It hurts. It hurts.
It's a fun game. It's a fun. And the best part is we're probably going to miss out on tier 5 items too. Like there's 2.5 minutes left, but
Hey,
we're
you're the one who
guaranteed
said
to not
this,
get
Mike.
them.
You're the one who cursed us, you know?
Yeah,
No one else to blame but yourself.
it's
A
just
lot of things in
incredible
my
how.
life.
Bot lane. Hold on a minute. Funnick.
Oh,
We talked
my
about this.
God. This game can't be
What's
real.
that? What?
This game can't be real.
But they were going mid.
Not for myself.
It was 4v5. Oh, they were going mid. Well, you just go for the ancient. It was 4v5 anyway.
Oh, look at the graph. This is why you don't buy the dip,
I love
guys. It
this
never
game.
rises up.
This is a great game.
It never
This is my
rises
favorite
back
game.
up.
Blessed kid, don't. Be careful,
doing?
sir. He's just running up the triangle. They won't take the bait. They won't take it though. Braxy, Takaya. Here we go. Charges this. Stominin will jump in. Blood Right will connect. The Glimmer Keep will save for now. Meanwhile, Blessed Kid gonna get disarmed here. Stonemake, he'll jump in. It's a big jump, but still's there with the Divine Rapier. It's just doing no damage though. Still, he's still trying, but Stonemake man's up. He's got the TA down, and now they've got the Storm.
What?
Divine Rapier has been returned. Back to its rightful team. Who's throwing harder is the question in this game. I tell you, who is throwing harder? Takaya. Takaya now caught out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lift
Why are
is
they
there,
pushing?
Takaya.
Come on. Take something. Stonebank, please. Why are we,
Like that's
why are
gonna
we
take me back to
farming,
the
guys? What's happening?
They've got no lanes. They have to push out waves. They've got zero lanes to
Creep
push.
waves. Yeah, I suppose so. But they're respawning at 50. There's still a buyback left. I can't even. I'm not gonna explain anything. Like there's nothing to explain.
Tier 5
This-
items. Tier 5 items, John.
Okay, that's what they're waiting for. All right, come on. Someone. Oh,
Braxy?
this is not a tier 5 item.
No, it's not. But it might be a tier 5 kill. It bashes her out. Braxy, he's gone. Look at that, John. Stygian Desolator now available for Funny.
Oh,
He's keeping it. Woo!
Now
Let's
he
go,
just needs
Funny.
a rapier back. You know.
Yeah, well, I don't think Stonebank's providing the rapier back, sadly, John. He's holding on to it for dear life.
To be fair, you know we've also seen Stonebank just
look at
stand in the
Stonebank.
lane.
Oh, Giant's Ring for Satoshi. With the drums. He's a big boy.
He doesn't look that big.
No,
Oddly
he
enough.
hasn't got it on yet, John.
Oh,
it's
okay,
in the
okay.
backpack.
Put it on. Oh, smoke up. Oh,
He's a big boy with the drums out. That drum kit just doubled in size.
we should got
bait they
deeper
have
in
backed
volume
up.
as well. You know, like just
Yeah.
a real deep instead of the higher pitch snare drum we have, just a deeper bass drum. You know, give us something like that. Would be funny. Then he pops the BKB and it grows deeper. Then it's just a 1 decibel, 1 hertz note, and you can't hear it. I want that.
Oh, still. This is a big pick off. They can get it. He's 46k net worth, Jonathan, and he's got no buyback gold. He's 150 short. His net worth is
Classic.
46,000 gold, but he's got no buyback gold available.
Buyback, dude. Just don't die.
His buyback costs like 5k. Look at it. He's so farmed. His buyback costs 5,000 gold almost.
Oh,
Oh, another Giant's Ring. Is that a Dendy Giant's Ring we give to?
No, it's
But
Stonebank.
isn't it? What's
Got the
Dendy gonna
token
take then?
first.
He's got a tier 5 item. Oh, the mirror shoe. Okay.
That's safe, but it's not as funny as a giant tango.
Well, isn't
Fair.
that better? Like, yeah, I guess he just didn't get lucky with it, but you'd
No,
much
I'm-
prefer the giant Pango.
I thought every team has the same selection. Is it randomized per player? I actually forget the
That's a
patch.
good. Well, I've never gotten to the point where we're at a tier 5 item, so.
Ooh, Blood Mist!
Listen, you-
Blood Mist, let's go!
Oh no. He actually
Stonebank
took the axe.
based player.
Charge. Satoshi caught out again. Satoshi is down, no buyback available.
Look at that
Alpha
overheal.
are in a very dire position.
Look at that barrier, dude. You heal up, you get an overheal barrier.
Are you talking
Just
about
have
Blood
more
Mist again,
HP.
are you?
Yeah, it's the Blood Mist. Look at that overheal. Look at that. Look at this barrier. 800 additional EHP. For free.
Oh, he's a tanky boy. He is a tanky boy, I'll give him that. Very slow, but tanky.
Yeah,
Very lore friendly as well, like just walking that slow, being that big.
that is true.
I like that.
That is true. I want to see him. Does he have the taunt? I want to see him taunt while being big. It sounds pretty fun. I don't think this gives you the license to just walk around freely in lanes, too, to be fair. You still have to be scared of this Hex. But, yeah, we're 63 minutes in. We're back to a 12k lead. Basically, the last 14 minutes were just filler. This is the actual end plot.
There is 2 mirror shields, by the way, on bait, so they can have the same items.
Yeah, there you go.
We've established that.
Dire's bottom tower
I'm sad that Stolman doesn't have a tier 5 item token. All jump in, Funnick caught out immediately, and AoE Vortex from Steel going to catch 2 of them. Funnick's down, Dendy now being targeted still. He's hitting very, very hard, but needs to back off as the Rupture. Now the charge, Stonebank jumping in, Steel is down. He doesn't have buyback. He bought the Ethereal Blade. He hasn't got the, he hasn't got the gold. He's 120 gold short. They've got time. The gold's ticking down. 102, 101.
are under attack.
But they've got time to get the megas if they realize. Where's the creeps? Even the creeps are trying to help this storm out.
Dire's top barracks.
He's got buyback now. They picked up the bounty. Braxy got one.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Buyback is available for the storm. They're going to need it for this last defense. Dendi looking to back off. We'll walk away. One melee barracks left standing here for Alpha. Mind you, we're 64.5 minutes in. It's not like the mega creeps are going to matter that much, but they will certainly help. They're looking to go in for the last racks. Keep in mind, the storm does now have buyback. You have got it available. He's just waiting for the perfect moment to go for the buyback zip and AoE vortex. Leskid gonna buy a refresh orb now as well. Half HP is the racks. They have found Stonebank. There's your buyback. Still zipping right in. Raw committed. Stonebank is gone. Divine is on the deck once again. Has still found 3 with a massive vortex.
Oh my-
Funnick's
no,
gone.
no.
Lowdine is gone as well. Bait need to get the hell out of there. Get out, boys. It's not safe.
Blessed Kid has the divine.
Does it? I mean, we're this far in. Surely we'll have more than one.
No one has the gold, Mike. No one has
Really?
the gold. Maybe, oh what, you want a Stominant Divine after his charges? You trust him?
I still want Funny to pick up a couple divines, John. I'll be frank with you.
I don't think he has
he
the
goes.
gold either.
Stonebank's going to find 2 wisdom runes, John. He's level 30. Does he pick them up?
Dire are scanning.
Yes. Just for your supports? Okay, someone please? Dendi? Stominant? Charge a creep? Something? You love to charge? Ah, he's running. There you go. The gold all way.
Yeah.
Or not. Don't leave it there. Ah, whatever.
Dendi. Still gonna have his Lincoln's broken. Stormman still doesn't have a tier 5 item, by the way. First kid.
Radiant structures.
They're gonna jump in. They want the Divine Rapier back. Hex is out. Onto the Skyrath Mage now. Ag is being bought out by a Rubik, so just, you know, wants the Ags. I mean, this is super late game now. Just,
The
you want
tier 4s
everything
are
you
being
can get.
taken.
Oh, yes, they are. Tier 4 tier 4s
one's
are under
coming
attack in the
back.
dire base. One tier 4 is gone. Stominant broke the Lincoln's Nether Strike is in. They're onto the TA, but they need some more help than that. Dendi immediately pops the Rolling Thunder,
No
but it is
way.
stolen. They've got it available now for Takaya. Takaya can help out with his Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Stominant is still going, but he is all by himself. And Stominant is down, but he does have buyback. Funnick will be back up in 5 as well, by the way, so they'll have 5 very soon.
They don't find too much. I don't think that's the biggest loss in the world. The last tier 4 is just going to be taken again. And then the Ancient's going to be exposed. They're going back now. So, they hold on by virtue of the creeps playing the game.
Yeah, the creeps are doing it.
You know what this takes me back to, Mike? I casted a secret game in Div 2. This takes me back to that. We had some crazy stuff happen that game. We had Puppy eat a block of cheese on a silencer.
Oh, that's Pog.
We had a whole bunch of stuff that, quite frankly, I'm keen to see if Bait somehow wins. I've got a lot of questions. Mainly, it's going to be about this game. If Alpha wins, it's also going to be about this game because nothing will top this, Mike. Look at this.
No.
Look at what Lodine's doing. This is peak Techie's gameplay.
Yeah.
This is where we're
it.
at now.
He hasn't got the minefield sign, sadly. It's like the Ags upgrade, I mean. But it could, like, it's probably not going to make any difference now, but, you know, with how hectic these team fights have been, it's not like they would think about it. It might be worth picking it up, but he's going for the Octarine core instead to have the lower cooldown on the proximity mines. How long could this game possibly go on? One of his kisses. Spent it very early on. He's trying to force them back in a way. Honestly, it looks like they're trying to protect the mines being placed here by Lodine. These storm illusions is just destroying them. I can't believe both sides are 1 racks away from getting megas, but neither one can find it.
I mean, one side's 1 tier 4 away from the Ancient dying, but what can you do? You're stuck here. This is Dota purgatory.
If you're Stominant, right?
Yeah.
I think Stominant needs to buy an Ags and keep charging side lanes. Because you can clear the creep wave every single time you charge. They all just die to the charge hit. I think he should buy an Ags and just keep doing that. Because he can make it so this game just goes on infinitely by split pushing. I'm telling you, he can. I've won games just doing that, just charging side lanes when they're trying to push high ground.
Aren't you a dad, Mike? Don't you have better things to do? Don't you have a baby that you have to get out of your 1-hour game for?
No, absolutely not. She will wait. Right?
She'll understand when she's older.
I'm not abandoning the game. I ain't losing. I ain't no quitter, John.
She'll understand when she's older.
She's got a mother. She'll be right. She will understand one day, John, when she's a future TI winner.
Oh, look at
this
these
Steel's
bounties.
fan.
500 plus gold for everyone. Gosh,
Yeah.
it's tasty.
It actually allows him to be able to afford buyback on the storm, which is kind of nice.
That's true. He's ready. He's ready for this move from Bait. Whatever this move is.
Right, Takaya gets the message now. He knows that they're around there somewhere thanks to the charge of Stominant. Roshan is still not available, 55 seconds away. Both teams hanging around the Roshan pit though. Thing is that the TA traps are giving plenty of information here to Alpha, so they are well aware. And keep in mind as well, he's got the Ags up, so the Psionic projection is up and ready to go for the TA, so he can be a little bit of a rat if he wants to.
Tried to sneak up for that push. Sneak up for an initiation. I'm surprised he doesn't have any traps in his base just to make sure no split push happens, but I suppose it's not a major concern.
Oh, zip in, 3-man Vortex still. He's caught quite a few of them. It's a lot of damage and Funnick's gone. Lodine trying to run as the tech. He's getting some mines out while he can. Is still dropping quite low himself as Satoshi. He's out with the Raw now. They need to get out of there. Stominant trying to escape, but Stonebank's down. Stonebank does not have buyback. He did not save the gold, but he didn't have the buyback anyway, to be fair. It wouldn't have mattered if he had the gold. Stominant's down. That's got to be it. It's got to be GG. There's no way, unless the Dire Ancient was under siege.
Oh my god.
The creeps again, John. What? How? There's no way this game doesn't end after that team fight. Blesskid's going back for Roshan. I think that's a crazy play because Blesskid has been caught out.
Insane player.
If Blesskid dies, I might actually just cut off my internet and go home. I tell you right now, Blesskid, he's going to be okay. He will refresh.
Are you sure?
I hope so. He's going to BKB up. Blast off is there. Lodine does nothing. Dendy's going to survive. Charge through from Lodine, or rather Stominant, as now they've caught 2 of them. Steel's coming in as well. Dendy is eventually going to die. Lodine will do the same. 2 more down. Alpha, they want the Roshan first. They do not want to rush the base. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Just play for the safer objective. Surely this means Alpha has it, right? Like, Gage is up, another Ag's out. Who do you even give the Ags to? I suppose the Skyrat, give it to Braxy. Have the double spells. Eventually find his Roche. Braxy has his Ags.
There's 25 seconds now for Stonebank. That's my issue. Is you could have rushed the base, right? I guess they didn't know that buybacks weren't available, but it's like, what happens if Stonebank respawns and wins the team fight? Like 4v5. They're not even pushing right now, so chances are it'll be a 5v5.
Yeah, there's a distinct possibility of that, Mike. I mean, to be fair, Blesskid almost lost his Divine Rapier, so I can understand why Alpha's
does it
being
even matter
extra
anymore?
cautious. I don't know if anything matters. I don't know if there's meaning behind anything, Mike.
No. Mega creep attempt number 50 here from Blessed Kid. They are going to move in. Lincoln's broken, Rupture out. Immediately the Hex is there as well, but they're going to try and jump in and fight this one out. Blessed Kid dropping very, very low. The Divine Rapier could be on the deck again. Blessed Kid, he's gone again.
No, but who?
But
where
they've
is it?
lost Stonebank.
Pick it up.
Stonebank is also down. He has buyback available, but the gold is not there. He can't rejoin the team fight. It's all up to Funnick and Storminant. They jump in. Satoshi's down.
Divine.
Steel has lost his Aegis. The Divine. Funnick, pick up the Divine. Oh, he doesn't get it. Instead, he'll jump on a Steel. The Storm's been in trouble. Steel's gone. Steel is gone. How are they still in this game? Steel is coming back in. Storminant's down. They've got the
Wait,
Mega jump.
The ancient. This is the base first. Oh my god! It's not over.
This is the greatest game I've ever cast. This is it.
The Divine gets re-picked up by Blessed Kid. He just has it again. No one bothered to pick it up.
But he's got a free slot. I think he actually threw something out. And
He ate the cheese, I think.
Oh, okay.
He ate his cheese, but no one picked it up. Now, this surely ends here. The buck has to stop here.
It's gotta stop. Low 9, getting the mines down. Kisses are gonna be there as well. All right, here we go. Blessed Kid's under the tier 4 towers. It's falling very, very quickly. Mind you, he doesn't have a Deso, but it doesn't really matter. Still, gonna jump in straight away. Dendy's caught out. Lowdine's also caught out. Dendy will go down. No buybacks. I mean, Stonebank is respawning in 1, but the Ancient is being sieged as we speak. Surely he can't stop it, and he certainly cannot. Alpha have got game 1. Alpha have got the game 1 victory. I can't believe I'm saying that, Jonathan, but he has made it happen. Is that a blood mist I see on the ground around that TA? I think it might be. Which probably makes you very happy. But that is game 1. Done. 76 minutes in. I don't know what to say about that game. Alpha did not look happy, Jonathan. I don't blame them. I don't think there's anything to be happy about after that game 1.
I don't think anyone's happy, Mike. I'm pretty sure if I was on bait, I mean, I trust Dendy to be in the right mental state. Everyone else looked like at some point it was autopilot on, you know? Like, Stominant charging in constantly by himself, getting caught out. The Divine being left. They had the... If Funnick took the Divine, they win that team fight, they rush the Ancient, that could have been Bait's game.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of highlights, I'm sure. There's a lot that we're going to see here, Mike, but my takeaway is I did not expect it. I expected it to be close. I did not expect it to be close like this. I don't think it was even close for the first 20 to 25 minutes. It was very Bait favored. And then it became a close game. And then Alpha wanted it to stay a close game, so the lead would go back. And then we had a game of Dota, a very fun game of Dota.
It was actually a very fun game. It went 76 minutes, but I must admit it, I haven't had that much fun casting a game in a long time. Storminant. You saw this kind of moment. Like, there was so many aggressive plays here from Bait that kind of ended up working against them. And I do believe this was one of them, right? Where you lost Dendy straight away, Storminant gets low, ends up dropping, and then Stonebank's basically fighting on his own. And was this the fight where he got a couple kills? Maybe? No, it wasn't. He does. Oh, no, this was the one. So I think he got 2 or 3 kills out of this. But ultimately, they still ended up losing the team fight.
Yeah, it's just real back and forth. It's kind of insane. Like, the Blood Mist was actually doing work in terms of the shield. I think that barrier is really the most important aspect, the overhealing barrier. So you get a lot out there. This is the fight where I believe they found a Rapier again. Was this the fight where the Rapier got redropped? No, it wasn't this fight. This was not the last fight. Yeah, because the Dire high ground is still intact. So there was a lot of moments like this. Lots of small mistakes. I don't know if it's fair to say small mistakes from both sides. Lots of overcommitments from both sides is a good way to put it, I suppose. And lots of back and forths. Again, this reminds me of a Div 2 game, actually, from Western Europe. It was a great game.
Yeah.
It really was, but it was also just like I'm pretty sure at some point you just don't know what's happening anymore. You know, late game Dota is just like that.
Oh, I'm sure whichever team we talk to after this series is over, like when we ask them about game one, I guarantee they're just going to be like, we have no idea what the fuck happened. Like, it's just everything went wrong. Like, it's just craziness, all just complete chaos. And well, there you go, Alpha. That is actually their second single win throughout 2 or 3 so far. So believe it or not, Jonathan, with that victory in game 1 of Bait versus Alpha, they have doubled the amount of games they've won so far throughout the whole of 2 or 3. That's a good start.
This is where the Divine was just literally left right there. Like if Funnick had that with his right clicks.
That's what I was saying. What was he doing? He walked right next to it.
He walked next to it, he walked back, and then Blessed Kid also ignored it until the fight was over. It's like,
yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you're that far into a game. It's just everything's just complete chaos. We need an MVP, Jonathan. I think Steel is the clear MVP in this game. Like 26, 7, and 18, they would not have come back if it wasn't for this man. He set up so many good team plans.
He did. His itemization was perfect. The Ags pickup just turned the game on its head. His Lincoln's pickup as well helped the cause. Like, he had a good read, and he had a really rough early game. You know, it wasn't like an overwhelming start. We saw Dendi kind of get the job done there as well. I'm trying to check his net worth by 10. I mean, he was number 1 for a while, but, you know, it wasn't an overwhelming start. He got taken over. He got picked off multiple times once the ganks were rolling in from the side of Bait. But again, he has a good idea of how to set his team up, and Alpha has shown signs of strength. Bait has shown us, well, you know what? They've shown us that they have this willingness, over eagerness to fight, and I appreciate Stallman and has no S key. Maybe it's time to rebind that elsewhere, the stop button, because it has to stop at some point. It's got to stop.
Well, you've got to stop as well, Jonathan. We've got to head off to a short break, but of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Bait and Alpha. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 2's draft here between the side of Bait and, of course, Alpha. Jonathan, Alpha taking Game 1 after a 76-minute barn burner of a game here between these two. I hate to put you on the spot here, Jonathan, but what do you think Bait need to change up for game number 2?
Bind the stop button. I think that's a big change if we're going to go to the Spirit Breaker route. That is literally it. I feel like there were a lot of moments where Stominen was just rushing in and literally no one was there to help him. I don't know what the mindset was. And on a more serious note, maybe just comms, just communicate a little bit more, because you can't just go for these solo plays in the DPC. It gives a lot of opportunities away. And I think that goes for both teams. I think both teams have a lot that they can learn from that last game. We'll see as we go into our draft here for game number 2. We'll see if the draft changes. If we get a very similar draft, I get very scared, Mike. If nothing changes in these bands, I'm getting a bit worried.
I get very happy if we have the same draft, Jonathan. I would love a repeat of that game one, I'll tell you hers. Oh, I don't know. It was a great game. I don't know what you're talking about. Bait, the second ban out to make before we can see the draft start.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. Let's roll it back. Let's go again. Bait don't change anything. Alpha don't change anything. Let's go.
I want to see how dark Stominen's room's gotten after that game 1. I want to see how much darker it could possibly get, because I'm sure there's some. He's feeling the darkness right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. It reminds me of Alpha when I was watching their Div 2 games. You'd have, Joker Sabo, right? Remember when he was called Sabo 666? And right now he's Joker, so his room just looks, it's dark as well. And I just imagine him in Joker makeup, because I believe his Twitter picture has him in Joker makeup. So I just imagine that. And for some reason, Lizard made this lore about Alpha, where I think I explained this before, but you've got, someone turned the lights on.
5 seconds.
It's on. The window's open. He's in the light.
He's serious.
He's hit the stop button. He's bound
serious
it.
mode now, John. It's all over. It's Jover for the side of
It's
Alpha
Jover now. We're getting game 3. Look, Funix sitting up straight. A while ago, he was all leaning back, relaxed. He's back on Earth. He's off the moon. He's landed back.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, Techies is there for me. Lodi did a great job that last game. I can't really have any negatives towards Lodi. He did a fantastic job.
He did. Like, his impact was massive. He had some really good shard usage with the Electric Taser. He had really good initiation coming in. His blast-offs, he secured Funix lane very well, as you tend to expect from the Techies. So I don't mind this. I think, again, Techies is probably the best first pick hero. I don't have the hard stats to back me up, but I'm pretty sure we saw the win rate stats. It's something stupid, like 60 to 70%. Or was that Spirit Breaker? One of those two had a ridiculous thing. And okay, we're slowly rolling it back. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
We go. Here we go. That's right. We're running it back, boys. Beastmaster Rubik is back here for the side of Alpha. Bait, make my dreams come true. Choose the Spirit Breaker right now. Choose Spirit Breaker right now. Make me happy.
They've got to, right? Surely you honor this gentleman's agreement. But Stominen's in the light. No.
No, they got Stone Max Monkey King. How depressing. I mean, he's a great Monkey King, but, we won't get to see the Bloodseeker again, sadly.
No, we're not rolling it back, Mike. We're making adjustments. Bait also banned out the Storm that we saw steal. Again, he performed really damn well on that Storm Spirit. Very, very good. His lane against Dendy was great. Like, he had an early advantage until he was being bullied out with all the rotations. So I don't mind this respect coming out from Bait. For Alpha now, it's like, how do you want to handle this Monkey King? Because Beastmaster honestly is still pretty good, right? Like, you go Axis build again. You don't really care too much about having to deal with a monkey. You can figure out your core to core. Bait do ban out the Terrorblade. They take care of the Wind Ranger and Alpha, which we've seen Dendi play. To be fair, I feel like you can kind of let Wind Ranger go, because if you can manage it, then it falls flat. I was reading a Reddit comment just now where someone broke down what I was saying with stats to back it up. Wind Ranger has a 36% win rate, and in like the 4 games it won, it was all against like teams that were in the bottom, like bottom 2 of each region. So yeah, the Wind Ranger is not really in a good spot. It's maybe not even worth the ban slot.
Oh, good to know you read Reddit, Jonathan. Well done.
Remaining.
Good on you. You're one of those Redditors that they
Yeah, I
talk
can
about.
read.
5 seconds remaining.
I can
Well
read,
done.
Mike.
It makes you better than 90% of the Redditors, I'll tell you that.
Oh, Reddit's gonna love that, Mike. Don't worry, Mike's contemplating his words right now. So he's thinking twice. If you're on Reddit or if you use Reddit, don't worry. Mike has understood his mistakes. You can't doubt the 9K hive mind. You can't doubt that. There's no way the 9K hive mind's wrong, Mike. Still, while Mike is out there seeking Reddit's forgiveness, we are still waiting on this draft. Spirit Breaker banned out by Alpha. Maybe they realize Stamina has bound the stop key now, so he wouldn't dive that deep solo. Again, he did actually perform really well in the Spirit Breaker. Outside of a couple of really insane charges, I think he had a fantastic time on that hero. Had some great charges coming out, had some great setup, great chain stunts coming off.
Hello, John, I'm
I
back.
do see the Disruptor back on Alpha. Hello, Mike. Have you thought about what you've said about Reddit?
No, I did not. I misclicked and closed a certain site that needed to stay open. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I am back. I had to listen to you for the whole time I was gone, which is rather depressing for the viewers,
5
Jonathan.
seconds
But I'm here now. Alpha Disruptor is picked up here. Bait.
Wild card gaming.
Oh, the Spirit Breaker was banned. They're gonna go for the co-op for Dendi. Very pog.
Yeah, it's a hero that we've seen Dendi perform on really well. The Ags buildup is pretty sick as well. So it has some really good power spikes lined up now. It's not as awkward as it once was. We see
10
Funnick
seconds
back
remaining.
in his relaxation pose. He's back to the moon, in his comfort
5
zone,
seconds
Mr. Moon Man.
remaining.
Yeah.
Offward he goes. I am wondering, I'm just so curious what we get for Staminen. I feel like that Staminen, for me, is a player that's really fascinating to watch because we've seen him do some crazy stuff. I will never forget. To this day, I will always remember his Midas Rush, Brown Boots Midas Ags on a Skywrath Mage game where it felt like no one wanted to play it anymore.
Wild
And
card
I think that was
gaming's turn
amazing. As the Magnus comes out, that's pretty amazing as well.
It is very, very nice. The puck being picked up here by Alpha. So what are they doing now? Like the Magnus, from what we've been seeing a lot of, is usually played as a position 1, though I guess it still fits mid and pos 3 if you
10
really
seconds
want to.
remaining.
What are you thinking? Like, are they? Because Stomank's a really good Monkey King player. I'd say it's probably the best hero he has from what I've experienced. So maybe just a funny offlane Magnus then.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. Again, it's basically the same item build-up anyway. You're gunning for your harpoon timing. You have Empower for the Monkey. I wouldn't mind it really just being on that offlane for Funnick. You last pick Staminen's hero here. We'll see what they do opt for. He has a Skyrat Mage in the pool, so you can kind of gun for that, although I feel like that's maybe not the best here. It's really good lockdown for the puck, but it doesn't give you enough in these team fights and not enough control. That is something that can be lacking from Bait, like just support stunts outside of Blast Off.
Dire team back.
And we saw them maybe struggle a little bit last time when that was the case as well. They ban out the Naga Siren here on Bait Alpha. Probably expecting again a support last pick here. What do they want to take away from Staminen? Let's see, what else has Staminen been playing recently? You can take a gander here.
Wild card
Uh,
gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker, he's only played 4 heroes actually. Just Rubik, Bounty Hunter, Spirit Breaker, and Clinks. I don't think the Clinks fixes any of the issues I talked about either. So, Does he want Sky? Just going
10
to Sky?
seconds remaining.
I mean, it might just be the case. It's a dominant special, of course.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see. Bait, one more ban to go. Alpha, I think, should just ban it out. Like, Skyrath Mage against Puck's going to feel really nice. They know Stominant really enjoys playing that as opposed to 4. It feels like a pretty obvious ban here for Alpha. But they might have something else in mind that they don't want to have to deal with, to be fair.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. I mean, it's
5
a bit of
seconds
reserve time here to think about this final banner.
Just contemplating that pick a little bit more. Wondering what the call out is. Braxy's doing a lot of the talking here in the draft.
What else are they worried about? Like, yeah, pos 4 wise, like in terms of Stominant as a player, like we see him play Skyrath non-stop.
Yeah, that's the one consistent hero since Tour 1. And again, this tour he's only played like 4 heroes. Like it's only been Rubik, Bounty Hunter, Spirit Breaker, and Clinks. And I don't think you want to pick the Clinks for bait. Just not enough control. So, I mean, if they do, it's if you can get away with a greed, and can kind of work out. You've got a Disruptor you can melt. You've got a Rubik you can melt. Not the worst thing in the world. Get some push going as well.
Wildcard Gaming's turn to pick.
They banned this guy. There you go.
Dire
Okay.
team pick.
And the Clink still comes out. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Dominant's still sticking to the 4 heroes this tour.
Okay. So I guess that was the question. Is it Clinks is a Skyrath? They ban the Skyrath. I think the Skyrath's a better ban anyway. Like, against, when you have a Puck on your team, you definitely don't want to have to play against the Ancient Seal if you can avoid it. SF is picked up immediately here for Blessed Kid. So he's going to run the POS 1 SF. I'm sure Arteezy's proud of Blessed Kid somewhere out there. So, SF POS 1, I don't know how to feel about it from Alpha's end of things. I think it can work quite well. Is he going to be able to play it to a level where he can carry the team? Is my question. I will reserve judgment till we see what happens.
I think for Alpha, this draft is a lot faster paced. So you are... It's almost like the TA last time. You're playing around minus armor, except you're not really building the Deso yourself. You're just going for your aura down the line. You tend to go Dragonlance, and then just the usual stats, get the right click off. I like the tempo from Alpha. I feel like bait, their big issue now is Stominant on the Clinks means that you really lack lockdown. Like your rotations have to be reliant on maybe Stonebank playing a little bit faster. Like going for the Echo Saber build up and just kind of showing up with a Boundless Strike, because frankly have no good way of keeping these heroes down. Like the puck is super slippery. I don't know how you catch a puck with just blast off RP and Boundless Strike. That's not fast enough in stunts. Maybe a blink RP, but even that we've seen some pucks dodge out. So that's my big concern going into this one, Mike. How do you stop Steel? Because he's going to be really disruptive in this game.
It's going to be a good question, Jonathan. We'll have to find out as we are going to head into game number 2 between Bait and Alpha, and we'll see if Bait can force it to a game 3 or whether Alpha are going to take their first series win with a 2-0. Let's head into the game. And I think to answer your question, like against the puck, they are probably going to have to start with the Boundless Strike because that's the fastest stun they have. The thing is, though, surely we might see like an Orchid build-up from one of these heroes on Bait. That's what I'm kind of thinking here. Like, either Dendy does it. I know Clinks do it. You know, these support Clinks. Some of them do rush Orchid in the right games. That might be your play. Just build it on the support Clinks if you can.
I just don't know how fast the Clinks can really build it up in comparison to his Medallion and to Solar Crest, which is a lot smoother. And the Solar Crest timing tends to be 15 in a really fast game, 20 in most games, 20-22. Quap Orchid still works, but I do feel like it detracts from your usual build-up. Although, to be fair, I don't think I've seen enough Quap again for me to have a standard build in mind. So I guess the Orchid can still kind of slide in. That is your solution. So we'll see. I think this draft is, again, it looked like we were running it back. Not quite. Some changes here and there. A lot in line. Bait, they want to stay in Div 1, of course. We've seen them stay consistent throughout the year. So a win here, forcing the game tree, and then a win on the series increases their shot of just staying in this division. So it simplifies this process in the last tour. It simplifies their journey to TI, perhaps, with the regional qualifiers as well.
Yeah.
They've got to bring that A game out. We have to see that consistency. We have to see that those comms being fixed up here, Mike.
Let's see what happens. Game number 2. Start off with the mid lane. You've got Steel there against Envy. Hard to know who really has the big advantage here. I think it can really just work either way. For now, I want to say it's an even matchup, but we'll have to... unless you've got something to say here, John, I think we're going to have to wait and see on this one.
Don't mind me.
I'd say even. Yeah, we can skip this, Mike. Take a look at another lane. Go.
What about bottom lane, Jonathan? What about bottom lane? Satoshi and Braxi against Lodine and Stonebank. Satoshi had a very, very rough laning stage last time around. I imagine it's not going to be too much easier against the Monkey King techies, as they are moving in. Bleskid in the meantime finding first blood top lane, so clearly I went to the wrong lane, John. Funnick now in danger. Gonna cop 2 raises to the backside. Tokaya has Glimpse in 5, won't bother probably throwing it out as there's just no point to it. Meanwhile, down at bottom lane, Braxi's gonna drop.
Yeah. They're trading back and forth. The bot lane still has the same issues as last time. This top lane, though, is rather interesting because Tokaya can set up for the raise spam from Bleskid. Stominant can try to abuse his early damage. Every time the tar goes out, Bleskid is melting fairly hard. Let's be a bit cautious.
He's dead. Stominant, very nice pick off there as the Clinks. Just the tar bomb is such a stupid ability, honestly. It's so silly. Like, the fact that it offers you 16% slow at level 1, like with a blood grenade being introduced into the game, it's just so easy to secure kills like that.
Certainly is. And they even out. Bait, again, off to a decent enough start in their lanes. They're finding some good farm across every lane. They're finding some kill trades as well. So they're getting things done. For Funnick, it's just a matter of riding through your early levels. That's where it's a little bit rough, Salmon.
Yeah, nice skewer from
nice
Funny.
skewer.
Now out Bleskid. He had one more raise, so could have had quite a bit more damage out onto the Clinks had he landed that third one, but thanks to Funnick, Stominant was able to walk his way out. Funnick, though, going to cop a bit of harass, but won't be too big of a deal. Takaya going to take some back now as Stominant does move in. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Balance Strike was out onto Satoshi. He'll be okay. Braxi, he's going to be slowed up here by the sticky bomb, but it's not going to be enough. He will barely survive. His top lane, Bleskid, again, going to find himself in danger and will end up going down. Funnick able to pick up the kill.
Yeah. That aggression is starting to ramp up. And they're able to get the physical output. They'll be able to find some really good skewers. And there's not too much Takaya can do. Like, the Glimpse level 1 cooldown is pretty massive, so you can't counterplay, and he has to be a bit cautious.
Takaya now being chased down here by Stominant, but is going to be able to get past that tier 1 tower and is going to be fine. This kid back into the safe lane. It's just very hard as an SF, because if you fall behind, it can be pretty hard to catch up. As Satoshi, he will die again. Stonebank with the Monkey King, able to pick off the Beastmaster once again. There's even mid lane still dropping low. Top lane, Bleskid's dropping low. So Bait, I mean, that last game really woke them up, because they are going absolutely ham this game. 5-1 already. It might be 6-1 in a moment, because Bleskid has been spotted. Stominant, he's got the tar bomb going. Meanwhile, Dendi and the puck going at it still goes down. Oh boy. What is happening?
Yeah. I don't know. This is the same laning start we saw Bait have in game 1. So, looking good already. They just need to maintain this momentum. Don't bleed out, Stominant.
Stominant getting a little bit low now. Takaya sliding him up with the blood grenade. Stominant, he realizes he's probably just dead. They will die to the creeps. Sadly for Bleskid, he could not secure with the raise. Funnick gonna be brought back here to Bleskid. Does go for a TP out. And sadly, they will not have the damage nor the stun to stop that TP.
Gets a little bit of a reset. Sees Dendi in the fountain as well. So you do have a little bit of a free lane for the SF. Not going to be able to TP back in. Some space for Blessed Kid to try and get more out. But Stominan's back, and he should be able to at least soak some free XP for himself as well. Down bot, they're still being aggressive. Again, you have the same issues as you did with Techie's Bloodseeker. The slow just lines up for the Monkey King to just run down. Satoshi with the Axis can just sit back as far as he can, but eventually the bomb hits you and, well, you're just going to be easily a target here. A strong start once more for Bait. 34-6 for Dendi, up against the 26-1 for Steel. 32-13 for Stonebank, up against the 17-0 for Satoshi. Very reminiscent of Game 1. This is something that Bait has always shined on. Their lanes have always been great, even from Tour 1. It's just that translation into the late game. Like, mid-game's still all right, and then mid-game to late game is where things get really awkward.
That's very true, Jonathan. I mean, the laning stage has really always been pretty damn good for Bait. It is a shame that once you get out of that laning stage is when things maybe start to fall a little bit apart. I mean, that game 1 against Alpha, like, the first 30 minutes was really good. It's just a couple of bad decisions, a bit too much momentum, and Bait just start kind of banging their heads against the wall. And Alpha just say thank you very much at the end. Dendi, bit of an aggressive blink in, just to get a bit of harassment in on the Steel. Really trying to, like, take advantage of this XP advantage he has right now, but the Dream Core is going to land from Steel. They have Takaya there to glimpse him back as well, and Dendi is going to fall. Nice rotations from Alpha to ensure they can secure the kill.
Yeah, that means a lot for Steel. Gives him some room to try and catch up in the XP. They managed to get a D ward off as well. So you're not going to be as bullied out on the puck. Unfortunately, it doesn't line up with any power rune. Not going to be able to find more.
Satoshi getting a little bit excited. He's going to pay for it with his life. Bait, they will be able to take the Wisdom Rune off the side of Alpha. So that'll be 2 Wisdom Runes their way. And we know how much that means. Like, getting that XP advantage, especially on your supports, it means so much.
Nice. Like, Stominant 6 is going to be coming out really fast here. You'll have the Skeleton Walk. You can kind of just scout around, start to really be annoying to Blessed Kid, who just wants to catch up in the jungle at some point and might be susceptible to that physical output once more. And so you're going to have a lot of options for Bait to keep applying this pressure. You're even rotating Dendi up top. Doesn't see the angle to jump onto Blessed Kid. Is just clearing out camp, so maybe a little bit of time wasted there. Again, giving Steel a free mid. But you're finding that slow but steady push onto the tower. The beauty of Clinks. You throw a tar bomb, tower just melts.
Braxy, he's kind of melting right now as he's going to tie to the damage of Lodine. They glimpse Stonebank away at least, so he won't get the kill himself, but I don't think it really matters too much. He's had such a dominant laning stage here on the Monkey King. Then again, he did have a very dominant laning stage during Game 1 as well, so maybe it does matter too much. As you know, we'll find out in about 50-60 minutes from now, John, if all this is going to matter or not.
We'll see. I feel like this is a lineup that Bait can close out on. I mean, all else fails, Stominant can push by himself. You know, he can make these solo plays. So I believe in Stominant. You know, we were having a bit of a laugh, but he is the kind of player who sees a win condition and locks onto it. Right, like that's why he makes these strange movements sometimes. He's so focused on what he knows will win them the game if his team's behind him.
Roar out. They have found Lodine, who's trying to go after Takaya the best he possibly can. Almost actually takes both of them out as neither one took attack the mine. Now Dendi jumps in. Coil is available. Dendi, he's going to lock himself down here. Braxy, he's got the lift up as well. Dendi completely surrounded. I mean, sure, they lose Satoshi. They are going to try and salvage here, Bait, but they are losing even more now. As at least Stonebank accidentally finds the Disruptor. He was literally trying to balance strike the puck and he kills the Disruptor instead.
That's a collateral if I've ever seen one.
It's a good kill.
It's a good kill. You're happy enough here on Bait. You're not going to be asking any of these silly questions from us. You know, you're like, all right, I found a kill. Nice freebie. you're getting a lot of space out for Funnick to just free farm up top, has the Vanguard up. Keen to see if he is also a disassembly into Octarine Enjoyer. I believe he is. We should be able to see that Octarine Magnus perhaps in this game rather than the Harpoon Rush Dendy.
Dreamcold again, Blast Off is going to be there to try and protect their mid-quap. Dendy is going to be fine. They don't have the follow-up damage here to go up against the Queen of Pain at the moment. Then again, nobody from Alpha dies either, so they are just going to casually walk out of this. It's like Stominen's going to have a rotation around the Dire Triangle, see if he can find himself a nice support to pick off, and... well, he doesn't really spot Braxy, instead looking at Satoshi. They will just not leave this man alone. Satoshi going to try and run in towards that Dire Triangle. Oh, no, don't run that way, Satoshi. Oh, no. They're just waiting. And that's Satoshi. He's got some help coming. Raw, he's stuck in the tree line. Nice cut as well. And now with the Static Storm, Stonebank is set to fall, though he's trying to fight back the best he can. He gets the Jingu proc, but it's not enough. He is gone. Takaya with a double kill on the Disruptor. I don't believe that was purposely baited by Satoshi, but it does work out very nicely.
It's a good response out from Alpha. They coordinate on that movement down bot.
Funny taking the voice line quite literally.
It's a classic. I wish they'd have the disconnected and reconnected at the same time in the tour. I feel like it's every other tour.
Yeah.
Then you have their he reconnected when they're back. Anyway, the coordination from Alpha is showing, right? Like they see this opportunity, they take it. Satoshi is saved. It's a little bit harder to melt him with a physical output with a Helm of Iron Will and a ring of protection. Like the armor does add up, it feels pretty good. So your physical burst on Stominen, even with that full medallion up, it's not quite enough to kill off the Beastmaster. He's under tower armor as well. Maybe a bit optimistic to gun for that. Again, for bait, this is space for Funnick. But Stonebank is your #1 farmed hero. Like, he is the highest net worth hero right now in the game. So losing him is pretty detrimental. You have to be a bit cautious about these losses. I do like the build coming out here from Stonebank as well. Going for Echo Saber into that Desolator. Again, just about playing fast, about trusting that Funnick's going to be there to empower you anyways. You don't need any major farming items here. You just need some fighting items on. It's just a matter of, again, for bait to execute on that philosophy that their draft has. Alpha, for their part, the one thing that is really hurting is just Satoshi. It does feel like this Beastmaster is just constantly targeted. And again, his timings are going to be stalled out. So your Overlord is going to be stalled. You are getting a lot of room out for your SF and even your Puck to have a pretty decent game here. Blessed Kid especially has just been left alone up top, which is rather curious. Maybe when you have the medallion or the full Solar Crest, that's when Stominen gets his rotations out. But we're not seeing that jungle stalking that most Clinks do go for. It's not just a farming Clinks right now from Stominen.
Yeah, that it is. It seems like bait starting to roam into that Dire Jungle once again. I like the fact that Stominen is just going for the Orchid right after the medallion. I think it's just a smart play here for Stominen. And it is kind of the play style of the Clinks right now as well. Like, you do take your time to farm a bit. Like, because you are just so efficient at doing so, especially in the jungle with those skeletons now. So I don't quite blame him for going down this route. I'm sure Bait want to try and avoid making any big mistakes that could allow Alpha back into a game, like they did in game 1. Blessed Kid's not too far behind, by the way, like on the SF, just, 250 gold, just about? Almost has the Dragon Lance up, so the SF's having a decent enough time. Classic right-click build-up.
It does deal really well in the jungle to catch up, so you've got a lot of room. You're not being pressured. Everyone else is caught in that pressure.
Stopping it. He's going to try and survive with the Dark Pack for a little bit longer. It's not going to be enough. That's kind of the key against support Clinks, right? Like, you just have as many sentries on the map as you can. You'll find them eventually.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
I'm
attack.
confused.
What's wrong, John?
I'm kind of confused, Mike. Why does Braxy have Skeleton Walk and that fact?
Oh, that's a good question, John. I believe that has to be, right? Because Dark Pact is not a part of Skeleton Walk.
Yeah, they're two separate spells.
That's a very good point, Jonathan.
Look and at I swear I saw him. No, he didn't summon the skeletons, all right. But this is interesting. It's free, 2 free spells. That's pretty big.
Your name.
Well, he can leave the skeletons. I think that's fine. But the Dark Pact, the Death Pact, excuse me, shouldn't be there. Well, he did still Death Pact recently, so I think Skeleton Walk should have gone by now. But it's treating it like he has an Ags up, basically. Unless it's because he's currently Skeleton Walking. Maybe if he gets out of the invis, maybe it'll disappear.
Maybe, but I've never seen that with Rubik.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
You're a Rubik player as well, right?
I mean, a terrible one, but yes. A really bad.
Let's find out soon.
No, he's got it.
No,
he's got a free ads. He is Klinkster.
Death Pact something. No?
Well, just go take Tar Bomb now and you'll be right. Off to the races.
Why does he have 2 spells?
I am guessing it bugged. What are you meant to do? Like pause and report this? You gotta play it out.
No, hell no. You play it.
Stonebank.
It's in the game.
Looking at Steel. Blast off. Oh, nice dodge. Boundless not gonna be there either. And now Takaya looking for a nice glimpse is gonna find Stonebank. He's out of the tree now. He won't cop the stun, but they have lost Takaya instead. Stonebank actually just casually walking out as nobody else was prepared for the glimpse. Bit unfortunate, but good news for Bait.
Nice pick off the find. Not the one that you were looking for. Again, Steel is a pretty hard target to go for. The puck is just a little bit too slippery. The room here that they've made on Bait, though, has allowed Funnick to farm into the Echo Saber, so he's not going for the disassembly into an early Octarine. He's still going for our standard Harpoon build-up, which I don't mind. It's highly effective. We've seen this work out for the Magnus every single time. So if it works, if it's not busted, don't change it. And still a steady path to build up. We are seeing now the switch for the BKB instead for Stonebank, so he's changed his mind with the Desolator, just wants to be able to stand and fight, which again, is a pretty good call up against the Disruptor. You only need to really worry about the Beastmaster Roar with that BKB up. And for the side of Alpha, it does feel like they might want the Roar more onto Dendi than anything else. So it forces a choice out from that one spell here, debuff immunity piercing spell you've got. Eventually the puck kind of helps you, but that's a way off. So it's going to take a while for you to get more ways to deal with the early BKBs that Bait has. And overall, again, not an overwhelming start. A lot more even in this game number 2. A 2K start now for Bait, 12-9. Blink is fully up now for Steel, so this puck even harder to pin down. Clump up top though.
There he is, a clump up. Stonebank smoked up. Should have his smoke broken rather soon and will. Rising Blessed Kid is there. Meanwhile, Takaya going to sneak up right behind them, but is going to get caught. At the very least, he does tank the gank for his team, so that's the good news for Alpha. Bad news is you are still being chased down. It seems like they should be just fine though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Satoshi. My man. We gotta get out of there, sir. It is not safe. If Stomina will reveal himself anyway, just takes the creeps, takes the balls away. He'll be alright.
Just fine. It's the side of Alpha again lagging behind a little bit, but not by too much. A 2K lead by 16.5 is a better story than it was last game. You've still got all this room for Blessed, and you are going for a smoke play now with Alpha.
Why not? What can they find out of this? There's a Deso now up on Stonebank, so it could be a bit of awkward timing for them to try and do this. Looks like they're going to find nothing out of this, sadly. So, Alpha. They could try to just pressure the mid-tier 1. Just force the fight that way. Or just take the mid-tier 1 for free. which is exactly what they're doing right now. And Bait instead are going towards the Roshan pit. They're going to find a pretty nice trade for themselves if they can get away with this Roshan for free. And the thing is, for Alpha, they're nowhere near the pit. It's going to be kind of hard to get there in time to contest this.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, I mean, at some point they've got to realize it. That is not the fastest Roche, but it's fast enough for the purposes of what Bait's trying to do. You can try to clump up and Bait, no, they're just looking to push a lane. So Freebie going the side of Bait. Stonebank will get that secondary life for himself now as well. The Desolator switch up is rather interesting because he was queuing the Desolator first, then the BKB ends up buying the Deso.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So I guess assuming that you can always kill off the Disruptor and you're not going to be the primary war target, you can get away with this. Now you've got the Orchid up as well for Stominanen. So there's your control for the puck. A little bit more coming out here from Bait. And overall, their timings are lining up. Even though the net worth lead isn't that big here, Mike, these item timings feel a lot bigger for Bait. Their tempo is up there. They can melt these objectives fast. It's down to the side of Alpha to show us how well they can defend a lot of their objectives here.
They've got the tree dance here for Braxy, so good way for them to get some information here if they want to try and pick off somebody on the side of Bait. They're not going to find really much yet. Top lane. Bit of a jump here on Funnick. Funnick going to get caught out with the Static Storm. Kinetic Field is going to hold him down. He is a pretty tanky boy, but eventually Blesskid comes in,
Structures are fortified.
and that'll be enough. Takaya will hand the tip over to Funnick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Just
bottom
a
tower
cheeky
is
tip
under attack.
for the sacrifices he made.
Dire's middle tower has
This is
fallen.
what it is. Sometimes, you know, someone's got to die. And at the least, it's not your Monkey King, so you don't mind that too
Radiant's
much,
bottom
Alpha.
tower is under attack.
And they're still in the game. They're not too far behind. They're still farming up. There's not that much to be worried about. Full Kaya up now for Steel.
Radiant's top tower is
He's
under
doing
attack.
a lot more as well with every spell cast. And that is pretty noticeable when you are kind of dealing with this burst. The side of Bait, again, like, they've still got the Aegis up. They've still got a lot to play for. Like, this slower paced game, I'm not sure who it really favors.
Braxy, he's got to lift off. Stonebank is there though, so Braxy's just kind of sacked his life away.
Grand Magus.
Bendy will go ahead and just pick himself up a regen rune to bottle up. It's the cop perfectly fine. Not really sure what the idea was there. Stonebank now, he'll go for a bit of a dive in. I mean, he's still got an Aegis up for 2.5 minutes, so he's more than happy to try and force a quick fight. Nobody really willing to contest him here on the MK. Stominant. Run into Takaya. Takaya trying to use the Shadow Amulet the best he can, but he's just deleted in one hit by Stonebank. Very nice. Odine, he's going to be fine. Like, still just doesn't have the damage on the park to actually even threaten
Dire's
Lowdine.
middle tower
So
is
the
under
Pavis alone, Lowdine just casually walks away, is now Stominant. With the Orchid up, trying to threaten the life of Steel. The Steel will avoid a boundless strike here from the MK, landing a 3-man Dream Coil. Sadly, though, nobody's around to try and follow up on that. Like, you would have maybe loved a Requiem,
I would.
but Blessed Kid's down south.
Yeah, he's still busy farming. Wants a little bit more damage. They miss an opportunity, and Bait's just capitalizing on this moment of inactivity coming out from Alpha. They know that the SF probably just wants to keep farming. I mean, with the BKB up, you can do a little bit more, but he wants the Crystallis first. Maybe the Silver Edge even, the full Silver Edge, before really committing to anything too hard. And for Bait, they found a mid-tier 2. The map's opened up for them. They can play this a lot more tempo-based now as well. Aegis will expire in a minute, so maybe not going to be able to gun for too many
Dire's
objectives
top tower is
themselves.
under attack.
But again, they've set themselves up with a good foundation to scale up. They've got really good core-to-core comparisons in terms of farm right now on Bait's end, and it's Alpha that's Well, it's Alpha that has to search for these openings. With Crystallis fully up on Blessed Kid, he is rushing for the Hurricane Pike next, so he wants something defensive. Our Puck going for the Yule's Steel, recognizing that the Orchid is more than likely the one item that will ruin him, so he wants a Dispel on hand. Then just takes time for some of these items to be up, and Bait just uses that time well. I mean, you're trying to play a slow game up against a Klink support. Eventually, it will just be a Klink score.
Certainly will be. Kind of the standard thing for the damn hero right now. Just, I'm a support, but I will guarantee turn into a core if the game goes long enough. So here we go. He's going to find himself Steel, but the problem is Steel has teammates right around him. He'll see that, so he'll back off immediately. Top lane, bit of a push here from Alpha, won't last too long. Bait in the meantime are forcing in through the mid lane, and lines have been drawn up towards the high ground. They don't have an Aegis up, which might make it a little bit challenging to actually force the high ground they're looking for. Now, I don't think their net worth advantage is big enough to really seriously consider it. But they do want to fight. So they'll move into that Dire jungle. Alpha seem very well prepared for this, though they are on the low ground. But they're aware that they are around here somewhere, preparing for a fight.
And just neither side wanting to give that opportunity out. Understanding that the last game was taken off the back of scrappy fights, so neither one wanting to end up in that position now. That just leaves the safer plays overall. That is the correction that we're seeing here from both sides. Full Kaya up now on Dendi. Again, same thing, more magical burst coming out now. It's time from the Queen of Pain.
Jump in
around here.
Lodine, he's been caught. Kinetic Field's going to hold him down. Lodine, he's trying to survive through it with the device. Is still doing pretty well in doing so. RP's out on the backside. They caught Blessed Kid. The SF, he's popped his BKB, but he's just trying to run away right now. He doesn't want this team fight. He's literally just casually walking away from Stonebank, but Dendy's got him. The Sonic Wave just taking him out. What a mess of a... What? What? Yeah. I mean, is that a rage quit? Is that a rage quit? That seems like a rage quit to me. Well, because he died, right? Like, the SF dies,
yeah,
and then Steel pops a Dream Coil at the secret shop. Well, what's the Dream Coil for? There's 3 heroes dead.
True. I can see why you'd rage quit, but...
I mean, it's a bit... Alpha said nothing.
I'd expect the Puck to be the one who disconnects. It's like, oh, I'm dumb.
Destroyed.
I mean, it can't be. It probably is just a disconnection. I mean, they're one game up. They can't possibly just rage quit like that. Yeah, he's fine. They just didn't want to say anything. All right, fair enough. Misfortune. Just the events happening, you know. 1 in a row. Very weird team fight, by the way, John. Very weird team fight. Oh, nice shockwave from Funnick. Not gonna matter.
Might have been able to try to angle for the skewer, but doesn't find cooldown in time. Side of Alpha now starting to lag behind severely. 6k lead for Bait. In a strong position once more. This game number 2 off the laning stage. Just need to seal the deal. You know, go onto the high ground safely. Don't go too wild. They will just de-ward with very low commitment right now. Skelly Archers doing that as well. They do everything for you. The only thing they don't do is laundry, I do believe. That's not in their contract.
Unlucky. Very unfortunate.
They play the trumpet though. I'm telling you, down the line, give Clinks a trumpet spell, and he toots the horn.
And he, you know, every year when TI is coming around, you start slowly losing your mind for some reason. And I always fear that Valve might be watching these casts, just thinking, who the hell are these idiots? Like this John X Fire dude's just carrying on about clinks and trumpets, you know?
Ice Rock.
Every
Ice Rock, give us the trumpet.
Every year you do this. It's because the battle pass is coming up. I don't.
Forget.
Every time the
Think so?
Battle Pass comes out, you have some stupid ideas. I'm pretty sure it was to do with Marcy somehow. Probably.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe something like the anime Marcy that ended up happening. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I remember something loosely like that. I don't know. I'm
you even
never
have that
myself
set?
at this time of the year. Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
Easy buy.
Structures are
It's gonna make fun of
Instant
you.
buy.
I've got it too.
Okay.
I was trying to make
Yeah,
fun of you,
killed
John.
you,
I expected you not to have it, but you did.
Why would I not have it? It's a good set. It's
You hate
cute.
spending money. That's
It's a
why.
nice outfit. That's true.
Bait.
That's true.
Funny. Oh, he's got a nice RP. He's found 2 targets. Static Storm will be dropped, but it won't matter. Steel is already gone. Satoshi will be going to boot. This bait. Go for a bit more. They're going to find Takaya. 3 down for the price of nothing.
Yeah. Just like that. Really big RP from Funnick. Even the skewer back. Like, he was very restrained. He didn't skewer that much. He knew Static Storm was going on top from the enemy team, and he knew his team would collapse onto that RP, so just stays, pushes them around a little bit, lines them up for Stone Bank, and the cleanup's there. Onto the high ground they go.
Yeah, they
Where's
do.
Dominant?
Where
Why
is
is Dominant not
Dominant?
pushing? Why is he not?
The age-old question. Where is Dominant? Dominant. I don't think you need to check that clip, sir.
He
They're
just
not gonna be-
rewarded it a while ago. Literally, like
When
2
they're
minutes
clearly
ago.
in their base, Dominant. Just leave the cliff alone. It's fine. I love Dominant. Dominant's a
It's a
great
high ground.
character. I wish I could just
I
have a
love
chat
it.
with Dominant. Yeah, he's a great guy.
I don't know what goes on in his mind, you know, but I want to be in there, in that mind. I
Yeah.
want to take a glimpse into this man.
You want to peer into the
I'm
darkness,
sure
huh?
he'd be a fan of a trumpet clinks. You have the drums, you have the trumpet, you have the guitar doom.
If they
He needs
did,
a guitar riff spell.
if they did a trumpet skeleton, like if they do trumpet skeletons for Clinks, I'll only accept it if he dies. The skeletons start like trumpeting like a sad song for him. You know? Yeah. If the skeletons
take
that are left
that, I
over
take-
make a
that's a
sad
good
song out of it, I'll be happy.
That's a good compromise, and this is a great non-compromise as well from Bait into Roche number 2. Gonna be a fast one. I mean, look at Clinks, what a hero.
Radiant structures.
This is
Who would
support,
win,
by the
an
way.
immortal being or 3 skeletons?
Never
3
underestimate.
skeletons win.
Never underestimate the skellies, John. Never.
Calcium too strong.
They're out of there. Alpha? I mean, they got a bit of damage off into that tier 3 tower. Not, anywhere near enough to take it down, but still some damage being taken here by the tier 3. Could come in handy later on, as they are going to back their way out, knowing that they don't really want to fight against Bait right now, considering the state of the game. Or rather, 12k behind with an Aegis and Cheese up on Bait.
Yeah, we're a good 20 minutes away from Alpha's comeback. If my my script is to be believed, Mike, I've written it all out. I've planned this all. All they need on Bait, legitimately, this is the test. Will Dominant join the push? He's farming right now, man. He's farming.
Oh, well, Leskid's going to have another disconnection. Yeah, he's doing his job, John. He's going for the Nullifier build-up. Once he's got the Nullifier, he'll join.
Okay, I'll take your word on it.
Can you blame him last game, John, after what happened last time? Of course he's making sure he can carry the game himself if it comes to it. I don't blame him for that.
Just like that wild card game when he bought Midas first and then rushed the eggs. I remember that. I clear as day. That was a game for all of the times.
He had to do what he had to
Good
do,
old son.
Jonathan. You'd do the same thing
Yeah.
if you had to join Wildcard back then. It was not an easy time.
That's true. Actually, yeah, that is not an easy time for wild card. And now, without Dominant, where are they? Div 2.
That's right. That is right. Shout out to Sammy. We love you, Sammy. We miss you.
Gotta love
He'll
Sammy
be
boy.
back. He'll be back.
He'll be back for sure. He'll be back someday.
Someday.
Then he will face off against Dominan.
That's right. Here we go.
And then
Resume
he
is
will all
there.
chat something like Midas first item Skywrath Mage at the end of the game. He would do that. I know he would.
That's a Giga
Love
Chat
Sam.
move, John.
All right. Excuse me. Age is still 3 minutes and 40 seconds away from expiring, so a lot of time for Dominan to farm. And a lot of time for Alpha to consider their next move. Daedalus being farmed up by Blessed Kid. That's going to be their big damage spike. They need to find a way to just preempt Funnick when they jump in with the RP. Like, maybe a Hex or maybe a quicker reaction from Satoshi with Roar, although even that doesn't feel instantaneous enough to cut off the RP. I feel like a Hex is probably your best solution here. Like down the line, if Steel can kind of build into that side of Vice, Hex on preemptively Hex the Magnus coming in with the RP, then just instantly drop even just a one-man Static Storm. Like you're okay with that. You just need something to break that combination, because that is the combination that Beta's banking on. Like a lot rides on just actually landing that RP more than usual in a lot of games. And they just need a combo breaker somehow on Alpha. We'll see when that solution presents itself. Things coming out into Lodine, shoving out these lanes as well. Nullfire, I believe, up for Dominan. Now do we get some action, Mr.
Yes.
Bone Man?
We should.
No, we're not.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't
Okay,
have a
he's not
blood
farming.
yet.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's true. Then I'm supposing he's gonna need a Daedalus at some point.
Depends. Maybe a Divine.
Dire's bottom
If he wants the game to go really long.
Yeah, that's true.
Radiant's middle tower.
Funnick had his fun
Starting
last
out
game,
pretty
John.
well.
Why can't Alpha do it?
Dire's bottom tower
True.
has fallen.
That's a fair point. I mean, they've already pushed, just with Stonebank and Funnick down bot.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Stop
He
is
doesn't
actually
actually tell.
Why is he not in this push? Tell me, like.
He's scouting, John. Look, he's found someone. Look at
Okay,
this.
he's getting killed.
He's-
There you go.
See that?
Okay.
Satoshi's gone. No beast
All right.
bust.
Okay. There
Jump
you go.
in.
Pays
Oh,
off.
that's a nice skewer. That's a nice skewer. They found the SF. Stolen RP by Braxy. Not gonna matter. He just bought a Daedalus on the SF, so there's no buyback gold available. As Braxy will drop. Dendi going a bit too deep, I think. Satoshi will commit the raw. In fact, it's not even gonna matter. Dendi, look at this. He just keeps going. Satoshi's down. He just bought back.
structures are fortified.
Yeah. And now you actually do have Dominan here. So the push is just gonna skyrocket. They should just gun for tier 4s. There's literally nothing they can do.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Will they go for it? Nah, they'll go for secondary racks. They play it safe. They don't want to give these opportunities back to Alpha.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But they'll clear out super fast. Again, they execute in that fight. There's just no follow through once you lose the SF. And again, it's just down to how do you stop the Magnus from getting the RP. You just don't have that instant disable unless you preemptively static storm yourself.
Is under attack. Dire's
The
top
best
tower
thing is maybe a Hex, but you're far away from that, and all of a sudden, Megas.
Yeah, here we go. Tokai is gone. Mega's up. Stomina just deletes Braxy.
is under attack.
Alpha. I mean, this is sadly a much different game to what happened game 1 here for themselves, as they just seemingly had no chance. Spate, they'll just keep going. Nice Dream Coil. Gonna land on 4. No follow-up to it though. Blessed Kid unable to get a Requiem off, and Stominan once again deleting Tokaya, getting a dieback now as they're onto the puck. Still should be dead. We'll go down as Blessed Kid is in trouble. Blessed Kid is now down as well. GG's call. That's game 2 down the drain here for Alpha. Bait getting it together.
Now they clean up after game 1. This is how game 1 would have looked if they managed to maintain that momentum start to finish. And it's good to see that correction come out from Bait. Happier faces coming out here. They have a spectacular start. Their lanes go as well as they did in game 1, but they carry the momentum. You know, they don't give out anything to Alpha, Stominin on the Clinks. He farms up a little bit more. It does pay off. They get some really good push going, and they keep securing this Roche. The fact that Bait has consistently been very good in the Roshan, I think that's a concerning thing for the side of Alpha. I think Roche control does feel really important when you have a lineup that can do it, and Bait just manages to find ways to get lineups that always feel good in Roche. Granted, game one, Alpha did have a TA, and you could kind of clear out there as well. Am I mixing up my games? There was a TA, right?
Yes. Oh, wait. Well, now
Yes,
you've
yes.
confused me. No, that was game one. SF was the
Yeah,
carry.
game one. So game
Oh,
one, I'm saying
Jonathan.
Alpha had a way of clearing out Roche in game one. In game two, not as much. It wasn't really the focus, but again, their lanes also just got wrecked. I think this Satoshi off lane just needs a solution, because he's getting the Beastmaster all the time, and yeah, you can go Axis, but it's not like the Axis always wins you the lane too. At some point, you've got to put a lid on Stonebank, just prevent the Monkey King or prevent that safe lane from just getting everything it wants here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty one-sided affair here for Bait. Should have been the same thing for game one, to be absolutely fair, but Alpha, props to them, able to take it. So game two, going back to Bait. Game three now is going to be the decider, of course, between these two teams. I do agree with what you're saying as well. Like, if there's one person that's just not having a game, it's Satoshi. It's like, enough Beastmaster. Give him something that can actually survive the lane, actually farm a little bit, give him something with some catch-up potential. Like this Beastmaster going Helm of the Overlord after having such a terrible laning stage, it's just not working. We'll see if they want to change things up for game three's draft, but I mean, if you run a third game with a Beastmaster after the experiences you've had, like, I don't know what to tell you, John. It's it's not unfortunate anymore if you do it 3 times.
Yeah, that's definitely on you at that point. So we'll see how Alpha adjusts. Again, we saw a little bit of an adjustment in this draft. I want to see Satoshi and something else, but focusing on Bait, just a spectacular game. Again, maintaining that momentum we saw this time from game one, and our MVP this time, it's got to be Stonebank. He had a fantastic lane coming out there up against Satoshi. His itemization in the Monkey King, going for the faster kind of aggressive Monkey King build, right? Like Phase Boots, Echo Saber, Desolator, BKB. Instead of anything farming, understanding that they can play fast. They don't need to sit back and farm. They don't need to wait for that build up. If ever you do want to farm, you've got the Magnus to empower you anyway. So just play that tempo, and that's where Bait shines. When they can play that tempo into the victory, maintain that tempo throughout, it sounds great. It looks great, and I want to see that Bait for game number 3. I think this is them at their best.
All right, well, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between Alpha and Bait. Don't go anywhere. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3, our deciding match here between Alpha and, of course, Bait. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, you've gotten a little bit delirious as this series has gone on. I'm not going to lie. I've been hearing you say some ridiculous things as of late. Tell me something else that's ridiculous. John, how's Alpha going to pull this back and get a Game 3 victory here over Bait?
Remaining.
No Beastmaster.
No Beastmaster.
Seconds remaining.
That's not too
No
ridiculous.
Beastmaster.
Team banned.
That's realistic.
No.
I like that one.
It might be ridiculous for Alpha to consider, as they haven't considered this in their draft at all. Try Underlord. It's not banned out. It hasn't been banned out. Underlord is there. Do not
know
try
what?
Beastmaster.
That's an offlane hero that we haven't been seeing a lot, has it? It just hasn't been popping up recently.
Yeah, it's kind of faded off. Like, first week of DPC, it was everywhere across every region along with Doom. Now it's just the Doom and everyone's forgotten about Underlord. I feel like it's because of lane matchups. You have stuff like Monkey King you have to worry about, Slork, Ursa. These heroes still enjoy ripping into that Underlord, so maybe that's why it's kind of faded out. But I feel like that hero still works. You can play around its aggression. You can play around a Fiend's Gate pretty well. It still dominates a lane in most matchups. So I wouldn't mind it for Alpha. What else has Satoshi played? Good old Satoshi. Let me just double check. Magnus is there, Bat Rider, Timbersaw. And Bait get to start off with the techies again. So they get to start with that strong pick. I'm surprised Alpha is consistently letting it through, prioritizing the Doom and the Medusa bans, but I suppose they are forced to do that. They do snag away the Magnus now on Alpha's end, and they pick up the Skyrat Mage. So they take away the Mag from Funnick, and they take away the Skyrat Mage from Stominin. So a little bit of a shake-up there. That is hopeful. That is something Satoshi has played more frequently on the offlane as well. So that should be our offlane Mag. Magnus Sky is a decent lane. It's not actually that bad. So I like this from Alpha. Maybe this time Satoshi has a game he can play.
We'll find out. I like the change at the very least. I think it was just very, very important to change something about this draft. And the offlane was the one thing that was really falling behind for Alpha. So see if this Magnus changes anything. At the very least for Bait, they will take the Beastmaster themselves now. So they've got techies and Beastmaster. I mean, what? It's a pretty nice combination. Like, we see techies Beast all the time. Mind you, it'll probably be Lowdyne 5 techies anyway, so you probably won't see this offlane duo of Beastmaster and techies, but I suppose if Stominin felt like it, you probably could give it to him as well. Just depends on if Lowdyne's bored of it yet.
Yeah, I think it's such a good lane that you don't really want to pass up on it, the Beastmaster and techies, so I wouldn't mind Stominin kind of switching things up. I mean, we were talking about Beastmaster being pretty rough for Alpha. It does have a really high win rate, so maybe it's just not something they can enable too well with how Alpha drafts. We'll see what else comes out as we do see our next phase of bans. Wind Ranger being taken out by Alpha, which again, I feel like is such a Bait hero to ban. I reread the post. It's like a 36% win rate. It's like a 9-game loss streak right now in the DPC. Overall across each region. Like, this hero is just not good outside of pubs. So again, that's one ban that you kind of take away that probably doesn't necessitate a ban. So you can see the Skyrat Mage, the win rate has also not been as spectacular here in the NA DPC at the very least. Although, to be fair, I was looking at records. I don't think Stonebank or Stominin has played at this tour. So he hasn't actually touched that. His favorite Skyrat Mage.
That's true. Very strange, considering the hero feels like it's been buffed. Just hasn't been coming out. Don't know what to tell you, John. Alpha. Couple bans here to come.
Turn to ban.
Get rid of the Quap now from Dendi, and Dendi had a brilliant game last game around here with the Quap. Wouldn't say he was the deciding factor by any stretch. I think it was just a very one-sided kind of affair from Bait, but nevertheless, you know, he had a pretty smooth time, so they'll just get rid of that. Perhaps their mid lane matchup doesn't really want to go up against the Quap as well. Like, you could see something like a Void Spirit coming out or an Ember coming, or Ember's been banned, but you get my point. Like, these more melee kind of mid laners generally don't really enjoy the Queen of Pain very much. Even heroes like the Storm, perhaps, could come out here for Alpha.
Yeah. I think you have some pretty good heroes that can slide through because of how these bans are unfolding. Bait considering what to take out here as well. Will they want the Void Spirit to let through? Will they want the Pangolier let through? The Storm? Like one of these heroes are going to be picked up in that next phase. Bait does have first pick in the second phase though. So they can kind of gun for, say, the Void Spirit themselves. Honestly, I think Dandy Void Spirit's a pretty good solution here. Although into Skyrat Mage, it's always a little bit dodgy. Playing any of these Spirit Brothers into the sky. Ancient Seal is really annoying. Disrupts their momentum quite a fair bit. And you don't necessarily enjoy building Yules nowadays. Especially in the Void Spirit, just because, well, you have durability items you'd rather go for. So I want to see what the plan is from Bait. As Alpha. Again, it's a pick your poison scenario. Pangolier, Storm, Void Spirit. You're confident enough in the sky dealing with them at the same time. If you don't have to deal with them, it's probably still a lot better.
One final ban to come here before we can keep these drafts going. Maybe another mid lane ban here from the side of Alpha. Either that or you deal with some of Stonebank's heroes. Like, you still have the MK available if you wanted to go down that route. And again, it is a bit of a Stonebank special, that Monkey King. Highly doubt you'd want to play against it, even as if you do have the Magnus, who might be able to just skewer away. I don't think he'd particularly enjoy it very much, but they're going to get rid of the TB instead. And Alpha, let's see where they go. Like, they might pick up their mid hero on these next two picks. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to go Storm again, which is arguably why they just banned out the Quap. It's at least like still had a very strong game on the Storm, and they can kind of rely on him to allow them the openings they require to come back. If they do fall behind, that is.
Yeah, I like the Storm. I think it fits into how we've seen Alpha play. And again, game 1 was pretty impressive coming out there from Steel. We'll see. I'm digging into that reserve time once more. As to what that pickup will be. If not, then the Pangolier, Void Spirit for Alpha. Trying to think of any off-kilter mids. They go the Undying to start off with. Which, honestly, it's a good hero, but you don't have a lot of control right now in Alpha. Like, Ancient Seal, Skewer, RP. That's your control right now. Bait, just go for the Void Spirit. So, I mean, you don't have much to be scared of. It's just Ancient Seal. If you're not being caught out by Ancient Seal, if you manage to jump the sky, get the Remnant off to him before he casts a spell, you're fine. He melts to the Void Spirit output.
10 seconds remaining.
That he does. Bait.
5
Fourth
seconds
pick.
remaining.
Could be the Stominant hero, could be the Stonebank hero here. They do seem to love leaving Stonebank's hero to, rather Stominant's hero to last most of the time.
Dire team pick.
Oh, they'll go with the Clinks. So they'll leave Stonebank's hero to last. I mean, you can't blame them for going down the Clinks route. I think it does very well against the Undying in lane. Against the Skyrath, I mean, this is a zero armor hero, John. You know, like the Skyrath just melt to the damage that the Clinks
10
provides.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, he'll just melt. I like this from Bait. I feel like this plays into what we saw from Game 2, their strengths when they do tie together. Like, they can play fast off the back of this. I will make a weird suggestion here for the Stonebank hero, Mike. I'll make a very, very funky one. I want a Morphling. Because Magnus is, because Magnus is universal. Turn into Magnus. Easy stats. I need to see it, man.
True. That's very true. Well, they do go down the Storm route for Alpha. I know you haven't seen it, John. Something tells me it's probably not going to happen this time either, but maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe. Highly unlikely. I mean, you know, the thing is, if they did choose Morphling, chances are they'd be taking the Undying Morph to take the Tombstone every time. So, as, you know, as sad as it might make you, Jonathan, I don't think they would morph into the mag.
But the stats.
I know. I know.
It's too
The
good.
stats are amazing. Is it though? We haven't seen it. How
It
could you
is.
possibly know?
The numbers, they don't lie.
Team battle.
Numbers never lie. They must be the only truth in this world.
Well, here come the
The
bands for
1-1.
position ones.
What do you have left here for good old Blessed Kid? Let me just check his pool. Ursa, Slark,
10 seconds
SF again,
remaining.
Bloodseeker perhaps. I think the Bloodseeker, probably from that
5
pool that he's
seconds
already
remaining.
played, fits into this pretty well.
Wild
Lane
card
into
games
Beastmaster is
turn to
alright,
ban.
honestly. They ban out the AM just to protect the Storm. So they just want to ensure a pretty smooth game here for Steel. No threats of Mana Bomb coming through. For Bait, Stonebank's pool, I mean, it's still
10
pretty open
seconds remaining.
as well. To be fair, like a lot of crossover there.
5
Maybe the
seconds
PL.
remaining.
PL honestly might be good. Especially, I mean, you could argue Magnus is an answer with power, but it's not really a straightforward one. Storm with the Vortex as well is somewhat, but PLs tend to just dodge out with Doppel. So I wouldn't really mind that coming out here for Stonebank. I think the PL plus Techie's lane is also decent. It's not the most aggressive, to be fair, but it can line up if they wanted that illusion hero here.
Final ban before we can see these drafts completed. Both teams taking a lot of time with these drafts. Really thinking about it. Obviously, third game is very, very important for them to try and
Turn to pick.
get this right, as they are going to ban the TA now for the side of Alpha. Bait require a Stonebank hero.
Fire team pick.
Perhaps they wanted the TA. Never mind though, they'll go down the Slark route. Another lane dominant hero. Probably going to enjoy going up against heroes like the Magnus. Alpha seeing that now, it's just a question of what do they want themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if this is a good
5
Ursa game.
seconds
It doesn't
remaining.
feel like it. I don't think Ursa up against Slark is a great thing for Ursa, as Slark will just sap away your stats. Feels pretty good for the Slark, especially once he has his Depth Shroud up. But an Ursa would play with your Magnus pretty well. And power is pretty nice on that kind of physical core. Yeah, it's the
Choose
Ursa.
your
Alright.
hero.
It makes sense. You can farm pretty fast with a Magnus. Your core is not too bad. It's also not the best, but it's not bad. Like, you can work that as the Ursa. You can try to burst down the Slark. You've got no real hard lockdown on Bait outside of Roar, so Steel does feel like he's going to have a great game until Stominan picks up his Orchid. I think that's going to be the timing we're looking here for Bait. For Alpha, very different lane. You know, Satoshi playing a completely new hero in this series, finally having something else to play beyond the Beastmaster in that Magnus. And Magnus lane of Magnus and what is it? Magnus and Undying. It's an okay lane. Magnus Sky is also an okay lane, depending on how they decide to lane it in the end for Alpha, whether or not we see a switcheroo. I don't know if that really applies pressure onto a Slark though. I think a Slark with Pounce is it's a pretty good way to keep a Magnus in place. You've got Slark and Techies, which, you know, they can kind of line up for each other. That's slow to set the Pounce up. You can be aggressive in that lane really early on with your output. So I still feel like Bait came out with pretty strong lanes. I am curious to how Alpha has adjusted, how Satoshi's game goes, because that has been the one weak point right now for Alpha. Just the off lane's not been doing so hot. Everything else has been holding pretty steady, but this time around we need to see Satoshi with the game. He's got to hit this Vanguard Echo Saber timing and hit the Harpoon and set up for his team.
Let's see if it can happen, Jonathan. Game number 3 here between Alpha and Bait. Can't wait to see exactly how this series does end up finishing off. Let's see. We'll get into it. Game number 3. It's been a hell of a ride so far here between these two. I'll tell you that. It's been a very fun time. Is it going to be a fast game? Is it going to be a slow game? What's going to happen? You know, I'd like a close game to finish things off here, John. I'm not going to lie. You know, I'm not one to enjoy fast games very much. I do like a nice, close, you know, just bloody kind of game. As speaking of Stonebank, gonna be spotted there for a moment. Does break a smoke, but not gonna get caught out. There could be some very early team fights though to break out. But if you are bait, you're playing against an Undying with Decay level 1. So you got to be a little bit cautious.
Have to be a bit careful
30 seconds to
in
battle.
giving too many decays out to the Undying. Probably not going to force too hard, it looks like. Both sides just kind of checking for the wards. It's actually Alpha going a little bit far forward here, looking to be aggressive. They might be able to get away with more. Mate in a rather defensive position, but not quite at the runes yet.
Yeah, I mean, Stonebank, there's going to be a nice sticky bomb placed here on Braxy, so he's in a bit of an awkward position now, but does have Satoshi there to help out. In fact, now Lodine is the one that ends up going a little bit too far, and it seems like they are going to feed First Blood the way of Alpha. Just a matter of, can they give the kill over to Satoshi? The answer is no. They're going to give it over to Braxy on the Undying, but they should be very happy with that on the side of Alpha. A very strong start. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, top lane, Funnick's already taken down the range creep. They just immediately cut the wave and took the range creep out.
I don't mind that. Just makes it a simpler lane to deal with. You don't have to worry about the denies that Blesskid can do. And you can kind of shove in your lane, make it maybe a little bit awkward for the Ursa level 1 to kind of get things done. So, a lot of back and forth early on already. The first blood for Alpha, it feels good even though it's on the support. You get a little bit more of an injection coming out there. And I am curious to see how well the mid lane goes, because last time we saw Steel do fantastic on the Storm. Again, getting bullied out a little bit in the mid game, but that did take a lot of attention onto the Storm. Dendi shouldn't be too bad off here on the Void Spirit matchup. Again, we've seen this multiple times before. It's kind of, it's okay for the Void Spirit. It's a little bit easier for a Storm once level 3 is up, but it should be a shutout lane for Dendi in any means.
That bottom lane, as you're seeing, Braxy and Satoshi going up against Stonebank and, of course, Lodine. I like the fact that they've brought Braxy here on the Undying. They're just running the pos for Undying here, like just trying to really ensure Stonebank doesn't have too comfortable of a time. And it's something that Stonebank's just gotten away with the whole series, is just having really good lanes. But now against the Undying, it may not be so easy anymore.
Yeah, there's always a threat. You don't have the highest strength in the world, so your HP just really dwindles down off a couple of decays. Braxy is doing a great job of just cutting off, getting the pulls off as well. Making these lanes highly disruptive, making it harder for Stonebank to try that free farm. And just giving Satoshi more room to try to get his own timings here. And we'll see if they can maintain that. Once you're out of mana, it gets a little bit harder.
The top lane right now going pretty swimmingly for the Beastmaster, I've got to say. Funnick's having a really good time. Top of the CS board here on the Beast. And I mean, Blesskid's a little bit behind, right? Like 9-2, not the worst case scenario, but this is going to be an Ursa looking for a quick Battle Fury. So timing is very, very important, as they are going to make the jump in onto Stomadin. Dark Pact, or rather Death Pact, was there to try and help himself out, but it's not going to be enough. So they do get a nice little pick off here. Takai, the one to take the kill on the Skywrath Mage. You would have much preferred it on Blesskid, I think, but nevertheless, an important pick off to take nonetheless. As mid lane, Steel was getting rather aggressive here onto Dendi, but Dendi does end up trading some harassment back very effectively.
Yeah. Just Funnick.
Trouble again, Funnick. This time around, the much bigger kill. Blesskid waiting for the Earth Shock, but he's losing quite a bit of creep. Trying to chase this kill, as Funnick eventually is gonna die. Even getting the bounty in here is Blesskid. Generally speaking, you don't really want to leave your creep wave like that. Like, you ran quite far, but I suppose getting the kill, getting the ward, it's probably worth it in the end.
You're more than happy to kind of get that chase going there for the side of Alpha. And bot being a little bit aggressive, but the tombstone's up.
And it is. We'll drop it to ensure that the aggression cannot continue. much better lane for Satoshi on the Magnus, I've got to say. Like, he is just not having anywhere near as bad of a time that he was last game around, or even the last tour, really. Like, it's just been constantly very challenging for Satoshi in the laning stage, but suddenly he's kind of top of the CS board on the Magnus, so very different kind of experience here for our man.
It's a nice start already. This should lead to some good timing since your stat items already at the Bracer and Wraith Band start. Just looking for that laning aggression for Satoshi. Has high base damage, pretty decent right-click animation. Like, Universal Heroes, if you can get away with the double stat item start, then it feels really good. It's super hard to fight into, and that should just hold steady. Alpha with a solid foundation, 0-3, less than 1k lead coming out for Alpha. It's not massive. Both sides are still working the lanes rather evenly. The kills do feel a lot better for Alpha. Again, we talked about it from game one. Strong lanes had to be the emphasis. Braxy.
I'm gonna go down. Nice pick up there, thanks to Lowdyne, but Stonebank's the one to take the killers. Now Satoshi needs to be careful. Stonebank, he had plenty of one charges. Satoshi thought he had a chance at all of that, but really had none. Suddenly they get 2 kills down to the bot lane, and everything I was just saying about this Magnus is starting to dwindle away very slowly but surely.
Slowly, but it's not the end of the world yet. It's not doom and gloom. They just have to respect that you are laning into a techies, that your Undying isn't there, that there is some good punishment that can come true. Braxy again.
Getting caught. He's got a tombstone. He just doesn't want to really throw it away, as we're going to have a very awkward disconnection here from Blesskid. Nothing he can really do about it, I suppose. Just sometimes it happens, but now you've got a bit of time to think about this from both ends of things. How do you fight this one out? Because Braxy can soul rip and put a tombstone down. And he actually has 4 stick charges, so he actually could maybe survive this. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a remote possibility, but certainly within the realm of it. And he's got the soul rip as well. At the very least, he can stall for time for Steel to maybe find a follow-up, as he should be able to lock in onto Lowdyne as well. Lowdyne out of mana. Can't really jump out or jump in to help the cause.
The thing, there's no level 6 on Dendi.
Yeah.
There's no steps. Braxy can actually do it. Yeah, he'll survive. I didn't realize Steel was so far ahead in terms of XP. But Dendi's really fallen behind here in the Void Spirit. And now he actually just has to run the old-fashioned way. Gets a bounty rune for himself. Will make it out, but ultimately will not be able to take down Brax.
Yeah, just not able to find a punish. You have to watch yourself. Steel, again, he's shown his Storm start is really strong. 37 to 11 denies. That's the most painful part for Dendi. That's leading to this EXP advantage, this EXP pit that Dendi has to jump across. And he's like a full level behind. Doesn't feel good for the Void Spirit, but feels amazing for Alpha, as they go on again 2-4 here with not too much back and forths. The numbers do favor Alpha at the moment. They did have to sacrifice maybe a couple of heroes that you didn't want to kind of get to this point as well. Still, you've got room to stack up now on Tokaya, and he is just constantly doing that. Like, this is something we talked about from Bait, maybe invading those stacks earlier on from game 1, even in game 2 to an extent. We have to see them prevent that farm game from being reached here by Alpha, because a Magnus is going to enjoy that, the Ursa is going to enjoy that. Just a lot of value in the jungle right now, and you can't afford that piece of control to slip away, not this early on.
Bottom Stonebank has the Dark Pack going. He's going to be able to just kind of purge off the slow from the concussive shot of Tokaya. Lowdyne's been hanging around. He'll go for a sticky bomb. Takes the Watcher. Blast off was being channeled, but eventually he will just cancel. Not confident, though. Stonebank seems to want to go. He wants to bait a fight here. He does have the Shadow Dance up. So feeling confident he can at least snipe one of these supports. Meanwhile, Dendi finds himself a double damage rune on the Void Spirit, so Gonna be feeling very good about that as the Void, I'm sure. So Alpha, they have rotated into the mid lane, but it seems like it's gonna amount to absolutely nothing. So they head back down towards the bottom lane once again. They'll see Stonebank again. Dendi could rotate for a very effective gank right now with that DD rune that he had. But he'll stick around mid lane instead. So I suppose seeing Braxy commit the tombstone, you're probably happy enough to just get out of there.
You don't mind just backing off. It's a long cooldown to commit for really not much. Coming out here for Alpha, though.
Yeah, Lodine decided he didn't want to live today, apparently, so he just kind of jumped in.
Well, he is a Techies player, Mike.
That's true.
You know what it is?
Very true.
He just misses the self-deny on Blast Off. I can appreciate that. I miss the self-deny on Rod.
I know you do, John.
I will mention this every time.
I know you will.
I need it back.
Radiant's bottom
Just like I
tower
need
is
a
under
skeleton
attack.
with a trumpet, but that's not happening anytime soon as Alpha getting a solid lead, 2 to 5, less than 1k going their way. They've got a lot of free space for Blessed Kid to farm into that Battle Fury, uncontested up top. That is a concerning sign, as Blessed Kid should be able to just ramp up super quick once that's up and running. Maybe gone for BKB, maybe a blink, as Bait go for a smoke play out.
If they do, Bait not going to move in. Alpha maybe a little bit unaware that this is coming, but they do sit back. Takaya in position to break the smoke if they do make their way over.
Stupendous.
A long wraparound here from Bait. This is becoming slightly too obvious. Satoshi, oh, he didn't get the memo. And they stayed back, but not back enough. That's a shame. That's a real darn shame.
Yeah, it's still Satoshi that ends up being bullied, huh? Like, it's still him on the mag. I mean, it's a little bit better this game.
To be fair, he was like showing on the creep wave when everyone was off the map.
That is true. He was just maybe being a little bit too greedy. Still better Satoshi than it is Blessed Kid, I suppose. Like that is a silver lining there.
Yeah.
As they retake the bot. They're still in this area though, Bait.
Takaya gonna get jumped. Stonebank just destroying him. Again, it's a zero base armor hero, this Skyrath. He's not gonna have a very fun game though. Zip in, still gonna try and salvage. Does take down Lodine. Nice little trade there for Alpha. It's a 1-for-1 on the supports, not too big of a deal. They are buying a lot of space and time for Blessed Kid at the very least, which is a person we haven't really talked about too much at all. But the Ursa is top of the net worth board, and he's been freely farming this whole time.
Has the Battle Fury up. Again, he's been left alone for such a long time. You don't mind bleeding out Satoshi to enable this, although Bendy.
Mid lane. He does have a chance to step away. Braxy still chasing him down. Dendi, no more step charges available, has to walk. Takaya, he'll get one hit off and that'll be enough. Dendi's gone. Lodine, he jumped in to try and help out, but now he's also going to drop. The Alpha doing a fantastic job so far in this game number 3. It's a 4 to 8 now, 1k advantage the way of Alpha. The Blessed Kid is being chased down top lane. At least I thought he was. He does pop his enrage, and it seemed like Funny just wanted to pull the creep wave over.
Just kind of dragged away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Get the
attack.
farm game still ramping up here for the side of Bait. Again, for Alpha, this is a much stronger laning start than we've seen from both games, where we saw Bait really crush the laning phase and in the mid game or as well, the early mid game by 15. Not quite the same case. Like, it's much more even. You've got a lot of room for your Ursa. Your Storm's been taking early activity here on Alpha's end. The only hero really hurting is maybe Satoshi, but even he's doing a lot better than Funnick and Dendi is. So despite him getting ganked up a couple of times, you're still set for this Magnus timing on Echo Saber into Harpoon, which is scary. The Magnus can just make these solo plays. Stonebank?
Easy kill. Gonna take down Braxy, no problems. Even if your Ursa's farming, like Stonebank's gonna be a pretty concerning kind of hero to have to go against. Already 5 perma Agi, gonna have the Diffusal Blade very, very soon. how much work can Blessed Kid do with the farm he's been provided here this game, I wonder.
Yeah, it does feel like he can do a lot. Again, my timing I'm looking for from Alpha is like this blink into Roche, perhaps. Like that's the big one for any Ursa lineup. You do want that fast Roshan, you want that fast Aegis. Let's see if they'll find it. Sticking together down bot here. Finally seeing that Magnus Ursa connection.
Bottom tier 1 gone.
It is Roche.
Braxy.
Instantly.
They're going to try. Problem is, Snowbank has made a jump in. He's made a very aggressive jump in fact. He's had to force the Shadow Dance out to escape, but still's going to keep going. They got the Ancient Steel off. This is a huge deal for Alpha. This low die will also drop. Oh, Alpha. Hold on a minute. This game 3, something's changed, John. They're doing it.
Yeah, they're online. They're punishing the side of Bait for, again, like going for a little bit of a greedier style where Phonics just farming, Stominant's just farming. No one really wants to make the plays right now outside of a couple of times when they connect his 3 heroes down bot. Roshan begins from Alpha. And the side of Bait aren't ready for this one. No vision in the area. Probably not expecting such a quick early Roche take, but it is an Ursa draft. They're going to be able to find that nice objectives for themselves. Secondary life for Blessed Kid to play with. And for Bait, they need this full Overlord up. Like they need this Beastmaster to be able to do something on the map. The Overlord will provide him a lot of that utility coming through. Then he already has the Echo Saber. Going into the Yasha and a smoke out here as well.
Here we go. Link up on Ursa as well, so Blessed Kid. Happy to fight now. We'll probably start hunting as Bait. They are still trying to find somebody. Still maybe their target. In fact, now Dendy, he's showing right now. Braxy's trying to bait them forward, but Bait know that there's something a little bit awry here, and they will back off. There's your big smoke up now as 5 Alpha. They'll head towards the north. Stominant on the run is going to be able to make it out. So it seems like they're pretty well aware that the smoke has happened here from Alpha. Dendy, missed out on the Arcane Rune, sadly, as Still's going to make the jump in with the Vortex. Dissimulate will be used for Dendy to be able to get out of this one. Blessed Kid, though, jumps in, sees low dying, but immediately gets disarmed by the reactive taser. Going to be able to keep going. As Alpha, they want to try and push into T1 mid, it seems, but it does feel a little bit forced. They don't even have a creep wave now, so instead they're going to try after Dendy. Meanwhile, Still apparently just finds Stominant on his own. So the Storm taking down at least the Clinks, as now Stonebanks is going to come in. They're going to try and force a fight. The Blast-Off did land on 2, and they've already got 1 into Kaya, but now the skewer back on RP. They do avoid Dendy, though. Dendy steps away in time. So now Stonebank, knowing the RP's down, wants to keep going. Braxy, he's going to get caught in the Undying. He's still trying to fight this one out. Meanwhile, Blessed Kid on the high ground will jump to the low ground, but Stonebank will do the exact opposite. We'll just go back up to the high ground, and they'll be okay with this team fight. 2 for 1. They protect the mid-tier 1 tower. The fight's not even over. Phonics also been caught out by the harpoon of Satoshi. So he will go down, but in comes Stominant. Onto Steel they go. The Storm, he is out. Blessed Kid dropping, still has the Aegis, is going to drop the first time. See if they can find him a secondary time. Not quite. He's fine to get out of this one.
They bail out. Very disciplined gameplay coming out from Alpha, not overextending too much, finding these very big wins for themselves with these pickoffs, and just executing as a team. Like they are playing, again, very well stitched together, whereas for Bait right now, it's just a farming period. It's them going AFK. It's them going back into jungle to get some observing in. And it's
Radiant's middle tower.
it's tough right now for Bait, right? Like no one is really keen on making plays. Dendy's not really farmed enough to just jump in. You were finding Stonebank willing to do so, but now he needs the Ags for the mobility on the Slark. And Funnick, he's still inching towards that Helm of the Overlord. Does have the gold for it now, so maybe you can get a nice ancient creep clump up. More than likely, you're just split pushing for a little bit longer as well. Alpha, another smoke out here.
Looking for Funny. They will not find the Beastmaster. They'll just get some wards down around this area. Maybe go through the Twin Gates instead. Like they won't even do that. They'll just hang around the top side of the map here, Alpha. Bleskid now working towards the Basher, and that's when you really start to feel quite nice as the Ursa. Once you have that Basher up, you've got that kind of solo pick-off potential. Especially against the other cores, just being able to just hold them in place for a while. There's the blink up on Satoshi as well now, so he's got even more mobility and control. Now I'm going to try and force a fight, Bait. It does feel rather forced, though. So many big item timings coming out on Alpha at the same time. This would be probably a terrible time to force a fight if you're Bait. Not so much though if you're Alpha as Dendy. Nice to simulate away. He's not going to get caught yet, but still is continuing to go. Eventually decides better off. Meanwhile, Funnick does go down top lane on his own to Satoshi. Satoshi going to try for a TP out, but he will get caught by the pounce of Stonebank and is going to go down. Alpha do get the mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime, as they are heading up toward the top lane. Stonebank just picked up his Ags, but Alpha, they do decide better of it. They've backed out again.
They play it safe once more. Very conservative game, neither side taking these massive risks we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Just playing to their strengths, playing to their item timings right now. Full Ags up and running for Stonebank. So the mobility is now up for the Slark. He can just jump further away, catch this back line, remove them from the equation very, very early on, and just kind of get momentum there. Stominin, he is working onto the Orchid. I think that's your other timing here as well, to have that control for the Storm. And once you get these two items up on both your Clinks and your Slark, then you're in a pretty good spot. Just kind of need to wait for the Clinks right now. Alpha, 4 to 5k lead, not the most massive. You can see in our net worth chart as well. Fairly even distribution across the board. Like it's no one here really pulling massively ahead. You could argue the Ursa 1k ahead is pretty good, but it's only 1k. You know, it's not even like a full item. It's not even like half an item, like say the BKB. It's gonna need a little bit more.
We go smoke up Alpha mid lane. They're looking for Dendy. Dendy sensing something is a little bit wrong here. Is gonna back off and just wait. Braxy gonna kind of reveal they were smoked up in the first place. Instead, though, Stonebank did not get the message, it seems, as he's gonna jump right into Takaya. They got the Ancient Seal, but the Dark Pact was there. As Braxy is gonna pause now, as he disconnects from the game, so he's having a few issues. So they are complaining of lag. But regardless, close call there for Stonebank, but looks like he just popped the Dark Pact before the Ancient Seal, and he's just fine to get his way out.
Yeah. So it's hard to lock in that Slark when you jump in like this. It does feel like you need to mass commit to find that kill. Like, I don't know, like, it's just so slippery. Maybe if you had a Hex, if Steel works onto a site of Vice at some point, then that's where it starts to feel a little bit better. But for the most part, unless you get like a in the fog RP from Satoshi, it's really difficult. Like, this is the target you do want to pin down, but it's a difficult target for good reason. At the least, you force out the Shadow Dance, so it's not as painful. You know, you don't have to deal with that saving spell for some time. Although it's not the longest cooldown in the world either. I'm sure Bait can kind of tempo themselves around this. And for Bait's part, they've done a pretty good job in just playing the slow game. Right? They're cutting losses. They're not dropping that many big heroes, although they've lost a few of their course a couple of times. but they're still at this very weird farm parity in the graphs. Like they're only about 600 behind from Dendi up against Steel. Phonic and Satoshi is only about 1,000 behind. And Stonebank and Blessed Kid is only about 1,000 behind. So it's really just the 3 core farms that account for this 3K lead. And it's like 1K, 1K, 1K. So I think Bait are still in a very playable position. They just need to hit these timings. And once they do hit the timings, we need to see them connect. Right? Like, Stomanen has to be the one to kind of handle the storm as, you know, it's the same thing with Alpha dealing with a Slark. Like, Bait dealing with a storm is pretty tough unless this Orchid delivers the goods. And even then, like, your burst window is dropped down because of the full Kaya Sanj with a stat resist. So it does feel like they need to throw literally everything once that Orchid's up onto the storm. And they have to group up as a team for that one.
They do. They're going to start slowly pressuring this tier 2 bottom tower, it seems, as Bait. Well, Big Zip is out. Lodine. Gonna get caught on the techies. Is going to drop. Blessed Kid will take another. Still going to find an additional haste rune for himself. He's going to be feeling very good about that. And they might go. I mean, Stonebank is shying mid lane. Blessed Kid does have the blink, but seems like still does not want to dive the tier 2. That's fair. Alpha still in full control of this game, number 3. And I wouldn't go as far as saying they've, you know, outright got like a huge advantage, but it's certainly the best game they've had so far throughout this series. Is now Stomanen going to try and go after Takaya. Should have him, but still's going to move in and ensure he cannot finish off the job. So Takaya will hand over the tip immediately.
I mean, such a juicy target, right? Such a freebie in the sky, but he is somewhat tanky with just the Pavis. The barrier does do a lot. Roshan, fairly quick here as well, Mike. Less than a minute.
Oh, didn't he? He's given up his life, I think, Jonathan. He's going to try and make a way out. Stonebank is around the corner. Dendi, that was a very aggressive play. Oh, he committed both his Astral Step charges for the Skyrath kill. And he's still got silenced on top.
I get that you're trying to, you know, just find something easy. But the Sky is, again, just a little bit tankier. Pavis just covers her bases, and the rest of Alpha is there. They're camping the Roche. It's only 10 seconds away. Braxy's going to be staying in that pit. And once they find it, it doesn't take too long to clear out for Blessed Kid. Without Dendi, this is not a fight you can even try to think about. Maybe you try to sneak in a Stomanen. Could be a possibility, but doesn't have the Orchid. Doesn't have any way of trying to catch out. And just Blessed Kid alone can do this.
Here we go. Roshan. I mean, it's going down for free so far. You've got Lodine trying to make his way over to maybe go for a blast off steal when he is going to smoke up, but it's too late. At the very least, Stonebank does pick off Tokaya while that was happening, so you got something for your trouble, but not really what you need, to say the least, here for Bait. They've got to try and maybe play a bit of a slower game now and just kind of ride out the storm that is Alpha. But they might be able to pick off Satoshi, who somehow has been left behind. Stomanen, unable to cancel the blink, does reveal himself. Still won't matter though. Satoshi does find a way out of this scenario. Very good.
He sneaks out. I believe he got a couple of evasion procs as well from his talisman, going for the halberd, so not able to cancel off earlier on and just waste some time. Like, this is a lot of commitment from Bait to drag this many heroes out instead of just sticking and farming. There is some pressure on Bait to play faster. Like, Slark does want to keep stacking up these permanent Agis, keep finding kills, especially with the Ags up and running, but all the targets on Alpha are just really difficult. And they will smoke up an Alpha as well.
They will. Dendi going to break the smoke of steel. Dendi's jumped right into the back, but he's going to be able to get out. Problem is he's got no more step charges to play in this team fight as they have made the jump in onto Funnick. Instead, Funnick dropping low, still running away somehow. Meanwhile, Bleskid still trying to fight. Did end up eating the cheese, but it does not have the Aegis available. Stomminen. At least Stomminen gets caught. Dendi will dissimulate and get his way out. They hold on to the Aegis here for steel. And Alpha, sadly, do not have a creep wave nearby, so can't go for the tier 2 tower push. And it seems like they're just going to leave it at that, perhaps? I mean, Bleskid is walking back towards a triangle, but the rest of his team wants to go. They saw Stonebank on the Slark. I do believe as they pinged him out exactly. But no, instead they're going down towards the bottom lane where they see Dendi on the creep wave.
Would be a pretty strong target to take. You do have the Manta to save Dendi from the silence though. So the Ancient Seal's not gonna be that perfect setup anymore. Gonna take a little bit more effort coming out from Alpha. And they don't even manage to catch him out. That Orchid we've been talking about in Stomminen is up and running though. So another control for the Storm is up and is ready to go. I do like that Steel is going for the Lincolns. Once that's up, I mean, you kind of ruin a lot of what Bait's trying to do here. So, slow and steady. In fact, no, switches out to the BKB for Steel. Understanding maybe there's a few ways to pop through that spell block, so just wants the consistent debuff immunity. Again, Roar does kind of ruin that, but if you Roar the Storm, then you leave this Ursa to do what he wants. Like, it's going to be a tough choice here for Funnick in the middle of these wider 5v5s.
It certainly will be. Here we go. Alpha, bottom tier 2 tower now going to be under siege. It's like Beta preparing to try and push in the top tier 3 tower if they are required to force them back. Lowdown is pushing in the creep wave with a siege creep, so you know, maybe the tech isn't the most threatening thing, but that creep wave probably going to annoy Alpha, to say the least. So they will have to go ahead and address it. Looks like they'll leave the tower to do that work.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alpha certainly not feeling like they're ready to try and go high ground yet.
No, you just need to keep waiting. Like, as this game scales on, Alpha's draft does get harder and harder to handle. Like, RP late game is pretty much the be-all, end-all spell. Just doesn't care for a lot of what you're trying to farm up if you connect in a massive way for Satoshi. So you're pretty much fine just trying to play it slower even with the Aegis up. 45 seconds left. They will gun for a tier 2 mid. Satoshi is the one that's left to deal with his push, trying to find something to skewer forward.
Yeah, Stonebank, he gets caught by himself. Takaya immediately with the tips out. Meanwhile, though, they have caught Satoshi. So you do get a Magnus for this. But the problem is you lost your pos one slot. So Beta in a position where they've got to try and force the tier 3 top again. And try to force a defense out of Alpha, which they can pretty easily do thanks to Funny. They have got a Beastmaster Clink, so not too hard to force them back to defend. Are they going to give up anything for this, though? Lowdyne with the Glimmer Cape is going to be just fine. We'll be able to TP up. It seems like Stomminen and Funnick are already way too far away for them to actually reach. Though I say that Stomminen is kind of nearby Bleskid right now, but doesn't seem like Bleskid has any idea that they are around that area.
Yeah, they're just being a little bit sneaky. And Stomminen has this opportunity to try on Takaya. Looks like they just want to prioritize that split push. Want to prioritize getting some space out. Keep that build up going. Dendi trying to go for the side of Vice. Honestly, not too far off from that gold spike. So once you have that, again, more consistent lockdown for something like the Storm. More consistent ways to kite around Blessed Kid in the middle of these engagements. They will smoke up before the item's up. As we have another pause here.
Another pause, huh?
Yep.
Unfortunately,
like Southeast Asia.
I mean, Southeast Asia's been pretty good recently. I'll give them that.
It has,
Yeah.
it has. Even through a typhoon, it's very strange, Mike. There's a super typhoon going in the Philippines.
Really?
And we haven't had internet issues. Maybe this week.
Hopefully
Perhaps.
not.
I believe it's still making landfall.
Hopefully not, John. We've got to cast some Dota.
That is true.
Anyway,
That is true.
doesn't matter. You'll
It
be
is
right.
troublesome.
You'll be right. You'll be right. Wouldn't be the first time you've had to fix the internet while we're casting. Reminds me
Oh
of some
no,
good
not
old
for
days.
me. For the players, man. For the players,
that's
we're
true.
fine here in Malaysia.
That's
we're fine
true.
in Malaysia. The ones in the Philippines, they say it's a super typhoon. You know, they're hyping it up, Mike.
Excellent. We're not excellent, but you get my point.
That sounds so wrong. Excellent, a super typhoon. Exactly what they need.
Well, hopefully it's not that bad. I do hope so. Is Braxy?
We'll be fine.
I mean, mid lane, they are rushing through with the 4-man smoke here, Alpha. Bait. Ooh, Dendi. Find himself a Magnus. Will back off immediately upon seeing that. Zip in. Who have we got? Vortex is there. They have caught Stonebank. Of all people to catch, they got Stonebank again. And he doesn't have buyback for a full minute. That should buy enough time to at least get one lane of barracks here for Alpha.
Should be. They don't have to even expend any big spells. RP still ready. And Satoshi,
Is under attack.
they're just set to go. And Satoshi, I like what he's done here, Mike. He's gone for only one level in reverse polarity. The rest of it is in stats. Even Shockwave left at level 2.
Okay, interesting. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. There is split push
Yeah,
going on
or
right now,
damage.
by the way. Top lane Stominant is split pushing. Alpha, though, they have already gotten through one mid-racks. They're going straight for the bottom. The split push continues here. Dendy's TP'd up top. Or rather, just walked up top by the looks of it. So he's going for the split pushing as well as Funnick. Pops his BKB, trying to force them back. Alpha, I don't think you really want to back off right now. I mean, it's a 5v2 situation. Stonebank is going to respawn, though. That'll be enough for them to back off. As Dendi is still just casually split pushing as the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, Braxy gets jumped on here by Stonebank, but does get force-staffed away. And now Dendi has rejoined the team. But only after claiming the top lane of barracks has he come back.
Full lane being taken by Dendi. Feels good. You know, equalize a little bit. You've got some presence now in one lane at the very least. The side of Alpha, not able to go beyond. Just finding the tier 3 down bot. And now that side of Vice we were talking about for Dendi is up and running. So that additional control that's been lacking from Bait, that way of catching out the Storm, it's online. This is where the game might finally begin for Bait. If they get that good initiation angle, if they manage to lock in steal, this game becomes pretty awkward for Alpha. If they don't have that Storm up front.
No, they certainly do not. Bait. Grouping up once again. This time they're the ones smoked up, heading through the mid lane. T2 tower is still standing, so it makes it a bit awkward for them to try and find a good fight around this area. And instead, I think both teams might just end up waiting for the next Roshan. But I say that, there is going to be another 5-man smoke here from Bait. So never mind what I said, but they are rushing right towards that pit area. So perhaps that is the objective. Like, see if... Ooh, hold that thought. They're hanging around that die triangle, but the smoke's about to be broken. Bleskid, he's the one to get jumped on, but he got his BKB off in time. It's the blast off's not doing too much either. Still, he makes the jump in. Lowdine. No, in fact, they've got Dendi. The Vortex going to hold Dendi down, but the Dissimulate allows him away. Because Lowdine is the one to fall on all of this. Sadly, the blast off literally landed on nothing. So no real value play out of that. And Roshan, it is up in 7 seconds. Perfect timing for Alpha, assuming they do spot Roshan.
Stay.
Bleskid,
Stay.
he's found.
Satoshi does leave them, but I suppose they don't really need the Empower. He can just focus on clearing out mid. Roche number 3 with a free Ags on the pool. And that Ags is massive for Steel. The AoE Vortex this early on. They might not even need the RP in the middle of these fights. They've managed to hold on to it multiple times, but you're still going to have the utility coming through now with Steel. This is huge.
Dire's middle
Bait. That was their Hex reveal. That was the site supposed to come out, but it doesn't have the impact that they'd want. They don't really manage to lock anyone in. And even if they did, they didn't manage to follow through. So for Bait, it looks like the plan is just go back to farm, but you're 20k behind now. You're scaling. It's still there, but it's not like Alpha doesn't scale. Like we've talked about it. RP in the late game is scary. Magnus has a ton of damage as a universal hero. Ursa still feels great until you find some ways to kite him around. And you just don't have that quite yet on Bait.
You certainly don't. Top lane, Stominant. We'll get Abyssal bladed up, but problem is Blesskid doesn't have any way to see him through the invis. Stominant going to be just fine to walk away and continue working on towards that nullifier. Klinks has been doing a very good job of just keeping this top lane pushed out constantly so Alpha feel like they're just stuck at this side of the map. His Bait will also take a Tormentor in the meantime. Give Lodine the shards for the reactive taser. It's just kind of hard because this top lane has not been left alone. Like Stominant is here once again. He just constantly hangs around cutting creep waves, which is the one way Bait is just remaining in this game.
Just a rat. Like, this is something Klinks excels at right now. You can cut through the waves very fast. You don't have any early travels here as well to kind of just go in and out of this lane on the side of Alpha. So you're always stuck kind of trying to respond. They really want to find that opening down bot, but just gonna have to try to maybe rip through top first. Tier 1 just gonna fall to Blesskid. Tier 2 they can stall out with the fortify, but at this point you'd rather save that for the high ground. Let's see how much Stominant can do. He's still just trying to get some farm going in the jungle more than anything else. It's a tier 2 siege from Blesskid. Doesn't take too long. Smoke out from Bait. They've got an angle here.
It's going to be a big team fight here, Bait. If they can't win this one, then high ground might be Alphas and the game might be Alphas, quite frankly. Mind you, 3 cores on Bait do have buyback, whereas none on Alpha do. So you've got 3 cores with buyback available on the side of Bait. Which essentially means it's an 8v5 if the fight does begin. But it will not. No jump is made yet. They're being very patient about it. Naturally, Bait does not know that Alpha does not have any buybacks available. If they did, they would guaranteed be jumping in right now. Nice scan here from Alpha as well, knowing exactly where Stonebank and Dendi were hanging out. They'll get some D wards off. And Alpha, they're going to play it safe again. They've still got a minute 45 with the Aegis up. So no need to rush this one.
No need to try to force anything out. You're fine. Just sitting back, farming. You're fine. Just, again, getting that build up. There is enough time for the Aegis to still try to make a cheeky play while they're lined up top. You know, Satoshi still has that blink RP, which we haven't seen too often, but to be fair, it hasn't felt completely necessary. Just get going.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
Alpha.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
T3 tower going to be under siege. Nice steal back. Who have they got? It's Lodine. He's got no buyback. In fact, all of those people that I talked about earlier with the buyback have expended the gold, by the way, John. So now only Funix got buyback on the Beastmaster. It's a bit of a concerning sign here for Bait, but they're going to try and jump in. Problem is, none of it's really working out. Stonebank being caught here is going to pop the depth shroud to try and survive through it. Dendi now kind of being left behind. Will just simulate out of there. So in the span of a couple minutes, they end up using that gold that was there for buyback. And now they've lost their axe.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
In fact, they might lose all of
Just
them.
like that. I think it's just Megas. Blesskid is gunning
There's
for
10
it.
seconds.
Can't stop this Ursa.
There's 10 seconds for the Aegis, John. That's the big problem. For Steel, at least. Skewer back again. This time around, they found the Beastmaster Funnick. He's the only one with buyback. He will have to commit it right now as they do jump in again. Big RP being committed. Stonebank needs to run. They've lost the Kaya, but they've lost Lowdine as well. And Dendi for that matter. As Funnick, he just brought back into this fight. But he's in huge trouble. One bash will do it. And I think, Jonathan, this game might be over. This series may be over. Alpha may have done it. As they've got the mega creeps up. Bait obviously not willing to call it this early. But they are up against Megas now with not the greatest draft for it. And tier 4s are under siege. I mean, Alpha, unless they literally run blindly into the fountain, I can't see how they can lose this game. Satoshi brings in Stonebank once again. Stonebank's gone, no buyback available, tips out. Everyone giving it to Stonebank as Stoneman will also die. And GG is called. It is all over. Alpha have somehow took this series 2-1 against Bait.
They turn it around, and for Bait, again, it looked pretty solid in a couple of games. Game 1 maybe, not closing out. Game 2 looking very strong. Game 3, all of a sudden, Alpha's lanes look a lot cleaner. They changed Satoshi's hero. He has a lot more presence, and they're able to execute off the back of these timings more than we have seen in the past few games. So the shakeup more than enough. And that's a great sign for Alpha. This is their first series win. It's a massive victory for them. It does mean that there's potentially tiebreakers now for maybe one of those bottom slots if certain things happen here, Mike.
It could cause a lot of issues here in NA Div 1, which is always something we love to enjoy. We're not the ones playing. We love to just comment on it and talk about all the drama that could possibly happen. But props to Alpha. I mean, obviously a pretty strong 2-1 victory here. And I say strong in the sense that it took a lot to get this victory for Alpha. It was not an easy road by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely is a win, especially after that game 1 that we got to witness here between these two. And we'll get to see some highlights here of, I believe, game 3. Yeah, so, I mean, they got off to a good start, and I think this is what you and I were talking about all the time, is you just need good lanes, right? If you could get some good lanes going, things might change very quickly. And Alpha, this game around, got some good lanes.
Yeah, they just had presence, they managed to force out movement from Bait as well to free up Blessed Kid's lane, so he's just able to farm up as much as he wants up there. No issues in the world. Gets that Battle Fury timing, starts running around and building up. And again, Satoshi has presence. That was the one lane that I think struggled the most, was that off lane. This time around, Satoshi has a game, and you can see what he does with that farm. He's able to get these big skewer backs, he's able to get these plays with Harpoon, and he looks solid. Unlike in maybe the first 2 Beastmaster games where he's just not doing as much. This was much more stable from him.
Yeah, it certainly was a much better performance here from Alpha, especially in game number 3. Just a very stable kind of win. And I mean, sadly for Bait, they're not going to be feeling too good about themselves after this one. It's a pretty rough loss to have to take, especially after the way that game 1 ended. The fact that it was their game to lose. This should have really just been a 2-0 in Bait's favor. But just game 1 just being a bit of a mess causes you to get to this stage where you have to play out a game 3, and it just did not work out the way that Bait had intended, sadly. And I think you've got to give more props to Alpha for actually pulling off the victory 2-1. Again, it is their first series win altogether, and they've tripled the amount of single games they've won just today, Jonathan. So yeah. A big win here for Alpha. What can you say? I mean, they played their hearts out here. They deserve it.
Yeah, they've shown some improvements, especially after the struggles in our first 2 weeks of the DPC. Of course, you can see our score line here, and we do have to give an MVP out. This time around, it is going to be Blessed Kid. He had a spectacular time in that Ursa. He got space to farm up, and then when it came down to getting things done on the map, he did deliver. He joined his team once he had the Blink BKB. He made things happen. He was always on point with checking when Roche was up, and they just played off the back of that really well. That was the guiding post for Alpha. This constant roshing, this constant tempo that they tie into that security on the second life, all off the back of Blessed Kid playing a pretty mean Ursa.
Absolutely. It's a very strong performance here from our POS 1 Ursa, and deserves the MVP here for game number 3. So there you go. for getting the 2-1 victory here in this series overall. I believe we are going to have an interview coming up rather soon as well for from one of the boys from Alpha here, and have a chat with them, see how they're feeling after that game. I'm sure they've got a lot to say after such a long and tedious kind of end series here against me.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth there. I'm keen to see. This is our first time talking to them as well. I believe it is ready with one of the players. With
Braxy, I believe.
Yes, so.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get Braxy in here. Let's have a chat with him and see what he's got to say. Mr. Braxy, congratulations on your victory against Bait. How are you feeling, my good sir?
I'm feeling good because it's been a long series. We've been trying a lot to win some series, so it's been a lot of long practice as well. So it feels pretty good to win. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys played your hearts out in this best of 3 series. Can you talk to me about game 1? Like, game 1 was so chaotic between you and Bait. What were you guys even saying to each other during that game? Like, how did it all go wrong for Bait? How did you guys make the comeback?
It just feels like it's the kind of Dota SA plays. Like, we just run around, try to make plays, kill, just run at them, and that's the way most of us play. So we were just like constantly saying, like, we can just go on them. There's no reason to like give them any space or something. So we've been practicing this, trying to improve our understanding of the map and when are we stronger than them. So I think that's what we communicate the most, whether we are capable of fighting them or not. So that's what we are aiming to improve the most. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, obviously it's been a bit of a tough road for you guys throughout 2 or 3. Like, do you feel like the mentality maybe is going to shift a little bit after this series now that you guys have, you got your first series win? Like, do you feel like it's a brighter side from now?
I really hope so. I mean, it's been an adventure to like, we've all played DPC before, but only Division 2, so this is a rough like challenge for all of us, but we are to give our best, of course. So we're just constantly trying to improve, playing some scrims, just watching replays and that kind of stuff. So we're hoping we can win some more series so we can keep ourselves on Division 1. That's the main goal for us right now. So yeah,
absolutely. Go on, John.
Right. Hopefully you guys do get to stay around. I am curious about one thing. How did this roster form? Because I know we've seen a very different Alpha last time. I'm curious, how did this group of players get together for this tour?
It was Toshi who just invited us. Like, they were missing some players, so I got called. Like, he told me, do you have some players to play with? I've just been left alone. So, I mean, I was pretty afraid, to be honest. This is a rough challenge, as I mentioned before, so... But it's always nice to have the chance to play against these sort of teams and just learn from their understanding and how good they are. It's always a pleasure and an honor for us. So yeah, it's pretty much it.
All right. Then, going through these past few weeks of DPC, what do you feel like is the biggest thing that you personally have learned from playing? I mean, it's been a tough road, but I'm sure there's many lessons that were in a lot of these games. What's the biggest takeaway for you?
To be honest, I'm just aiming to improve my lane understanding and how the map moves against these sort of players, because they're pretty good and I don't know, it always feels like they're just closing the map non-stop, and I just got to feel against TSM or Shopify that you can just do nothing about it. So trying to understand why this happens and learn from this is is my biggest takeaway from this, and so that I can apply this in the future if I get to play again.
All right. Well, it's looking like some of those improvements are coming out, and hopefully we keep seeing more of that down the line, Braxy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Braxy, for joining us for an interview, and hopefully we'll see you again very, very soon.
Let's hope so. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, what a lovely guy, Jonathan. What a lovely guy. Very humble as well. You know, a lot of people like to talk crap about, you know, teams that buy slots and all that rubbish. But I gotta say, like, he seemed very humble about it. It's an honor for him to play in Div 1 with the rest of the boys. It's hard not to be a fan of these guys when they talk like that.
Yeah. Honestly, it is hard not to be a fan. Like, they're pretty earnest guys. You know, they just want to play some Dota. They're excited to play in Div 1. It's a different field. It does show. And, you know, it's a tough field for a team like that. Still, we can take a look how our standings are for Alpha and for the rest of the teams as it has been updated today. We do see it now once again, kind of in that first place spot along with Shopify Rebellion. They haven't played each other yet. So there's still that Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion game that could potentially lead to some interesting tidbits. TSM hanging in third place with that additional loss to Nouns. So it's a rough tour for TSM. The Dog Champ again hanging in on fourth. Alpha climbing 2 places up with that 1 win, and Bait dropping in to that 7th spot. So again, the consequences, Mike, they could end up playing a lot of tiebreakers here.
That's the danger zone, Jonathan. You never want to be in that area. Obviously, Felt's kind of stuck there as well. They're yet to pick up a series win so far. So, I mean, Alpha suddenly just 1 series win gets them to 6th place here in NA Div 1. So suddenly they probably went from feeling like there's no chance of them making it through this tour to feeling like maybe they've got a shot here. And well, let's have a look at the schedule coming up for our next day of NA Div 1, of course. So, sure, we've got some very hype games coming up. We've got Shopify Rebellion, of course, up against Felt, and then Nouns against SKG. So, I don't want to say they're going to be one-sided series, Jonathan. I know you and I will be there probably enjoying some great Dota with these guys, but, you know, I hope to see some upsets. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Yeah, just like today. I think Alpha beating Bait is a pretty big upset. I think our game 1 was probably one of the best games we've had in a very long time. I don't know if those are for good reasons, but they were, and I'm hoping maybe one of these games gives us that. Maybe, you know, I don't think Shopify Rebellion would be giving us that, but Nouns perhaps? Maybe Nouns try something different? I don't know. That's the one thing with NA. You never know what you get, Mike.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we know at the very least that we're done for tonight. We're going to head off. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll catch you, of course, again in a couple of days for some more great NA Div 1 action. We'll see you all then. Bye-bye.